Hello,
Hey,
everybody.
hey, hello. Ah,
Excited
ah,
Utterance here, and I have Nick Starow here with me. Thank you, Nick. Thank
no
you
worries, no
for
worries, no worries.
trusting me with this very important day. Very
Oh, yeah,
important day here.
thank you so
Um,
much for coming to my aid. I am currently at lunch and I have to be back quite soon. So I will be here for the first 15 minutes and then I'm in a rush back because I have work and I'm in work clothes and stuff like that. So,
doesn't
yeah.
he look handsome, everybody?
Ah,
Check him out. He
thank you.
scrubs up all right, doesn't he?
Well,
Eh?
well, I try.
He tries.
Yeah, yeah. So everybody, you have Hella's stream is
Yeah,
pinned on the top of my chat. So everybody go over there because once I leave and we see that I have numbers, Hella has numbers,
yeah,
then my stream will end and everybody will be redirected over here.
yeah.
So because hell, EU needs the numbers, and I'm more than comfortable in making sure she get the numbers. Yeah.
And here I'm pulling an all-nighter. I'm all over the other side of the world.
Yes, you are in that bubble they claim is a continent.
Yes, my name is actually Helen, but nobody calls me. I think my mum calls me Helen. So everyone else in my life calls me Hella. So it's just always been my nickname. And yes, Dennis, I revealed that on my Halloween stream last week. Was it last week? Feels like years ago now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know. It's funny, isn't it?
Mm.
Um, but yeah, there you go. So you can call me that, or you can call me excited, call me whatever you want. Just make
Mm.
sure it's nice.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Frigg. Hello, Dennis. Hello, Frigg Snowden, Jason, Sholis, and everybody else. Yeah, again, EU's Ella's stream is in the top of my chat. So make your way over here as soon as you can, because in maybe half an hour or so after I left, you will be my stream will end and you will be redirected. And then when I have a pause or a break in my negotiations, I will try to join. But as for now, I
Maybe
have
Sophie.
10 minutes before I really have to rush off to work.
Yeah. So we've just been having a chat about what's likely to go down today. What do you think, Nick?
Oh, I'm hoping that the state's closing argument will be less about the Adelsons and more about the connections between Charlie Adelson, Katie, and the other defendants.
Yep.
And I know there's a video out there on the internet about Charlie actually having been in contact with Katie's lawyers, but that recording, which some of you might have heard, that those are between Katie's lawyers or Katie and Garcia's former
Yep.
lawyers. There are a bit might go under the hearsay rule and be more prejudicial than probative. So that will not, if it's not in evidence, it will not be played to the jury. Just saying, even though it's highly suspicious, that might be the ruling, and that might be the reason why we haven't heard it in this trial.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I think the closings,
Yeah. This could be it.
yeah. So I hope they make more of the connections, especially if they can twist why Katie didn't squeal on Charlie and twist that into, because it's not true what Charlie says and every weird thing about that.
Mm.
And I suspect that the defense will go, much into reasonable doubt, the reasonable doubt statutes. And I would not be surprised if there is a hung jury in this. But then again, the Adelsons are really, really easy to dislike. Really, really easy to dislike.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not very likable at all.
Because
they're
this
kind of a bit slimy.
but because this murder solved a lot of issues for the Adelsons. They got Wendy back to Miami, and the monetary things. Well, she didn't have to pay lawyers. She, even though a lot of money is in a trust for the kids, it's still going via her, via Wendy. And I would assume that if Charlie gets acquitted, they will move for getting that trust out of Dan's sister's hands into Wendy's hands. And all of a sudden, she has millions at hand.
His sister's even less likable.
And Donna, the matriarch of the Adelsons, with the Jugend uniforms and everything. Yeah, there's something seriously wrong with that family.
Something's going on there. Oh, Murph. Charlie came across as well rehearsed. Oh, you think?
Yeah.
Truthfully.
And that, I mean, the prosecution spent a good 2 hours trying to catch him in a trap, but Charlie, well rehearsed, well prepared, highly intelligent.
He's not an idiot. He's not very likable, but he's not an idiot. That's for sure.
Yeah.
He's had time to think about this. So.
Oh yeah, definitely had a lot of time getting everything together with this. Yeah,
and language.
Yeah, he tried to say we never speak in code, and when we do it is because my mother or it's because of Wendy. I mean, there are too many coincidences. Why would they talk about 5 TVs? I mean, it's... Hey! Ow! Asshole! Sorry, it's your stream.
It's fine.
Hey! We got a visitor.
Hello.
Yeah, things has been much more interesting after Jingles learned that, I can climb up there.
Yeah.
And be in the center of attention.
I've only seen Jingles do that recently. Just this stream and the last stream.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. I did it for the first time maybe a week ago, and he scared the ever-living crap out of me. I made a lot of 2-hour words when he did that, and yeah.
2-hour words. That's new. I like that too. My 2-hour words. 2-hour word jar. What's that? Sardonisms. I think the state has a really good case, and the only problem is if the defense makes Charlie's story look reasonable. State needs to just hammer how bullshit his story is and how implausible it is. Well, it is pretty implausible.
I mean, everything about the bad tenants bit between Katie and him. Why would these two people talk about tenants? I mean, it's just very, very... And then play back every time he says there are 2 ways to handle this, meaning one of them is offing someone. And
speaking of cats. Come on, in you get. Yes. Did you see Jingles this year? Did you? Did you see Jingles this year?
Ah, you have a ginger cat too.
Yeah,
Yours is more ginger than mine is.
This is Seraph.
What are you doing, Ginos?
Oh, get your claw off me. There we go. Hello. Okay, so it's a cat stream. It's a live cat stream.
Catfishing stream.
Hello. Okay, just calm down and don't take my headphones away. All right, good.
Yeah. Do you see yourself?
Hello. Hey Chris. Hey Chris Mellon. This is Seraph. So Seraph is actually a graphic design name. If you've ever heard of serif fonts and sans serif fonts, this is Seraph, as in whenever he goes missing, we're sans serif.
Whenever this cat goes missing, I'll wait 5 days and then I start rummaging through my containers to see if he accidentally locked himself into one again.
You're right. This is an old man. He's 17.
Oh,
yeah.
This guy is somewhere between 8 and 10. We're not entirely sure since he was found. Him and his brother was found in an abandoned barn.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Oh, man, are you? What do you say? This TV is about 5. It's either grammatically correct gibberish or it's code for criming. And I know which one I put my money on. Yeah, code for criming.
Yeah. I need to run. But I'm sure you will all have amazing much fun with EU. And eventually my stream will end and everybody will be redirected to Hella's stream so she can get all the numbers. I will do a recap when I get home, but that probably won't be before midnight today. My time.
Midnight your time, which is what time in
6
US time?
6 p.m. US time.
Yeah, cool. Will be well and truly done.
Yeah, so I will be having a long day today. But everybody, have a great time.
Love.
Yeah, and I'm sure
hop in when you can.
I will hop in when I can.
Yes,
and
lovely.
Yeah. See you around, babe.
Right, see you later. Bye
bye.
All right, thanks everyone for joining me today, or joining me again. I might have a few guests pop in throughout the day, but what we're going to do first, because we are waiting on court to even start, so I'm keeping an eye on it in the background. But what we're going to do, if it's cool with you guys, is I was thinking we might have a bit of a look back. Memories backwards, memories. Have a little bit of a look back at some of the spicier testimony throughout the trial. So how about when Katie was on the stand and the lovely defense attorney was having a little bit of a argy-bargy with her. So let's see what we can do about bringing that one up. What do you think, guys? Is that a good one? I've got a few to choose between. What's this say? While you're waiting, you should prove you're in Australia. We want to see your toilet flush. I'm not taking you to the bathroom. I could, but I ain't gonna. It's not gonna happen. All right.
Again, you lied when you testified that you didn't know anything about or were involved in the murder of Professor Markell, right?
Yes, sir. I told you I lied in my first and second trial to save myself.
Ma'am, we've heard it. If you could just answer the questions. Did you lie?
Now,
yes, sir.
Is the toilet
you lied when you
true?
testified
Yes,
that you knew nothing about Wendy's divorce, Wendy Adelson's divorce.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't pick up money from Charlie's house on July 18th.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you knew nothing about stapled cash.
Yes, sir.
You lied when you said you didn't bring the money to Sigfredo or Luis Rivera the next day.
Yes, sir.
You lied again when you said you worked as a personal assistant for Charlie, right?
Yes, sir.
You lied repeatedly when you tried to discuss what had happened, what was being spoken at Dolce Vita, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, now let's talk about the lies that you told that the state didn't go over with you. Let's talk about your proffers, your cooperation.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Oh, hey, me warrior. How's it going? Where are you in Australia?
So you were interviewed by the state twice in October and November 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by the way, you've met with them a couple times since then, right?
I'm going to
Couple
put a
times.
little
Have you met with them
banner
since?
up
Yeah, after that point?
Probably one time.
just so
You met
people
with Ms.
know what's
Kappelman?
going on.
Yes, yes, sir.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask you about our defense during that meeting?
No, sir.
She didn't ask you about whether, for the first time, whether you ever threatened
No,
Charlie
sir.
Adelson? Now, when you met with them in October and November of 2022, this was after you got your life sentence, right?
Yes, sir.
And you met with them first in Marion County Jail on October 11th, right?
Marion County Jail? No, sir. I've never been in that county.
You met with them in the jail. I got the wrong jail, obviously.
I've never met with them in any jails.
Where did you meet with them?
I
the
was
first time?
already in
There we go.
DOC
That's working.
Okay.
in Lowell.
You met with them in prison.
Yes, sir.
Apologies. And the second time, you met with them
Hello,
at the state attorney's
genitals.
office, right?
Always good to see you,
Here in
genitals, in the
Tallahassee.
morning.
Yes, sir.
And both times,
You're in
Special
Melbourne.
Agent Sanford was there,
Amy,
Yes, sir.
Amy warrior.
Investigator Jason Newland was there,
Yes, sir.
and TPD Investigator
You're-
Sherry Bennett were there.
An hour
Yes.
further
And
into
they
the
asked you
future than me.
questions.
Yes, sir.
And each time, you
Hmm,
told them a version of events that was very different from what you said at your trials, right?
jealous.
Yes, sir.
In fact,
Well, hello, Jack Posenberry.
during those 6 hours of interviews, you told them about 5 more versions, right?
5 different versions of it?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Oh, so you told them the same thing throughout the 6 hours that you met with them?
I believe so, but I think the first
Hmm.
time you can't even visit more than 2 hours, so I don't know where you're getting 6 hours.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Let's look. The first interview started at 9:26 a.m. and it ended at 11:44 a.m. So a little over 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
First interview. Your position right now, what you're telling this jury, is that the same thing you told them in the first interview, you told them in the second interview?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
You believe so or you know so?
I know so. I believe so. I believe
You
so.
absolutely know so.
No, I don't, not verbatim exactly
Okay.
what I said.
Isn't it true that during the entire first interview, you said you had nothing to do with the murder?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
All right, well, we're going to go through exact quotes.
I
And we'll
am
see
indeed
if
in
your
Bruce
memory can be
Vegas.
refreshed.
Yes, sir.
By the way, during any of these interviews, did you give them any documentation, anything new, any text messages, documentation, WhatsApps, any new, as people call it, receipts? Did you give them any new evidence?
No, I'm in prison. I don't have anything.
It was just your words, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about what you said. During the first proffer, which was a little over 2 hours,
Yes, sir.
you raised your hand and they put you under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
And throughout the proffer, the agents, particularly Special Agent Sanford, kept on telling you that you have to tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't believe you.
I mean, whatever his reasons are.
Was he
No.
frustrated with you during the interview?
Yes, sir.
In fact, 1 hour and 8 minutes into the proffer, he said to you that you were minimizing your involvement.
What is the objection?
You told that to investigators a year ago, that's what, on that night, you had no idea that there was a shooting.
Yes, I was partly denying probably still my involvement in it. This is something I've suppressed for a long time, sir.
Now, what's also interesting is when you described July 18th, you said Charlie was panicked.
Yes, sir.
You said he took his Xanax and you took his Xanax.
Yes, sir. He gave me.
You said that he was upset.
I never said he was upset. He was just frantic.
Let's move on to the second proffer.
Yes, sir.
The second proffer was 6 weeks after the first proffer. You recall that?
This is when I came back. I came here.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And you met with investigators for 3.5 hours this time,
If that's what it says.
from 10:06 in the morning to 1:38 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
At the beginning of the interview, you told investigators you didn't know why you were there, right?
Yes, I didn't know what I got pulled out for.
And 15 minutes into the interview, Agent Sanford left the room, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't come back.
No, sir.
Lol, Kim. Kim and I are having a Brisbane argument.
During the interview, you recall being told that you weren't giving the state anything to make them want to do anything for you.
Repeat that question, sir.
Do you recall that during the interview, you were told that you weren't giving the state anything to make them want to do anything for you?
Who stated that?
Investigator Bennett.
Okay, yes, sir.
She was upset.
I mean, we were just talking about the same thing over again.
When she said that you had a real issue, right?
Not that I can recall. What's the issue?
Well, if you didn't help the state and give them something that they could work with, there was only one way you were ever getting out of prison, and that's in a box.
Why do you keep stating that, sir?
You're in jail for the rest of your life, right?
Putting
Yes,
way.
sir.
If the state doesn't help you, the only way you're getting out of prison is when you die.
But they never said they were going to help me. I wasn't promised
That's not my
anything.
question. What's the only way that you're getting out of prison if the state doesn't help you?
I'll die in prison.
During this second proffer, they asked you, you mean to tell me that you had no clue that he came to Tallahassee? Answer, he never told me he was going to Tallahassee. Do you recall saying that you didn't know that Sigfredo Garcia was going to Tallahassee?
Yes, sir. I never knew he went to Tallahassee.
You never knew Sigfredo Garcia went to Tallahassee?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh, David. Go and ask the people on Law and Crim Chat. I'm actually watching the Law and Crim Chat at the moment. There's a lot of guilties going on.
During these proffers, you never told the state about monthly payments, did you?
Monthly payments.
Hey, Sonny, what's going
That
on?
Charlie was making monthly payments to you.
What, the checks from the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
They were aware of that.
How about the cash he was giving you every month?
He wasn't
Oh,
giving me any
dear.
cash every month.
Brainwashing
really?
children from
Yes.
He wasn't giving
parental
you
alienation.
$2,000 of
Yeah.
cash every single month that you're heard on the wires trying to accept?
No, sir.
He was just giving you
Wait till
an
Pixie
Adelson
gets here,
Institute check?
Kim and Chris.
Yes, sir. What would the $2,000 be for?
Before he gave you the Adelson Institute checks, you were getting $3,000 a month, right?
No, sir.
Yes, David. Look at the ticker at the bottom, right? We're waiting for court to start.
It wasn't until 1 hour and 13 minutes in the first proffer that you first admitted that you didn't work for the Adelson
I believe on
Institute,
your
right?
side of the world, it's
Yes,
very
sir, I
early in the
lied
morning.
about it.
In the proffer.
In the proffer, I don't know when I said it, but I lied in my trials about getting those checks from the Adelson Institute. So I said those were checks that I needed to show so that I can get insurance for my children.
You recall them asking you about a meeting with Charlie in the car before Dolce
Why,
Vita?
thank you. Yes, it is an
Yes, sir.
informative
And
banner.
you said that you couldn't recall what was discussed?
Yes, sir.
You recall that during the second proffer, you told the state that you didn't know the police were at your door during the wire? And if you had known they were at the door, you would have let them in?
I don't think I mentioned it in that way, but they didn't announce themselves when they were knocking on the door.
In fact, aren't we going to see in the wires that you were hiding from the police?
I was not hiding. I was at home.
Ain't that true?
Weren't you
actually?
hiding at home?
From what? I was working from home that day.
Weren't you making a bunch of phone calls to a lot of people saying, the police are at my door, I don't know what to do, I can't answer the door, I'm afraid? Weren't you hiding from them?
Somebody was knocking at the door. They didn't state who they were. So I was calling Sigfredo and nobody was picking up. Then one of his coworkers finally called back and said that
What a
there's
shock,
FBI
darling.
over there speaking to him and he's going to come by the house.
And he came by the house.
Yes.
And you all discussed how you were going to stay hidden and not answer the door, right?
I didn't discuss anything. They just said that there was like an FBI agent or an agent outside. So I
And
just
you
never
decided
answered.
not to answer the door and let them in, right?
No, why would I let them in?
Let me make sure that we're being clear here.
Yes, sir.
Did you know that the police were outside your door?
I didn't know who was outside my door. I didn't know until his coworker had stated that there was an undercover or an agent outside.
And after he stated that,
Well, Sardinisms, there's nothing like a retainer, right? Like, so there's a guaranteed income over a one-off. Nothing wrong with that.
did you know that there was police outside your door?
They were gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like they knocked.
Okay.
And then they were gone.
You didn't stay hidden for over 45 minutes
No,
while these
sir.
phone calls are happening?
I was at home. I just didn't open the door.
Okay. During the entire first proffer and 2/3 of the second proffer, you never said that Charlie did it or ordered it. Isn't that true?
Not specifically, no.
Now, today you come in here and you talk about how on Halloween, Charlie asked you if there was someone who could hurt his ex-brother-in-law, right?
I stated that on the proffer.
That's fine.
Yes, sir.
It took you a while to state in the proffer, but I admit you did. It took
Yes,
you
sir.
about an hour and 40 minutes. But today, that's what your testimony was, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know that you had only started dating Charlie Adelson about 2 weeks before Halloween?
Probably. We just started talking. I don't know specifically if it was 2 weeks.
Do you know that at the time of Halloween 2013, Charlie Adelson had absolutely no idea anything about your ex?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Well, let me see if I can refresh your memory. Do you recall text messages in November 27th of 2013 where you said to,
Sustained.
okay,
Please show the witness the document.
but let me ask some questions first. Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson didn't know about your ex until November 27th, 2013?
I wouldn't know, sir.
And even then, he didn't know much about him?
I wouldn't know.
Let me approach with, what number is it? Defense.
Yes, Kim, one of the streams has gone live. We've just got a court seal. That's all we've got right now.
sir?
These text messages between you and Charlie Adelson.
I believe that from what Nick said, the judge likes them to be the jury to be there by 8:30.
Does that
and he
refresh
tends
your
to start at
recollection that he didn't know
8:45
about your
a.m.
ex until the earliest, November
So I
27th,
figure
2013?
rather than
Yes,
make you
sir.
guys just watch a court seal, I'll watch the court seal and you guys can watch this.
Halloween's in October, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you talk about this letter and Charlie printing it up.
No, I just sweeten it.
In all the times in Charlie's house, you ever see him? Does he have a computer? He doesn't own a computer, right?
He had a little office in his
Hey,
house,
old
but I
line.
don't know if there was a computer or not.
How's it
I
going?
don't recall.
Do you recall during these interviews that the investigators kept on pushing you whether Charlie gave you money during the trips?
Repeat the question, sir.
Do you recall during these interviews that the investigators kept on pushing you, asking you a lot of questions
Mhm.
about whether Charlie Adelson gave you any money before the two men took the trips?
Yes, and I answered them.
I know you did.
Okay.
I knew you did.
And it took you 22 minutes left in the
Thank you,
second
Ashton.
proffer where you finally said he gave you a few $100s before each trip.
Yes, sir.
Repeat,
Go ahead.
repeatedly before then, you couldn't even remember that,
Nice,
right? You were confused
Christine.
as you said it.
No, I could remember it. It was just very hard when I was
Well
speaking,
done.
especially
doing
when I was
great.
speaking with Sergeant Sanford in the room because he was frustrated with me. So once he left the room, it was an easier conversation to have, and I wasn't so pressured.
It was an easier conversation to have because, in fact, Investigator Bennett started to play the part of Katie Magbanua, right?
I don't know what you mean by that,
Well,
sir.
she started to testify for you.
No, sir, she did not.
What?
It wasn't mostly her talking and you saying yes.
No, sir.
Isn't it true that it wasn't until an hour and 16 minutes and 31 seconds into the second proffer where you were still continuing to say that you didn't become aware that this was going to be a murder until sometime between the first and second trips to Tallahassee?
Yes, sir. I told you it was very hard for me to admit my part in all of this. I'm sorry.
So 4 hours into your proffers, you were still saying that you didn't know the first trip was for a murder. That's fair to say, right?
Yes, sir.
I am most definitely an Aussie. So Aussie. I'm from Brisbane, Australia. Welcome, Ashton.
All right, let's go on to a little different subject. You started dating Sigfredo Garcia just after high
Yes,
school.
you can make fun of Kiwis. I love making fun of Kiwis.
By the time you broke up with him,
It's a national
you had
pastime.
been with Sigfredo on and off for more than a decade.
Yes, sir.
By the way,
Sigfredo.
when you dated Charlie Adelson, he thought you were broken up with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Hey, Piss
I was
Peony.
broken up with him.
Well, did you have sexual relations with Sigfredo Garcia while dating Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
Charlie didn't know that, right?
I mean, that's not something I would tell him.
Now, you considered him to be your husband.
Yes, sir.
You met Charlie Adelson at work
Yes, sir.
at a place called Sophie Dental.
Sophie Dental.
Sorry, Sophie Dental.
Yes, sir.
And that was in South Beach.
Yes, sir.
And you started dating in the middle of October of 2013.
In the middle of October? No, we started dating before that.
When did you start dating?
I don't recall the exact date, but it was definitely before October.
If I told you
September.
do you recall that your first date was at a restaurant kind of in the building?
I believe so, yes.
If I told you that the date of that was October 9th,
Hey, Bob Bill.
would that refresh your recollection?
Nice to meet
Could
you.
that be right?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Now, when you dated Charlie Adelson, he treated you well.
Yes, sir.
I think you said you didn't know he had money. You knew he had money.
I mean, he wasn't very flashy with it. I know he was well off.
He took you to nice dinners.
Yes, sir.
It is close to midnight. It's
That was different
11:36
than
p.m.
your past relationship, right?
I've been in nice dinners with Sigfredo.
Did Charlie treat you nicer than Sigfredo?
I wouldn't say that he treated me nicer at that time, yes, because I was going through a lot with Sigfredo.
Did Charlie ever lay hands on you?
No, sir.
Did
Don't you have a
Sigfredo?
law and cream chat to hang
We
out
got
in,
into
David?
arguments, yes.
One where he ripped off your necklace?
No, he's never ripped off any necklace
No?
of mine. No.
Now, at first, Charlie was the pursuer. Is that fair to say? He pursued you.
Yes, sir.
Over time, you became more serious.
I believe so.
And he made it clear to you over time, namely in the spring of 2014, that he didn't want anything different than casual, right?
I mean, I think we were both in agreement with that, yes.
But you had questions about it. You asked him, right?
I
Hmm.
believe so.
And he told you, I like the way things are.
Yes, sir.
Now, Sigfredo came to know that you were dating Charlie, correct?
He
Yes, sir.
stapled it together in $1,000
And-
stacks.
During your second trial, you testified that you told Sigfredo about Charlie to make Sigfredo mad.
Probably.
David, his
You
eyebrows
wanted to
aren't
throw it
bushy
in
enough.
his face that you were dating a successful dentist, right?
That I was dating somebody, period, because I never really dated anybody after Sigfredo.
Sigfredo hated Charlie.
I mean, yes.
And
You
Like
told
his-
Charlie on one occasion, if
blink
you see
rate.
him,
like, look at
Run.
the way he blinks. Like,
isn't that what you told him?
Not that I can recall now.
Is it
blinking
possible that you
far
told
too
him that?
normally to be guilty.
No, but he would be scared of Sigfredo, yes.
Hello.
Sigfredo considered you the love of his life, right?
I'm so sorry I don't know how to say your name, but welcome.
He made it clear to you that he wanted you back and didn't want you to be with Charlie, right?
It's not that he made it clear, but we were trying to work it out for our family.
I know someone else who does,
Charlie
who does
talks
that,
a lot, right?
actually, David.
Yes, he does.
He's quite
And
guilty.
he repeats himself over and over.
Yes, sir.
As a traveling periodontist, he's in the car a lot for work, right?
Yes, sir.
And what does he do when he's in the car a lot?
True, Nick.
Talks on the phone?
Talk on the phone, yes, sir.
And he'd call you a lot on the phone, right?
He would at that time, yes.
And at
Ah,
that time, he would
interesting,
sometimes call you early in the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
He'd call you sometimes in his
stateside,
breaks at
hey?
work.
Of
Yes, sir.
course.
He'd call you late at night.
Yes, we were dating.
Exactly. He'd talk to you a ton.
Yes, sir.
He talks to
You
his
weren't
mom a
getting
lot on the phone
close.
too, right?
I believe so.
Still
Well, you
got to
witnessed it, right?
state
Yes.
steal up.
You would be
But-
with him a lot when he would talk to his mom, right? On the phone.
Yes, sir.
Sure, it's
And by the
close
way, you
now.
talk on the phone a lot with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, sir.
And that makes sense because he's the father of your two children, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, in 2014, you became aware of Charlie's family issues, right?
Yes, sir.
You heard him talking on the phone a lot to his mom, right?
Yeah, he's always talking to his mom.
And also, when you guys would go out, as you know, Charlie likes to talk, right?
Yes, sir.
And so a topic of frequent conversation would be what he had just talked to his mom about, right?
No, he never told me what he was talking to his mom about.
No, so he never told you about the problems that his sister was having? He wouldn't recount those conversations that he was having with his mom?
Not when he's on the phone with his mom. Maybe if we're just, laying down or talking, he'd mention it once in a blue moon.
And you would ask him questions about it, right?
Not really.
He told you about this TV was cheaper than a hitman joke many times, right?
Yes, he's made that comment before.
And he repeated it to many people, right?
Yes, sir, he has.
He makes a lot of bad jokes, right?
Yes, he does.
Did you ever tell him, Charlie, why are you making that joke when we're actually hiring a hitman? Like, don't you think that's a bad idea? Did you ever say that to him?
No, because he's feels like he's untouchable.
No, because you really weren't hiring a hitman. He didn't know he was hiring a hitman, right? That's why you didn't tell him that, right?
He knew he was hiring a hitman.
So when he made that joke in front of Professor Lacoste on March 11th at Yardbird.
That he made that joke?
Yeah, you know he made the joke at that dinner, right?
I don't recall that. No, sir.
Okay.
Unless I was talking to Wendy and I didn't pay attention to what they were
Thank
talking
you.
about.
Well, let's talk about that dinner a little bit on March 11th,
Jolie.
just 6 weeks before
Jolie.
the first attempt that in your
Lovely.
proffers you didn't know about.
Tell me if I got that wrong. Nice to meet you, Jolie.
You all ate
Jolie.
outside on the patio,
Yes, sir.
And welcome.
and during this dinner, you and Wendy talked a lot about your exes, didn't you?
Not that we talk a lot about the exes. I always speak of my children, so I'm pretty sure I mentioned my kids and she mentioned her kids.
You didn't probe information from Wendy about her ex, and while you were, that's why you brought up your exes, your ex.
No, sir. We did not talk about any exes.
You were aware? Were you aware that Sigfredo and Luis Rivera were sitting in a car scoping you out?
I didn't know that until my trial.
Now, the state showed you a picture of you on the beach with Wendy Adelson.
Yes, sir.
No discussion about a murder plot during that.
No.
The jet ski incident, was Charlie scared?
Yes, sir.
Were you upset?
Of course.
Did it cause a whole string of text messages and fights between you and Sigfredo?
After that incident, yes.
You were afraid that Charlie was going to break up with you, right?
Not really.
Really, your text messages don't show that you were upset that Charlie might break up with you? That Sigfredo was trying to run your life?
Well, I was upset, but I didn't really care if Charlie was going to break up with me or not.
Come
Now,
on, court.
I want to take you to the week of the murder. And we'll start with July 14th. You had dinner with Charlie the night of July 14th, right?
Not that I can recall.
Oh, you don't recall having dinner with him the night of July 14th?
No, sir.
Are you sure you didn't have dinner with him the night of July 14th?
I can't recall. If you'd show me something.
Cat, what
Do
are
you
doing?
recall him working late and coming towards your house and meeting him at a place near the water on July 14th?
No, sir.
Well, let's do it this way. If you had dinner with him on July 14th, just 4 days before the murder,
Yes, sir.
did you pick up money from him at that point in time?
No, sir, because I don't even remember that dinner.
Assuming that the dinner happened,
Yes,
which
sir.
I think the state's going to prove.
Okay.
Did you pick up any money from him at that dinner?
No, sir. I don't even recall that dinner.
Fair enough. Do you recall having lunch with him on July 17th, the day before the murder?
No, sir.
Let me try to refresh your memory on this. Do you recall on July 16th that Charlie worked late and went out to dinner with Erica Johnson?
I can't recall.
Do you recall that you got in a fight with him that night because you thought he might be cheating on you?
No, sir. I don't recall it.
Do you recall that there are text messages in which you were upset that he was out so late? You don't recall that?
No, sir. Do you have something to show me?
I don't need to. Do you recall that he told you on that call that he had worked late?
Don't have anything to raise concerning them.
Yes, Your Honor, very
All
briefly,
right.
and I apologize for not emailing you over the weekend.
We're on.
I was about to ask why this didn't happen, but go ahead.
It's a long weekend, Your Honor. So just minor, on page 2, under 3.5B, it says to be the last sentence says to be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or
We're on.
attempted. It is a correct statement of the law, but I wonder if we need or attempted to be consistent because we've seen
Take
that
away this little
attempted in
thing at the
other areas.
bottom.
Right, State, do you have a position concerning this edit?
No, sir.
Very well. I don't believe
Where I
there are any
live.
attempts that are a part of the charged offenses, just completed offenses, so I will remove attempted. Is there anything else?
2 more, Your Honor. One is just a typographical. On page 4, under 3.7, in the first paragraph, 3rd line down, it reads information. I think it should read indictment.
Yes.
And then lastly, on page 7, under verdict, it refers 3.12. It is the standard instruction, but it refers to lesser included, and since the parties have waived lesser included, I think perhaps the first paragraph ought to come out. And I think that for the second
Well,
paragraph.
the first, well, I would believe it would just read, you may find the defendant guilty as charged or not guilty.
Yes, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
And then the second paragraph, the first sentence has a clause which reads, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form.
Thank you, Nick. All right, I'm gonna leave it about 2 minutes and then I'm gonna probably close down Nick's stream. So if everyone wants to just jump over, I think it will automatically redirect once I close it.
State, do you wish to be heard as to any of these other edits?
No, Your Honor.
The link is pinned to the top of
So,
Nick's
it's going
chat.
to take a few minutes to go through this, which is why I wanted you to email me. However, we'll get started as soon as this is done. Is there anything else that we need to address?
Judge, the state has provided a laptop for the use in the jury room. It does not have anything on it. It does not have internet access. It's available for inspection if anyone wants to do that. But it's our thought that they would be provided with the headphones that are out here. The other equipment is already back there, and this laptop for their use while reviewing the evidence.
Does the defense have a position concerning this?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. It will be sent back. Any other issues?
Nothing from the state.
Right, I'll email you those changes, and from there, you won't need a verdict form, but we'll need 17.
Apologies, guys. Just won't be a moment. That problem hasn't happened for about 24 hours. I thought it was fixed, but it's almost back. Just 2 seconds. Luckily, nothing important is happening right now. I'm just having a bit of a chitty chat. There we go. All good. I don't hear anything though. I'm not talking right now. Yes, goodness knows we don't want to miss a minute of jury instructions. That usually happens to me once in a stream, so hopefully that will be it. Not just sitting around looking at his computer. Maybe we should play I Spy. I'm not missing any volume, am I? No, they're just all sitting around waiting. Hello, Shelbell. Chitty chatting amongst themselves. What's this? I like his chair. I'd like a nice chair like that too. I would like a nice chair like that too. It's not as crazy as Judge Schroeder's chair. Remember his one? It was like, you could like sit back in it like that. It was a crazy, crazy chair. What's that actually? Oh, here we go. I actually had a trial where the winner was basically decided on the jury instructions. The winner. Hey, this way up. Is that Dennis? You can click on the live next to the volume to go back to fully live. Interesting. Thank you. Hey, Brennan. I've been going and seen you for a bit. Is who in jail yet? All right. No, everything's back up and running and fine. Just checked all my connections and everything. Everything's fine. I'm going to probably shut down next stream. Is everyone in my chat? All good? Thank you for your patience. All good. Did Sal ever find her email? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, cool. Everyone jump over into my chat in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and you can work out the rest. He turned off his mic, has he? Stupid brute. We want to hear what you're saying, Judgy Judge. Hey, Atheist Ant. Actually, yeah, that's the one I'm streaming. I'm streaming the Tallahassee Democrat channel. And yeah, I was having a look in their chat also myself. It's interesting.
Started with bringing in the jurors and
Bring the jury.
Your wife had it.
Her hair is like 80s shampoo commercial. It's very pretty. And his ears are large. Meow. What do you think? Think Charlie's guilty? Yes? Not guilty. Let him free. Yeah, Ashton. See, I happen to sleep through a fair bit of court. I've watched as much of this as I possibly can, and I've gone back and watched a lot of testimony. If I miss even, I don't know, a tenth of the testimony, I get to a point where I'm like, I don't feel like I can make a proper decision. And so I'll go with not guilty. That's myself. I can err a little bit one way or the other, but as far as I'm concerned, if I haven't seen everything and therefore I haven't been convinced, I'm a not guilty person. For me, I need to see everything in full. And as David says from Making It Look Simple, the state has to bend over backwards for me to be convinced that someone is going to be spending the rest of their lives behind bars or worse. You're behind, but shout out selective amnesia. 100% Ashton. Yep, that's how I feel about it. Hey, Danny T, and thank you very much for that. I don't think the DP duo went up to Tally to unalive a dude that never met without the Adelsons being involved well ahead of time. It has to prove it. Absolutely, and I love the way you're talking like an Aussie, old line. That's the kind of thing. The Dippy duo went up to Tally to unalive a dude. You sound like an Aussie. Old line, I think you're an Aussie. I really do. Holy shit, you saved me from the watches. What watches? What are you talking about? Hey, Bobby. Hey, Nikki. How's it going? Crikey. Crikey, mate. Crikey. Very good. We say bloke. Yeah, don't we, Chris? Yeah, we say bloke. I say dude. Bloke, dude, fella. Stop trying to make you all Aussies. Oh, it's just my way of showing endearment for yous. Yes. All of yous. Yeah, nah. Murphy Turfy. See, I can't even call Murph's Turf by her proper name. She's Murphy Turfy. She'll never take us alive. I can try. I can try. Stop trying to make fetch a thing. What's that? You like how the letter what? The letter creeps in somehow when Aussies say no. What letter? Ah, the letter R. Nah. We also go, yeah, nah. We say that a lot. Yeah, nah. I think it started off as like trying to trick people. Like we did it like, we'll say to people, like we're trying to make them think that we're agreeing. We'll go, yeah, nah. Do you think that my butt looks big in this kind of thing? And you go, yeah, nah. Like, or the other way around. Do you think this looks good on me? Yeah, nah. And then we just get really, really used to it. And everything is, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah, mate. Oh, it's on. We're on. Yeah, no, it's on.
Everyone can be seated. You can pass those out. For everyone in the gallery, I just wanted to give a reminder once again, as the closing arguments are taking place, do not make any gestures, do not shake your head that you're in agreement or disagreement. Please silence your devices, and also as well, do not have any cameras that are pointed at either the jury or the litigants. And just put the 15 in.
Silence your devices. Bobby, I ain't putting that on screen. Oh, he looks worried. You're not looking too happy today. Did he eat some bad curry last night or something?
Please get it on silent now.
Dry your eyes, princess. It's gonna be all right. Well, might not be. No. People in real countries don't eat curry. Tell India that. We should celebrate education now. No, we're all better off knowing that. No, Bobby, we're not better off knowing that. See, this is a myth, Brandon. The C word is not celebrated here. I don't know who you've been hanging out with, but no. It's just not. It's just not a thing. Not in the circles I hang out in anyway. Chris, don't tell them. Shush. Hush now.
Everyone can be seated.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work for him. He's not a pretty blonde.
Members of the jury, good morning. Now that the evidence has closed in the case, I am going to be giving you your instructions on the law itself. A copy of the jury instructions that I will be reading to you has been placed in your chairs. If you wish to follow along as I read to you, that is certainly your choice. If you just wish to listen as I read it out loud, you may do so as well. After these instructions have been given,
he does look worried,
to give you their closing arguments. Let's get started at header 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Charles Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder.
He's like, am I?
Charles Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Charles Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markell is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Charles Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markell. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and the defendant did some act or said some word which was intended to, and which did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and he made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and the crime was committed by Sigfredo Garcia and or Luis Rivera. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The intent of Charles Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. In order to carry out the intent, Charles Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Catherine Magbanawa and or other co-conspirators to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Charles Adelson solicited Catherine Magbanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, and or Luis Rivera to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation,
indeedy.
Charles Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Catherine Magbanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, and or Luis Rivera to engage in specific conduct
That's
which would
terrible.
constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. The intent with which an act is
look
done
shocked.
is an operation
Like,
of the mind
Really?
and therefore
Is this
is
really
not
happening?
always capable of
Come on,
direct
man.
and positive proof.
Had enough time to think about it.
It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial,
It's a lot of
unless
animals,
it has been
Ashton.
overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get this witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like any other witness, with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime, has been promised immunity from prosecution, or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in her own case, may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider his or her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you apply to the testimony of other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It will be my job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. And there is actually only one verdict form because we're not going to introduce chaos into the case, but I will read it to you now. State of Florida versus Charles Adelson, case number 2016 CF 3036B. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder.
I have my copy.
Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then it is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their cases. The attorneys will now present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law.
Welcome.
However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time,
Hey,
but the
Matt.
state is entitled
going?
to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your
No, I
memory of the
should.
evidence, and you should not
I
be
need to get
unduly
through the night.
influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to give its closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Let's go. Let's go. Oh, you got your best red suit out. You got your Pantene hair. You guys have Pantene, right? If it doesn't happen overnight, it will happen. Battles in Snowtown, Australia. Do I?
In jury selection, we talked about the burden of proof and how it was my burden to prove this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence. And generally speaking, the defense's job is to poke holes in the evidence and argue that it falls short.
It's a shampoo brown. And be
We
quiet
also
now.
learned at jury selection that the defense does not have to prove anything. But sometimes if the law enforcement investigation is so thorough and so compelling that there's really no way to poke holes in the evidence, he has to basically admit his own words, his own text messages. That stuff is undeniable, right? And those things prove that he was in cahoots with Catherine McVanois in 2013, through the murder in 2014, and all the way up until her arrest in October of 2016. He knows he can't deny that he paid the killers because of this bizarre practice he had of stapling his money. So sometimes when a defendant can't attack the facts or the law, they instead try to explain it away by saying, you can't trust what you're seeing. It's not what it appears to be. It's actually something else entirely. Often, as in this case, the individual explanation, so when you zoom in on one piece of evidence with its attached explanation, can be like, maybe. But when you zoom out and you add all these things together, this explanation, and this explanation, and this explanation, this coincidence, and this coincidence, and this coincidence, it starts making less and less sense. It starts being less and less reasonable. And when you zoom out from the defense's theory, it's really unreasonable, right? Because to find it reasonable, you have to buy a lot of things that he's selling. The most obvious of which is that because Sigfredo Garcia hated him, he and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee twice to kill someone he hated in hopes that he would give them money for it on the back end. Please think about that. To hit this defendant where it hurts, these two dudes with no connection at all to Dan Markel and without 2 nickels to rub together, rented a car and paid for gas to come to Tallahassee and stay in a hotel twice in order to kill someone that this defendant hated, to harm him. And for what? To maybe get money. Maybe he just turns him in for murder. Why not just kill and rob him if what you're after is money and there's no hired hit? Why not just kill and rob him if your motive is, we hate him? Then the bad guys don't even have any contact with him, according to his own story. They didn't threaten him. They did not beat him into submission. Instead, they sent his own girlfriend to extort him on their behalf. And without any actual contact from the bad guys, the defendant just opened up his safe and handed over his beloved money that he had saved his entire life since he was a child. He just handed it over. Take it all. And when that amount wasn't sufficient, these stone-cold murdering gangsters let the defendant go on a payment plan to give him the rest of the money. They let Catherine Magbanua skim off the top each month, and never over the next 2 years that he was being extorted monthly, these gangsters, and remember that money doesn't go to the principal, that $3,000 a month. They never show up to demand the remaining $195,000 that this defendant has agreed to pay them. Then you also need to find reasonable that over the 2 years of this supposed extortion layaway plan, that the defendant continued to do what? Send these kissy faces and love texts to Catherine Magbanua. He's sending these messages to a woman who got him into this mess, and he says he didn't suspect she was involved. What? What do we know about this man? He didn't suspect she was involved. She's taking the money. He's never even heard from the bad guys. He didn't see it that way, that she got him into this mess. They grew closer after she began extorting him for $3,000 a month. Meanwhile, the defendant and Catherine Magbanua break up. She continues to maintain her direct and indirect contact with Sigfredo Garcia, the man who's extorting him, the man who murdered his former brother-in-law in cold blood. But he sees her as a friend. The kissy faces and the I love yous continue. Even after Catherine Magbanua got back together with the man who executed Dan Markel, the father of his young nephews, and a guy who's actively extorting him, this defendant continued to reach out to her over and over again to offer her favors and gifts, including a birthday gift for Garcia, and to tell her he loves her and how lucky he is to have her in his life. Lucky? Next, to find a reasonable doubt here, you have to find it reasonable that the defendant never texted or talked about this first layer of extortion. Why? According to him, because Catherine Magbanua said, let's never talk about this. So they didn't. Then you have to believe he never reported or revealed this information to law enforcement out of fear of the gangsters. And finally, you have to believe that this living in fear of death by gang members over 2 years didn't cause a change in his general demeanor that his friends noticed, but later the bump from law enforcement did. He says that's because, well, I became worried that I might be falsely arrested. So I wasn't a hot mess when I was being extorted by gang members and threatened to be killed and my whole family killed. But I became a hot mess when I started to get worried that the cops might be getting closer. And I have no real way of knowing if all of this stuff sounds ridiculous to you, if it sounds reasonable to you, or if y'all just heard so much stuff that you're totally confused and can't even remember what the evidence in the case showed. But they only need to get one of you confused enough to derail this whole thing, right? So I've got to go through each thing with you.
No, Sean
The
Bird.
verdict has to be unanimous. So I want to go through the testimony, I want to review the evidence, and I want to spend a little bit more time talking about this multitude of explanations the defense has offered in an effort to really turn each piece of evidence on its head.
Let's go. Turn it on its head.
This is Dan Markel. He is the victim in this case.
Mm-hmm.
A brilliant lawyer, a funny guy, a son, a colleague, a brother, a mentor, and a friend. But most of all, a father. A dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his access to those two little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. And despite the defense's efforts to characterize their client as the real victim here, Dan Markel remains the only victim in this case. The only thing he was guilty of is fighting like hell for those kids. And he lost. He didn't lose in court, but he lost. This is what he looked like before this defendant hired a hitman to kill him. And this is what he looked like afterwards. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant man was gunned down in broad daylight in the driveway of his own home. His horrific death ultimately set police down two separate paths following the two most promising leads they had. The first was to chase down that Prius that Mr. Geiger saw fleeing the crime scene. And we'll examine those efforts in detail. The second path was to ask, as we would in any murder investigation, who might want to have done this? Who would want Dan Markel dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, before Professor Markel was even pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant. When his sister revealed to law enforcement that her family hated Dan Markel and that her brother, Charlie, had joked about hiring a hitman to kill him. And this trash talk, of course, would be meaningless had he not been killed by a hitman. So who did it appear had a motive to want Dan Markel dead? His own family. What offense had Mr. Markel committed against these people?
Nice PowerPoint.
Refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to them disparaging him to his kids? The evidence has shown that the Adelson family was all about psychological warfare. And when all else failed, they were willing to go even further to win. I want to examine this motive in more detail and look at exactly how it's attributable to this defendant. Despite the defense efforts to minimize this, it's really clear that the divorce between Wendy and Danny was a particularly nasty one. They fought over everything, all the way from the children down to the bicycle and the tennis racket. In January of 2013, Wendy Adelson filed a motion to allow her to relocate to South Florida with the kids. They were 2 and 3 at that time. As one basis for this request, Wendy cites the wife's parents reside in Coral Springs and the wife's brother resides 20 minutes away. The children are very close to the wife's parents. Wendy Adelson also alleges in this filing that the husband has also created a hostile work environment for the wife at FSU School of Law. Wendy Adelson viewed herself as stuck in Tallahassee, a characterization which she now denies, but one which was used to describe her situation by Jeffrey Lacasse on the witness stand and also in her own pleadings in these divorce filings. In Markel's answer on page 80, he seeks continued equal time sharing in Tallahassee. He seeks sole parental responsibility on issues related to the education, religion, and medical upbringing of the kids. Then we go to this May email from Donna Adelson to Wendy. These emails are offered as examples of how invested Donna Adelson was in this litigation and in Wendy's life in general. They reveal that relocation was a huge priority for Donna and that it was also a high priority for Wendy, Harvey, and the defendant as well. Wendy testified that her mom really wasn't that involved in her divorce proceedings. Again, these emails prove the opposite was true. On May 3rd, 2013, this email references Dan's divorce filing as, quote, his 23-page rant. She then crystallizes the importance of relocation, stating, the most important part of your divorce is relocation, in bold. I sincerely hope that your attorney understands this is your all caps non-negotiable. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children with a close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job. But on June 21st, 2013, Wendy's motion to relocate was denied by the court, with the court finding that the wife has not met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. Like the heroine in her book, Wendy and the boys were officially stuck in this small stop on the way to what we had previously known as civilization. Wendy worked hard to try to convince you that none of this was a very big deal to her, her mother, or her brother. And she said she was expecting to win everything in the divorce. She was expecting Danny to lose everything in the divorce. She was partly right. Danny did end up losing everything, but not in court. She had already lost relocation, and her attorney had to get off the case as a result of whatever Danny was filing in court. And he was poised to really take her through the ringer with this grandma motion, the fraud allegation, and the contempt motion that was all pending. Even if he wasn't going to be successful, folks, it was going to be a very unpleasant ride for Wendy Adelson. But as we have learned, Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. On the stand, Wendy Adelson suggested that relocation was not a big issue for her. It was just suggested by a friend, but the other evidence in the case suggests the opposite. Jeffrey Lacoste said she was a complete mess over the litigation, especially the relocation. She wrote a book about a human rights attorney who was stuck in a small town in the Florida Panhandle because of her hapless Canadian professor husband's job at NFSU. And maybe most importantly, Wendy filed this motion for relocation. Her lawyer didn't file it without her knowing. Was the motion doomed from the start? Wendy clearly hoped not. But there were other ways to skin the cat. Here's a June email from Donna to Wendy. In response to the court order denying relocation, Donna emails Wendy, quote, "It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have. Let's show this F blank, 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 what will make him absolutely miserable. And later, the rest of your life, and consequently, Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet." Then on June 25th, this is continued, that same email, we get a plan of action. Take a photo of the boys dressed nicely, standing at the front door by the sign of a Tallahassee church. They're Jewish, remember? Then change your Facebook status to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with "New beginnings in Tallahassee" might be nice. How happy do you think you will be? Make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor at the Teenage Catholic Church who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange this, I'll be happy to do it for you. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church, and you'll certainly invite him to the event. I've already checked this out, and the baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. We can send out e-bites to Jibbers, his parents, sister, and anyone else you want to invite. 4,
point
looking into
outline.
summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it, even if the boys end up only going for the few days that they're in Tallahassee with you. 5, register them for toddler classes at the church. I've looked into this too. Even if they don't actually go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. You have one final opportunity to make him angry. We want him ticked off so he realizes that he could lose control over his kids. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan and we'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we offer him. Maybe he's willing to let you relocate if he knew his children could attend this private Hebrew academy. Or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school. Let's get this going now. I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to come down to your family. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support you and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this because he loves you and wants only the best possible future for you. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks.
Oh, it's like Amber Heard.
On June 27th, she follows up with another email along the same lines, criticizing the judge and Wendy's attorney and adding, obviously the court isn't out to help you. It's clear since Judge Hobbs' last ruling that she could care less about anything you have to say on your behalf. You need to help yourself. You know, Wendy, most of the wars that have been fought for the last couple of thousand years have been fought over religion. These emails are such telling glimpses into the family dynamics behind this murder. This email is just an example of how relentless Donna Adelson was. And it's clear from these emails that she's conferring with the defendant on these plans that she's proposing. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done and they did what they needed to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed the kids up in Hitler youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Gibbers that he's not in control.
Yep.
Why not stand up to this fucker? Why not fight? That's all this is, Wendy, an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. It will infuriate him. You need to see the big picture. You need to look into the future of what a life without your only family nearby teaching in Tallahassee with Danny always in the picture will give you. It's not a pretty picture. Not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. The extremism that Gibbers is already teaching the boys is nothing more than brainwashing.
Yep.
Religion
Not.
is brainwashing. Control of the masses.
Gotta agree with that, Bobby.
I don't think you realize the type of offer we're considering. We're planning on you, Charlie, Dad, and I going as high as equal parts in a $1 million offer. That's $333,000 from each of us. We're a team. We can't do this without your help. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family teaching in Tallahassee. Even though the divorce was final on July 31st, 2013, the anger and bitterness associated with this split was still festering. Litigation continued and even increased as both parties filed motions over the next several months alleging that the other was violating the marital settlement agreement, and both parties seeking to have the other side held in contempt of court. In October of 2013, Wendy filed a motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and have Dan held in contempt. And Dan was hearing, and the defendant was hearing about all of this as it went on from his mother, as indicated in the emails and in the text messages shown here as well. Here she's telling him how terrible things are for Wendy and how it's negatively affecting his dad's health. Then later that month, when Wendy was about to make the second dumbest mistake of her life after marrying Dan Markel by buying a house in Tallahassee, Charlie says Wendy probably hasn't mentioned it to him because it's stupid.
It is sounding that way, isn't it?
After he gets Wendy to pull the plug on the house, he's praised as the miracle worker that solved this problem. This text was sent on Halloween of 2013, the very day that Catherine McDaniel testified. This defendant broached the subject to her of, hey, do you know anybody that could rough somebody up? The defendant was hearing about Wendy's situation regularly from Donna. Here we see Donna telling the defendant how angry at Wendy's attorney and stressed out Wendy is. That's on February
100%.
15th of 2014. And here's another text from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson 4 days later, discussing the details of Danny's actions and expressing how much she hates him.
She's like perfectly lovely, isn't she? What a ray of sunshine.
Here on March 4th, 2014, we have Donna planning to speak in private with the defendant while she's at the rest stop in Gainesville. She asks him to delete this message after he reads it. Although he's not with Harvey, and Harvey nor his birthday are mentioned in this text message. All that's mentioned in this text message is, I'm going to pull over at a rest stop and talk to you in private. This is the grandma motion.
Crazy, isn't she?
On March 26, 2014, less than 4 months prior to this murder, the defendant files his grandma motion, the counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues, and motion for contempt and sanctions. Again, alleging that Wendy is not facilitating communication between he and the kids and getting after Donna personally. In this filing, Dan Markel alleges that on 3 separate occasions in November of 2013, the children informed him of their maternal grandmother, Donna Adelson, disparaging him. The boys indicate that, quote, "Grandma says you're stupid. She says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her." And quote, "Grandma says she hates you." Dan Markel requests the court, quote, "enjoin the former wife from allowing the maternal grandmother to have unsupervised time with the children, and to impose appropriate limitations to safeguard the children from being subjected to disparaging comments about their father." Contrary to what Wendy Adelson told us, we learned this issue was taken seriously by both sides, and that Dan Markel was particularly hot at the time of his death because of some recent issues that were going on. So to the extent that there was any banana bread peace offering made, it apparently fell short of diffusing the issues within this family. This situation was a pressure cooker, and it was about to blow. As we learned, this grandma motion was never decided by the court because Dan Markel was murdered before it could be heard. Whether or not that is a coincidence in timing is up to you all to decide. Wendy told you that she and Dan were getting along pretty well at the time leading up, or the weeks leading up to his murder. But this assertion does not fit with the rest of the evidence in this case. In fact, her own court filings are completely contrary to that assertion. In addition, her boyfriend at the time, Jeffrey Lacasse, told you all that she took all of this very seriously, that she became upset every time there was a filing, and that her behavior became increasingly emotional and erratic as the time led closer and closer up to what ultimately was the murder day. According to Lacoste, she was especially concerned about the relocation issue. And Stephen Webster, he was Professor Markel's attorney, testified, told us that Markel was irate at the time of his death over 2 issues. The first being Wendy enrolling one of the kids in a school without consulting him, and the second one being him overhearing Donna Adelson refer to him as stupid on a recent Skype visit that he had with the boys.
Fair enough.
So this was far from the peaceful situation that Wendy was trying to sell you. Why was she trying to sell you that? Was she trying to protect her brother? She even told law enforcement at her interview on the day of the murder that she wanted everyone held accountable for this to the fullest extent of the law, unless it was her family. The defense seems to be telling you the litigation between Danny and Wendy was not a very big deal because minimizing the litigation minimizes the motive for the Adelson family to want Dan Markel dead. They even called Wendy's attorney to tell you that relocation was a lost cause. But what she actually said was, yes, I lose most of these motions, but in this case, I actually thought there was a chance because of some of the surrounding circumstances. And I thought, well, maybe they called her to say the divorce was routine, but what she actually said was this case was odd. That was her word, mainly because Dan Markel came after her personally, forcing her to withdraw from the case, which had never happened before. So what her testimony proved was that this was not a routine run-of-the-mill divorce proceeding. It was one of her more difficult cases. And she didn't even have Donna in her ear like the defendant did. So the motive was clearly there. The question then becomes, was the defendant successful in distancing himself from that motive in your eyes as jurors? He says that the litigation had no impact on his life. The emails suggest otherwise. He's included on these texts. He's all over the wiretap, meddling in Wendy's life with Donna. Could the defendant have cared enough about his sister's marital problems to commit murder? Maybe, maybe not. But if he didn't, his mom certainly cared enough for both of them. And she was in his ear all the time.
Supposedly, Sean.
In defendant's own words, you can't have a miserable mom. To illustrate this point, I refer you back to the emails and to that phone call that I played that happened before the bump, where Donna and the defendant are discussing this boyfriend of Wendy's at that time, Dave. This call, along with the call about Wendy taking a particular job, which is also on that same exhibit, I think it states 130, was offered as examples to show you how the dynamics work in this family. Wendy appears to be the weakling of the pack. She needs to be protected. She needs to be helped. She needs to be coddled. She needs to be saved by Donna and the defendant. Donna is the overbearing matriarch who nags everyone to death about whatever it is that's currently on her. I call it the wheel. The wheel's turning all the time, right? And Wendy getting away from Dan Markel and moving to South Florida was number 1 on the wheel. It was the top priority in 2013 and in 2014. And this defendant fancied himself the savior of this family. Equal parts black sheep and mama's boy, he would often try to help Wendy at Donna's bidding. When a problem was perceived regarding Wendy's love life, aka this breaking up with Dave situation, shouldn't break up with Dave, Dave's a great guy, Donna enlists the defendant to go in and fix it, to solve the problem. When Wendy didn't know what was best for her regarding a job opportunity, Donna sent the defendant to fix it. And the evidence has shown that Dan Markel was a major problem for Wendy, and that meant he was a major problem for Donna, who in turn made Dan Markel a major problem for this defendant. Enter Catherine Magbanua, who had connections to
here we
a
go.
criminal element. And she
PowerPoint.
presented an opportunity to the defendant to do what he does and solve this problem.
Actually,
On
he looks
Halloween
good there.
2013, the defendant began
The
the
spin.
process of soliciting Catherine McBanois to
Looking
commit
good.
murder. McBanois solicited Garcia. Garcia brought in Rivera. So if the seed of this conspiracy was planted in the spring of 2013, when Donna was looking into converting the kids to Christianity or making this $1 million offer to Dan
They
Markel,
do in the flow
it took
chart.
root that summer when the relocation was denied and the defendant began, quote, looking into all options to solve the problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman. And the conspiracy grew further still when Dan Markel filed that motion to preclude Donna from having unsupervised contact with the grandkids, the grandma motion. And as Wendy Adelson relayed to Jeffrey Lacoste just 5 days before the murder, she was never going to be able to move to South Florida unless something happened to Danny. This conspiracy spread when the defendant met someone who could actually get this thing done. Someone who was in a position of trust in his life, a person who had connections to the kind of people who, for a price, were willing to point a gun at a complete stranger and pull the trigger. And guess what wasn't a problem once Dan Markel was dead? Relocation. Within a couple days, Wendy and the kids moved to South Florida. She changed the names of Professor Markel's children from Markel to Adelson. And just like that, their father was erased. No more squabbles over kosher diets
Oh,
or
no,
visitation
you're right.
schedules. No more death matches
Scary.
over marital assets. No more
It's
small
like Back to
town
the
pit
Future.
stop on the way to nowhere, Tallahassee. No more Dan Markel. And this case may have gone unsolved if not for a few things. Number one was Mr.
Oh,
Geiger. Does anyone other
that
than
was
James
top
Geiger
shelf
watch
effect.
out for their neighbors anymore? He heard a loud noise and looked into it because something wasn't right. His observation and description of that Prius was critical to this investigation. It was really the only clue that police had from the crime scene, other than the fact that this appeared to be a targeted hit rather than a robbery attempt. How would law enforcement even start to find a single light-colored Prius? This investigation may have gone nowhere if not for the tireless efforts of law enforcement to cull through all those records you've seen in evidence or heard referenced in this case, including the tower dump, phone records, SunPass records, iClouds, surveillance videos, and so much more, looking for needles in haystacks. And they found a few. One is Garcia's phone number, which was in that tower dump from Premier Gym. And
That's
when
a mean looking
cross-referenced with
mugshot.
all the call detail records of all the Adelson family members, there was a single hit. A call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. An ill-fated attempt to confront who he thought was his baby mama's new boyfriend, but who turned out to be the father of his baby mama's new boyfriend. And then tracking Garcia's cell phone to match, time-wise, a particular SunPass that went through toll plazas at the same time as the phone. That SunPass was identified as being affixed to a particular rental car, Prius, which led to this rental contract bearing the phone numbers of both Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia. Although you're not being asked to decide the guilt of anyone on the screen other than this defendant, it's necessary for you to understand the roles that each played in order to understand how it is that Charlie Adelson fits into this conspiracy. Whatever your thoughts about whether or how much these unindicted players are involved, today's not their trial. and you're not going to be asked to decide anything other than in reference to Charlie Adelson. What is alleged is that the defendant solicited Catherine Magbanawat to commit the murder. He conspired with Catherine Magbanawat to commit the murder with her, and that the murder was accomplished with the defendant guilty as a principal because he hired and paid for this heinous work to be done. All right, let's see what happens when we follow the Prius. So following the Prius, as we talked about, leads to the rental contract bearing the name of Luis Rivera and the phone numbers of both he and Garcia. Those two led to Catherine Magbanawat. Catherine Magbanawat led to this defendant. And I want to walk through exactly how we get from this light-colored Prius fleeing the scene to the defendant. Start with Luis Rivera. The defense may seek to discredit his testimony because he's a bad dude. His status as a felon and a gang member are definitely things you should consider when you're weighing his testimony in this case. But please consider that his resume as a bad guy was precisely why he was selected to do this gruesome job. Rivera's gang status made him a more attractive candidate to do this murder with Garcia. In the hot tub in March of 2014, the defendant mentions his connection to a Cuban criminal element. Jeffrey Lacoste reported this within a couple days of the murder when he couldn't have known the ethnicity of the killer. The evidence has shown that the connection the defendant had was through Catherine Magbanawat, and the criminal element was, of course, Garcia and Rivera. And we know that at the time defendant made that statement in the hot tub, the plan to kill Dan Markel was already well in the works. That statement was made just 3 months before the killer's first trip to Tallahassee in June of 2014. The statement reveals that the defendant wasn't scared of Catherine Magbanawat and her associates. To the contrary, he was boastful. He was bragging about it. He was the big man who was going to solve his little sister's problem, make his mom proud, and get away with it because he was thinking of everything. And he later would say and call JJ that nothing was done improper and suggest that no evidence could be available to tie the killers to him or his family. And he was confident enough of this to brag about it in that hot tub setting, which he thought could never come back to him. He was untouchable. Because if push ever really came to shove, who are you going to believe? An oral surgeon or a gang member? He's thanking.
I don't know. Oral surgeons are a bit down in the
In
mouth.
regards to Rivera's plea deal, the actual only condition of his plea deal is to tell the truth. And what did he tell us? Catherine Magbanawat hired Garcia, and Garcia hired him to do a murder. Why? To help the lady who he understood to be the dentist's sister to get her kids. Aside from fitting with the other evidence in the case, there were a few things that independently corroborated Rivera's testimony. One is that accidental discharge that he told us took place in the rented Prius. This was a fact we didn't know before and were able to confirm upon reinspection of the vehicle. He also told us about the location and timing of the money drop on the morning after the murder at his and Jessica's residence, which was able to be confirmed or corroborated initially by phone records and now also by Catherine Magbanawat's testimony. And of course, the phone records confirm Rivera did come to Tallahassee, not just on the July trip, which we knew about, but also on that first June scouting trip or attempted murder trip. The communication records tell us a few other things too. That's the June trip. July, June. This slide shows all the calls between our parties on the night before the shooters made that June trip to Tallahassee. You can see a 25-minute call from Catherine Magbanawat to the defendant at 9:17 p.m. on June 2nd, 2014. This call was placed while Catherine Magbanua was consistent with traveling on her way back from Comfort Rental Car, where the first rental car was rented, to her residence. As soon as the defendant hangs up with Katie, he calls his parents' landline and has a 25-minute conversation. On the stand, the defendant was asked about the use of landlines and whether he believed them to be more secure. He testified that on the call he was being asked about at that time, that he was talking about switching over to a landline because he was in a place that had bad reception. If there's bad reception in South Florida at a dental office, what about all the other mentions of using a landline that we hear on the wire? Surely he wasn't in a place with bad reception for all those calls. And why call the parents on the landline? Surely they have reception in their South Beach high-rise. In the 2 years of phone records that were examined in this case, the defendant talks to his parents on the landline 28 times, or 0.07% of the times that he talks to them. So mostly on the cell phone by a large majority. 3 of these 28 times were on the days that the cars were rented to do these trips to Tallahassee. Whether or not that is a coincidence is entirely up to you. After the killers returned from Tallahassee on that first trip, we have a couple text messages of interest. On June 8th, 2014, the defendant indicates he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and Donna indicates, I know you'll come through. Then on July 6th, we've got Wendy Adelson with a location at or near her parents' place when she texts Dan Markell and confirms he's going to be in town for his own murder. This slide depicts the night before the second trip. We know Catherine Magbanua and the defendant are together that evening at her place. He departs between 12:42 and 1 a.m. And then so after the defendant departs Catherine Magbanua's residence, we've got Catherine Magbanua calling Sigfredo Garcia. So within minutes of the defendant leaving, she calls Garcia. She talks to Garcia several more times into the wee hours of that night, the last one being at 1:56 a.m. And then at 9 a.m. the next morning, Garcia calls the rental car place. Once the Prius is rented, the second trip begins. The Prius is rented at 6:15 p.m. on July 15th, 2014. There are several calls between our parties on the day that the Prius is rented. So we just talked about the night before the Prius was rented. On the day the Prius was rented, we've got these 2 calls, several calls, including these 2 calls from the defendant to his parents' landline. Garcia and Rivera then depart for Tallahassee July 16th about 2 p.m. and arrive in Tallahassee around 1 a.m. Although this trip was only about 36 hours from the time they left Miami to the time they returned, there were 12 phone events between the defendant and Catherine Magbanua during that time, and there were 4 phone events between the defendant and Donna Adelson during that time frame, including late into the night on the night before the murder. On July 17th, Magbanua relayed to the shooters that this murder had to be done that day because the victim was scheduled to leave town the next day. And we confirmed that Dan Markell was in fact scheduled to leave for New York City the next morning on July 19th. It's hard to imagine how Luis Rivera could have obtained this information, if not in that pattern that we consistently observe in this case. Defendant to Magbanua, to Garcia, to Rivera, and back the other way. Certainly you're not really to believe that the killers divined this information from the professor's blog. That's not reasonable. Wendy offered that Danny sometimes put his travel information on Facebook, but you learned from Agent Sanford that there was no information about this particular trip on Danny's Facebook, so they didn't get it from there. This is because, as Rivera and Magbanua both told you, this information came in the form of that letter from defendant through Catherine Magbanua. How would these two hitmen even know where to go or who to kill if they hadn't been given any kind of instruction? Catherine Magbanua said she knew the plan was to kill Wendy's ex, but she never knew his full name until after he was killed. She did, however, deliver that envelope that the defendant put in her diaper bag to Sigfredo Garcia. The paper she knew contained the instructions for the murder. Defendant advised Catherine Magbanua that she should not touch the envelope or open it, as he had taken precaution to ensure that his prints and DNA would not be on it, that it would be untraceable to him, and she should do the same. She was to deliver the envelope to Garcia, and that's what she did. This is corroborated by Rivera, who says Garcia had a paper with him on the first trip, and it contained a picture of Dan Markel and a printed address. On the day of the murder, we have communications between our parties as listed here, with the red line representing the time of the murder. This flurry of calls between our persons of interest demonstrates the usual call pattern that we're seeing. Donna to the defendant, to Catherine Magbanua, to Garcia, and back. We have Wendy getting a text message on the day of the murder about her TV repair appointment from her mother, Donna Adelson.
Drop shadows.
It indicates that Best
Nice.
Buy is on their way over to help you with the TV sets in your living room. Maybe she didn't remember which TV was broken. At 8:20, on the day of the murder, Wendy texts the defendant, "This is so sweet." That text was deleted. What does it mean? At 9:19 a.m., there's a phone call between Wendy Adelson and this defendant that lasts about, 30 minutes? No. 18 minutes. So this is about 30 minutes before the murder when they hang up. They say they were discussing this TV that was not repairable. The TV that he gave her as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. Only you guys can assess if you think that might just be a coincidence and nothing more. The Prius is at premiere at 9:16 a.m. The last phone communication between Garcia and Rivera is at 9:16. Afterwards, the phones turn off, consistent with what Rivera told you. We turned our phones off because we knew we were about to commit the murder, and they don't pop back up until, I think, about 12:30. The bus video catches them turning onto Benton Road to do the murder at 10:51 a.m., whereby they pull up right behind Professor Markel in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out of the Prius, approaches the driver's window, pointed his gun, and fired. Dan Markel raised his arm to protect himself, but it was no use. Professor Markel was executed at close range, whereby Garcia got back in the Prius and Rivera drove them away. Markel was left there to suffer and die. If not for James Geiger, there's no telling how many hours he might have suffered there alone and unaided. He fought for his life for 14 long hours before he finally succumbed to his injuries. The autopsy confirmed that he was shot twice at close range with a .38 caliber revolver, consistent with what Rivera said they brought as the murder weapon. Next, he was stripped, x-rayed, photographed, and dissected because he had become a piece of evidence. When Garcia and Rivera get back on the road, they're on a second bus video, leaving town at 10:55. That narrows the time of this shooting down to a 4-minute window between 10:51 when they're seen turning on to Benton and 10:55 when they're caught fleeing the scene. And then we've got the 911 call from Mr. Geiger at 11:01 a.m. The first phone call that either Garcia or Rivera make after turning off their phones to do the murder. So first call after that is at 12:30, and it's Garcia to Catherine Magbanua. Magbanua assures them that they'll get their money the next day. This is the same time frame, roughly, that Wendy Adelson was visiting the crime scene. Wendy indicated that she went to turn onto Trescott from Centerville Road, observed a roadblock, and then turned around. But we learned that what she said happened could not have happened. Instead, the roadblock was all the way down here by the blue dot. The blue, I've got two blue dots. The one at the top left of the page there is where the roadblock was, that yellow line, three to five houses down from the scene. Trescott and Centerville is all the way down where the other yellow bar is. Visible from the roadblock that she approached and was observed doing so by Officer Brannon were multiple law enforcement vehicles, marked vehicles. There was crime scene tape up. There was a marked vehicle with an officer stationed at the perimeter. It was visible from that position that there was something going on at her kid's house, the house where they lived with their father. And what did Wendy Adelson do upon encountering this roadblock and observing that the police were present on the street where her kids lived? She turned around and proceeded to the liquor store to pick up her bullet bourbon. And the defendant says, well, this is another coincidence because she was asked to bring it to a party. Well, maybe. But the timing of the purchase and the fact that she went out of her way to go by the crime scene on her way to get the bullet bourbon should raise an eyebrow. But it's what she didn't do that's even more suspicious. She didn't ask Officer Brannon, hey, what's going on? She didn't call Danny. She didn't call the police to make any inquiries, or even the daycare to make sure her kids made it there that morning. Remember, Danny had her kids. She didn't even call the daycare. Meanwhile, our shooters are headed back to Miami. They pop up on an ATM camera at 6:45 p.m. in Pembroke Pines, Florida. And then both of their phones are consistent with being at Rivera's residence as of about 7 p.m. that night. At 8:23 p.m., Catherine Magbanua and the defendant make plans to meet up at his house. At 9 p.m., Donna texts the defendant, outside your house, to which he responds, 10 men. He told you from the witness stand that this text meant that Donna was just passing by his house on her way to Tallahassee and that they weren't meeting up. But Catherine Magbanua testified that when she arrived at defendant's house, the defendant advised her that his parents had just been there, and then he thought his mom had physically washed the money, which was damp when Catherine Magbanua received it. Magbanua finds the defendant to be carrying his gun around and in a frantic state. About the time that these two are meeting up at the defendant's house to do the money exchange, Dan Markell is pronounced dead at TMH. So he says he's going to be about 10 minutes out. Here he is, hitting at home at 9:40 p.m. At 9:46, we see Catherine Magbanua, consistent with being at Rivera's residence, and then consistent with heading toward the defendant's residence. She turns her phone off, and it stays off for 11 hours. When Magbanua's phone pops back up, it's 9:44 a.m. on Saturday morning, and she's headed back from the defendant's house, or the direction of his house, toward Rivera's residence. That's the money drop location. These phones are consistent with a meeting at 10:30 at Rivera's, which is the time, date, and place that he advised us he received his money from Magbanoa. At 12:13 p.m., the defendant reaches out to Magbanoa. Defendant, headed to the gym. Are you taking the kids to the beach? It's so nice. Magbanoa, it's beautiful. Probably the pool. Defendant, nice, have fun. Ethan must be happy. This is what he's texting Magbanoa within hours of her leaving with all the money in his safe. All of the money that he stared at and loved on since he was a child. And he wants to know if she's going to the pool. This might be a good time to remind you that the jury room is not a place to check your common sense. We want you to bring it in there. You have heard two wildly different versions of how this thing went down, and they can't both be right. I mean, somebody's trying to sell you a bill of goods. You were selected with the belief that you would be able to cut through the garbage and make sense of the evidence in this case and render a verdict that speaks the truth. A major problem for the defense theory is the idea that the defendant and Magbanoa broke up after the murder, but then grew closer together over the next 2 years as she was collecting his monthly extortion payments. This is one of the more unreasonable parts of the defendant's testimony, or well, it's definitely in the top 4, along with Latin King extortion payment plans, hitmen that hire themselves to kill someone that their intended future extortion victim hates. And most unreasonable of all is probably that Charlie Adelson, the guy that talks so tough in the hot tub about his unsavory connections, an arrogant man of extraordinary resources, a prize fighter of veracity, would just lay down and take this in silence. Let's review some of these love checks. We got that one. Then we've got July 22nd. They're talking about the weather. They're talking about prescription shampoo. On October 6th, the defendant says, I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm very lucky to have you as a part of my life. What? Lucky? Lucky. He says, I love you again on 2/24/15. According to him, he's now been making payments for 7 months. He's had her on the payroll for 6 months. No Latin Kings have contacted him in any way about collecting his outstanding debt of $195,000.
They're a good
But
band.
he continues to pay and love on Catherine Magbanoa without reservation and without the slightest suspicion that she might be in on this, and without the slightest concern for helping solve the murder of who killed his brother-in-law. Defendant says he believed Catherine Magbanoa wasn't taking any of the money even after he put her on the payroll. Checks are going to her because she seemed broke. Defendant's explanation for all the love texts with Catherine Magbanoa is that he felt sorry for her. He felt she was in the same position that he was in, being manipulated in the same way that he was. But the fact
See how we go,
remains,
Matt.
folks, that she's taking his money. She's connected
Oh,
to the
Bobby.
guy that's extorted him. She's connected to the guy that killed his brother-in-law. It defies logic that he would then proceed to grow closer with her. But he has to say that because he can't, there's no other way around these texts. It also defies reason based on what we know of this man, that he would take her for her word and just empty his safe into her purse and then keep paying, presumably forever, without asking any questions, talking about it all, or reporting anything to the police. Magbanoa began getting checks from Adelson Institute 2 months after Markel's murder. And she continued receiving checks from that time frame up until the bump. The checks stopped happening at the time of the bump. And you should be asking yourself what that means. Why did the checks stop happening? Well, you would reasonably figure they stopped happening because the parties got spooked, because law enforcement, they suspected the bump could be law enforcement. Law enforcement might be getting closer, take her off the payroll. If defendant was being extorted, as he told you on the witness stand, why would the payment stop? Why would the extortionist care if other extortionists had jumped on the bandwagon? Why would the bump impact the defendant's existing obligations to the original Latin Kings? The defendant said he put her on the payroll at Adelson Institute at her request to help her get insurance for her kids, with the understanding that the money was being funneled through her to someone else and she wasn't
Nice
actually
little pickies up in
getting
the
any of
top
the
right hand
credits.
corner
She was
there.
just going to use that paycheck to assist her with getting subsidized housing or insurance, I think it was, for her kids. But you can see from this slide, which is dated June 24th, 2014, that she's texting him about getting on the payroll prior to this alleged first extortion effort. He says no problem at that time.
No problem.
This is between the first and second trips. She's asking to be on the payroll. So the explanation from defendant about why she's on the payroll does not fit with the other evidence in this case. So we've got all this evidence that points to the defendant. The motive points to him. When we follow the money, it leads to him. The Prius eventually leads back to him through these conspirators. And each time we have a big event in this case, we see these call flurries where all the parties are calling each other in that structure that I talked about. It goes from this one to this one to this one. But as the defense points out, these folks had independent relationships with each other that could explain those communication patterns. So without knowing the content, how could we know if they're really talking about the murder or if these call flurries around these key events are just a coincidence? A conspiracy can be shaped like a cluster with everybody talking to everybody. It can be shaped like a wheel with one central hub talking to all the different spokes. Or it can be shaped like a train car, which is what we have here, where one person talks to only the car in front of them and the car behind them. Law enforcement was asking these same questions. How is this conspiracy shaped? How does it work? How does information flow through it? What are different parties' relative roles within a conspiracy? And the wiretap and bump were designed to answer those questions. Did you notice that Donna Adelson, see how the paper's folded in half? She didn't even look at the paper before she put it in her purse. She didn't think this was a process server. She knew exactly what it was the moment this man approached. And then she just goes about her business. Does she give law enforcement this valuable information that could be used to solve the brutal murder of her son-in-law? I mean, this guy that approached her obviously knows something about who killed Dan Markell, right? So surely she went straight to the cops. Nope. Instead, she goes straight to this defendant, who goes straight to Catherine Alabama, who goes straight to Sigfredo Garcia. In that first call after the bump, Donna says she doesn't want to talk on the phone, but defendant can't leave it alone. He asks, does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably the both of us. Probably both of us. He says, what's that? Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. He doesn't say, no, I have no general idea what you're talking about. He says, all right.
All right.
He absolutely does have a general idea what she's talking about. And if they were innocent, as the defendant has claimed, and this was in fact a second extortion attempt, there is not a reason in the world why they wouldn't just say that. I got approached by another one. One came and paid me a visit today. It's happening again. In call B, the defendant asked Donna to take a picture of the bump letter and send it to him, and she refuses. Why? Are the Latin Kings going to see the text? Do you think someone is trying to blackmail you? Maybe. Could be. I don't know. No. That's crazy.
No.
That's his response. And I'm not adding the emphasis on that syllable. He says it like
The emphasis on that syllable.
Crazy.
Who says it like
How
that?
is it crazy? You're already being extorted by Latin King.
I'm not
Remember,
kidding.
Doctor?
Who says it like that?
It's 'cause he hadn't come
Emphasis
up
on
with
that
for you.
syllable.
In call C, defendant calls back again to tell Donna not to talk about things in the apartment or any place. Why? Why? The Latin Kings aren't in there. And she doesn't ask why, because it's obvious. She says, oh, obviously. Why? Because they might be under surveillance? Well, who cares?
No.
If they have nothing to hide.
It's syllable.
Here we see the first use of code on the wire. People don't talk in code if they've done nothing wrong. People do not talk in code if they haven't done anything wrong. Defendant knows, he knows that fact, and that's why he told you we didn't talk in code on the wire. We spoke carefully. What does that mean? Careful of what? Defendant also told you under oath that he regrets that his mom randomly used the word TV in this call as part of her careful talk. The defendant got Wendy Adelson a TV as a divorce present as a cheaper alternative to hiring a hitman. Dan Markell was killed by a hitman. Then the same TV is Wendy's alibi for the murder, a service appointment that her mother set up for her from South Florida. And then on the wire, Donna says, quote, this TV is going to cost about $5. Does the defendant say, what TV? What are you talking about, since you inserted a random object into this careful talk conversation? No, he doesn't need to ask what TV, because he knows exactly what she's talking about, and he parrots it back. They asked you for $5,000? The defendant has advised you that this TV stuff is a coincidence. Is it a coincidence, or is it obvious they're referring to their conspiracy and this murder? Only you can decide which explanation is credible. The players in this case are smart. They've given a lot of thought to their preparations before this and to their explanations after. We know the seed was planted in early 2013, and it took over 1 year to come to fruition. And they really thought of almost everything. A clever TV-related alibi for Wendy, a frame job for Lacasse, and they insulated themselves by hiring Catherine McDaniel as a middleman, walling themselves off like those train cars, only communicating with the one in front and the one behind, and having no connection to the one further down the line. It's also important to note that in these first few calls, A, B, and C, that Donna Adelson describes the bump to the defendant, and she says the person that approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend, but she does not say the name Katie or Catherine. Then, with only this very limited information, defendant calls only one of his many ex-girlfriends, Catherine McDaniel. In call D, defendant tells McDaniel that he thinks that this undercover, the would-be extortionist, said her name. We know this is true. The undercover did say Katie, but Donna had not yet told the defendant that. They only communicated in calls A, B, and C. And the only communication on those calls was that the person mentioned ex-girlfriend. On the wire, the defendant says he just called Katie, Catherine Magdanoff, because she was his most recent ex-girlfriend. Well, we know that's not true because there's at least one woman that defendant will admit meets that definition between Magdanoff and the bump, and that's Whitney Kick. On the stand, he told you all that all the you might not be the right Katie conversation. There's several mentions of that. Yo, I'm not sure you're the right Katie. I apologize. I'll feel stupid if you're not the right Katie. That was designed to reassure her that he was not setting her up. Once defendant meets with his mother and gets the details and the paper with the undercover's phone number, he meets up with Catherine Magdanoff at Dolce Vita.
What's this?
If they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Does that sound like an innocent man? Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Talking about what? The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder. And if you don't have any, then there's nothing to not talk about. The cops aren't going to be doing a wiretap to investigate him getting extorted, which he hasn't even reported to law enforcement. So, not talk about what? Defendant discusses how he's going to start arming himself and is prepared to shoot. He told you under oath from the stand that he was being threatened and extorted by gang members for 2 years at the time that this recording was made. And now he's just starting to think about carrying a gun? Does this sound like a man that's been living in fear for 2 years? Does this sound like a guy who lays down and takes his lumps without question when threatened? Someone comes up to me asking for money in my house? He says that. Lines 23 and 24 on the top there. He says this as if it's a preposterous proposition that somebody would just walk into his house and demand money. But isn't that what happened to you? How is that preposterous? But wait, what changed? On the next page he says, yeah, and when guess what? When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. This is the same man who took the witness stand and swore under oath that he was a victim in this case and that he had been too paralyzed by fear of gang members to come forward and report his victimization. Dr. Adelson on this recording is the real Dr. Adelson. On the stand, he was so controlled, so knowledgeable about his case, so practiced. But there is no way to explain away his statements on this recording. When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant in action in his role as fixer or problem solver. He's working those phones, trying to get Katie to investigate the bump and find out if it's legitimate or not, and also trying to reassure Donna that it's just the cops fishing and it's nothing to worry about. The bump is an actual recorded example of how this defendant acts when he is threatened by a purported extortionist. And how he acts is the complete opposite of how he's telling y'all he acted in the first extortion. Number one, he does not stay quiet about the bump. He talks about it a lot. There are multiple calls with Donna and Katie discussing the bump and what the next step should be. 2, he takes action. There are multiple in-person meetings with his mom and with Katie and eventually with his dad too about the bump and what to do about it. 3, he investigates the bump. He asks questions. He enlists Magbanoa to find out who this is. He talks a lot about his concerns that this will not be just a one-time payment, but could turn into some ongoing problem. And 4, he doesn't take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if these people think they can threaten his family and get away with it. He suggests that the problem might require an additional murder. Quote, if he can't do it, I'll find someone else that can. Number 5, he's suspicious. He does not blindly accept the representations of this purported blackmailer that approached his mother. It's clear from the Dolce meeting that he doesn't fully trust Katie. He certainly doesn't trust this purported blackmailer that bumped into his mom. The person that represented themselves, the person that approached his mom represented himself as a Latin King gang member, right? I'm a brother of this guy that I met in Broward or whatever. And he's demanding money from her. Yet, the defendant does not take his word for it that he's a gang member. He's not so in fear for his mother's life that he opens the safe and gets $5 grand more out and gives it to Katie. A pittance compared to the amount
There he goes. There he goes.
handed out to the first layer
Wrong,
of
Sean.
extortion.
Caught.
Number 6, he doesn't pay. He doesn't bring the $5 grand to Dolce and give it to Katie and say, go pay it. Because that's what I do when I'm threatened, I pay. He doesn't pay, he doesn't ever pay. And it's only $5 grand. Instead, he analyzes and thinks through and talks about every possible scenario. Defendant says it's one of 2 things or one of 2 scenarios. 1 being the cops, 2 being someone actually trying to blackmail his family about this murder. According to him now, he's been blackmailed for 2 years. And he's talking to Catherine Magbanoa. He's talking to the person that's been collecting his money all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge the first extortion in the Dolce Vita meeting. Why not? Oh, because she asked me not to talk about it. Well, times have changed. There's a second extortion effort now, and they're approaching my mother. You think I'm not going to mention the first extortion? Your people have been running their mouths, and now they've tracked down my mother. You need to go get this under control. Nothing like that.
I thought so too, Sean.
Next in the Dolce recording, defendant begins to explain how to prove a crime. The police have to put the person at the scene, not just in the car. He's reassuring her that even if we, law enforcement, can tie her or the shooters to the Prius, that we'll never be able to charge them. Because they didn't come to Tallahassee, they didn't shoot anyone, they didn't do anything wrong, and therefore they can't be held accountable. But that is not the law as the judge has instructed you. Everyone who wanted this done and did some act toward accomplishing it is guilty as the one that pulled the trigger. He's also telling her that even if Rivera has run his mouth to this would-be extortionist, his word alone that, hey, if he goes to the cops and starts singing and says, hey, Rivera told me he did this murder, that's not going to be enough. Basically, he didn't use the word hearsay, but that's not going to be enough to proceed on an arrest in this case. This person knows information. So Katie, they'll be back. Whoever it is knows information. Information about what? You had nothing to do with it. Remember that, doctor? You've been extorted and that hasn't been reported. What information do they have? You mean information that could be used to solve the murder of your former brother-in-law? If so, why wouldn't you want those people to go to the cops? Why wouldn't you want them to come forward with that information? Then the guilty parties will be held accountable. Your extortionist will be jailed without you having to do or risk anything. Next, defendant talks about what will happen if the would-be extortionist, the undercover, is picked up by law enforcement. Next thing you know, this person is singing. Other people start singing. As soon as they have him, he starts calling your name out. And then there's going to be police at your door and at my door. If you're innocent of this murder, why are you worried about the extortions? Telling law enforcement whatever it is he knows about the murder of Dana Markell. Defendant says he wants to pay the money. Got ahead of myself. He wants to pay the money, but he's explaining to her the problem with paying is that people might keep coming back or tell their friends who will jump on board as well. He's explaining to her the problems with paying a potential extortionist. What he doesn't say, which is what you would expect if he'd been getting extorted for 2 years, is Garcia or whoever you've been giving my money to has obviously been running their mouths, and now they are messing with my mother. Next, he gives instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate. But do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on. Only use the words help and charity. This isn't the guy described in this first extortion who just rolled over when threatened. He's in control. He's giving the orders. He's giving instructions. Why would you have to give instructions to a blackmailer about how to handle a blackmailer? Next, the defendant says, now he's fucking with his wife and he's fucking with him, and you fuck with the king himself, you better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Defendant testified that this means the only way to stop Garcia is to kill him. He's not talking about killing him. He's just saying he's a really bad dude, and that's the only way to kill him. The evidence shows that he's saying if Garcia can't handle the undercover, he'll get somebody else to do it. Then he says, and so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's gonna be fucking Nazi shit because this will be done.
Whoa.
I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. Defendant and I went back and forth on the stand about what Nazi shit might include, and I think we ultimately agreed that that would be killing. And then he says, I don't care what I have to spend. If you're struggling to figure out who this man is, that's a good clue right there. He's going to buy a solution to this problem exactly how he paid for a solution to the problem of Danny Markell. Here he wants to know if Garcia has any bad feelings toward him, meaning, is Garcia willing to look into this and handle this for me? Or does he still hate me because I used to date you? If defendant had really been getting extorted all along, surely he'd say something like, I've been paying all this money, I've been compliant with everything. Can you get him to look into this and figure this out? Katie, I'll go to the moon and back for you. Why? Because she did something big for him, and he's going to be indebted to her for the rest of his life. Not because he feels sorry for her, not because she's his protector. He's the protector. He'll go to the moon and back for her because they're connected in this conspiracy together. Somebody messes with her, they mess with him. Somebody messes with him, they're messing with her. It's the same thing. Here he's demonstrating an understanding of, a rational understanding of how blackmail works. His example is that you could blackmail someone that's cheating on their wife, meaning you blackmail someone that you have dirt on. You don't go kill somebody and then go up to an innocent person and say, I killed your brother-in-law, give me money. At the end of the conversation, defendant says, You know who this is coming from? Inside. And then I don't have a slide for this, but he goes on to talk about what he will do for her. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do. I show you what I could do. You know what I'm saying? You know how I am. I look for things to do. You don't ask me for shit.
Well, court, come back. Hello. Hello, court, come back. No, 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 no.
He will do
Oh. I think we're okay.
for her. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do. I show you what I could do. You know what I'm saying? You know how I am. I look for things to do. You don't ask me for shit.
We're online and everything, so I'm thinking it must be a court problem. Let me just backtrack.
He wants to know if Garcia has any bad feelings toward him, meaning
And then go forward.
he will do for her. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do. I show you what I could do. You know what I'm saying? You know how I am. I look for things to do. You don't ask me for shit.
Yeah, okay. Let me just see if I can pull up a different feed. Hold on just a second, guys. Whilst that is trying to load up. Actually, no, I'll just reload it.
I look for things to do. You don't ask me for shit.
Yeah, no, struggling. That is the Tallahassee court feed. So what I might do is just have a look on Law and Crim. 2 seconds, guys. Trouble from the court there. Normal service will resume in just a moment. Go and call it Law and C word is working. Oops, I shouldn't put that up. That's still causing trouble there. So, yep, just bringing it up, guys. Law and Crime Network. Live. Yep.
It's getting too detailed. He's coming up with a lot of fucking details, etc. It's obvious they're analyzing the legitimacy of the undercover and assessing how much of a threat he is based on the quantity of
Do you want me to just go back a minute?
over the phone number. We can't know for sure at this point that she's not involved in the extortion effort or possibly wearing a wire, and she can't know for sure that he's not wearing a wire. So they're both just feeling each other out in the first several interactions after the phone. But those are the best stuff before they start to figure out, okay, we really think this is law enforcement. After the meeting with Magdalena, the defendant calls Donna and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Now remember, he's not talking code. He assures Donna repeatedly that it's being handled and there's nothing to worry about. Then we hear in call H, the call where Magdalena calls Garcia and he's really angry. And she needs him
Making
to call
sure that
that
everything's
number
okay
to figure
here.
out who this is and to deal with it.
Good.
Ultimately, Garcia says he will take care of the problem. The less she knows, the better. And then he tells her to stop talking about it on the phone and hangs up. Then we go to this. That's that. Then we've got the real struggle over the phone number. The point of this is that this number was handed to Donna. The number goes from Donna to Charlie, to Katie, and now to Garcia.
Oh well. Now we have
Here in Call
closed
J, we
captions.
hear the reference to investment as code for the $5,000 extortion payment. A good investment would be someone who really does know something, not somebody that's just fishing, and will agree that 5,000 is going to handle it. If you're going to go away, you're going to be silent about whatever you know, 5,000 is going to do it. A bad investment would be someone who has just read the papers and decided, hey, I'm going to try this, a law enforcement officer, or somebody that's going to take 5,000 and just keep coming back for more and more and more and more and be a continuous problem. This is a composite slide of all the places in the recordings that are in evidence where the parties express concerns about the details that the undercover had. It's getting too detailed. He's coming up with a lot of fucking details, etc. It's obvious they're analyzing the legitimacy of the undercover and assessing how much of a threat he is based on the quantity and the quality of the details that he has about the killing of Dan Markel. Then you've got more property and listing code talk, more concern that the blackmailer might try to increase the amount. Here's a composite slide illustrating all the different calls where the defendant expresses concern that if he pays, that might not be the end of it. And the reason why I think this is so important is because you've been paying for 2 years. Why are you analyzing how blackmail goes or might go so much? You're supposedly an expert in it. Here, defendant gets stern with Captain McDaniel, telling her to find out who the F it is and stop playing their games. Again, for a guy that's living in mortal fear of Latin King gang members, he's pretty cool. He's pretty in control. Recall that in this one call, she basically says, I can't, she's really furious in this call. She's like, I can't do all this code anymore. I can't talk in code. Remember, defendant told you he didn't talk in code on the wire. So she breaks character here in this call BB. The defendant later says to her, the quote I already gave you about how they're in this together. They're one and the same. And I couldn't agree more with that statement. This slide is a composite of all the places where defendant says if he had information about the murder, he would collect the reward money. First of all, whichever side of this case, whichever theory you're finding credible, both sides agree that the defendant knew the whole time who killed Dan Markel, or close to the whole time. So definitely could have gone and gotten the reward money, although it's hard to imagine you collect reward money for information about the death of his own loved one. Defendant claims he doesn't go to the police, period. And he offers an example of I had a jet ski stolen and I didn't go to the police. Well, maybe the insurance was worth more than the trouble with the cops. I don't know. But he has gone to the police before. There was evidence of that. And the evidence shows that when somebody messes with him, he comes at them with everything he has. On the lawsuit with Ryan Fitzpatrick, the incident with his child's mother, incident with an old roommate, incident with a former female employee, some of those included reports to law enforcement. Some of them included use of other resources. In the last case with the female employee, he sent a letter that said, he accused her of trying to shake him down. So she's trying to extort him. And it states that he would never pay her a dime. In fact, I'm going to get attorney's fees. He's a guy with considerable resources, and he's not a shrinking violet. He is not afraid to use those resources to his advantage. If some street thug was trying to push him around, you think he'd lay down and take that without doing one thing about it? This slide is a composite of some of the occasions defendant mentions the option of going to the police. And these quotes are specifically in reference to him saying, if you're threatened, you go to the police. If you're threatened, you go to the police. And he has done that before, but he did not go to the police in this case. He didn't go to the police in 2014, not out of fear, as he would have you believe, but because he did this crime. He believed he had gotten away with this crime. He didn't go in 2015 because he was busy that year having the best year of his life. Financially, got in a serious relationship with a new girl, June Mchinda, cruised the intercoastal in his boat. This dude had solved the problem. Everyone was happy. Wendy and the boys were back in South Florida where they belonged. Mom was happy. He was making money hand over fist. June described the beginning of their relationship. June Mchinda described the beginning of her relationship with this defendant in October of 15 as a fairy tale. He is not sweating anything, folks. And that continued until the time of the bump in this case in April 2016, whereby the defendant became agitated, angry, and anxious. This was before the report concerning him was leaked. At the time of the bump, his behavior changed noticeably. June noticed it, and Ryan Fitzpatrick noticed it as well. He was erratic. Now, why on earth would he be more stressed out after his extortionists were arrested? He seemed perfectly fine to these witnesses when he would have you believe he was in fear for his life. And then he further told you that he was more nervous after the arrest because he feared he'd be falsely arrested. Why? You didn't do anything wrong, you're not gonna get arrested. Now, yeah, after the report gets leaked, okay, but why are you so nervous before that? Or were you a hot mess because you knew that we were getting closer? Here's Catherine McBanois and the defendant discussing if the undercover could be someone who's trying to be an informant. An informant for what, if not the death of Dan Markell? He's not going to be an informant on the defendant getting extorted.
And taking that away, now we have a law on crim.
Here they're talking about whether the undercover is getting his information from the inside or the outside. The inside meaning someone within the murder conspiracy, someone on that board, or the outside, somebody that one of those people told. McBanois says it can only be one of two, apparently. If somebody's that desperate, not from the inside, because there's too much from the inside that the person knows from the outside, so they won't risk it. That's why I know for a fact it's not from the inside. And then Adelson says, it's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer. Yeah, and they just made a big mistake, she says. As the wire goes on and the defendant proceeds to continue to analyze the additional bump efforts that law enforcement makes, that text message, the letter, the call to the Adelson Institute, he becomes increasingly confident that this would-be extortionist is an undercover agent. And then after listening to Donna's call to the undercover, he is completely sure of that. And you have never seen anybody so elated to be under investigation by the FBI for first-degree murder. Consider this in light of defendant's assertions that he was acting strangely after the bump because he was worried about being falsely arrested. To the contrary, he doesn't seem worried at all. He seems thrilled. I think he says it's fantastic in one of these calls. I want to turn briefly to your jury instructions. The defendant is charged with conspiracy to commit murder, solicitation to commit murder, and first-degree murder. Why all three? Because the defendant didn't just ask Catherine McBanois to do this and promise her money. He didn't just set a plan of action in place toward doing it. It got done. It got done, and that's what makes it a murder. That's the difference between just conspiring. You didn't just conspire. It got done. This is the difference between just soliciting or just conspiring and being a principal to first-degree murder. To prove the crime of first-degree murder, I must prove to you that this was premeditated. Premeditation is defined as killing after consciously intending to do so. This murder, consciously deciding to do so. All right, so this murder was in the works for over a year. It began with the failed relocation efforts. When defendant first looked into hiring a hitman, it took root when he enlisted Catherine McBanois, and she thereby brought in Garcia and Rivera to do the killing. The planning that went into the killing was extensive, spanning over a year, and it included the solicitation of McBanois to find someone to do the murder, the preparation of that letter and the envelope that were placed in Catherine McBanois' diaper bag, free of DNA or prints containing the directions for a murder that was delivered to the hired gun, Secretary Garcia. 3, the payments that were made in advance for renting the vehicles in the hotel room, the expenses associated with those trips. That was part of the planning. 4, the scouting and stalking of Professor Markell that we learned went on in both trips. And 5, the pressure that defendant applied to Catherine McBanois after that first attempt failed. Get it done, get it done, get it done. 6, of course, was the payment itself. He paid for it. All the planning, all the meetings, all the precautions were coming to fruition when that hired gun fired those 2 shots that devastated so many lives on July 18, 2014. When you think about how this case was proven, we started at a single point, the crime scene, and we went in 2 totally different directions. We chased the Prius, and we chased the motive, the bad blood of the in-laws. And the investigation could have stalled if either of these leads had resulted in a dead end. But all the little breadcrumbs led to the same place. The Prius led to Garcia and Rivera, which led to McBanois. Bad blood and the divorce led to the Adelson family. The wire confirmed the defendant's specific involvement, not just some Adelson, that Adelson. Then Rivera and eventually McBanois confirmed his involvement as well. I want to spend a moment talking about the principal instruction. We talked about this in jury selection. The defendant didn't pull the trigger, but that doesn't mean he isn't just as responsible as the person who did. Without every player in this conspiracy, the murder doesn't get done. In your jury instructions, it says there are 2 ways to prove defendant's guilt under the law of principles. If he intended that the murder be done and he did some act, preparing the paper, procuring Magbanua, or said some word, get it done, get it done, get it done, that caused or helped another to commit the crime, then he is guilty of first-degree murder. Or, 2 ways you can find it. Or, if he intended the murder to be done and he made or promised payment in exchange for the murder and the crime was committed by another person, he's guilty of first-degree murder. My burden today is to prove to you this case beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury instructions tell you that a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or first doubt. So when you're stuck back there deliberating, ask yourself, what is reasonable? When you're weighing a piece of evidence and deciding, like, is this a doubt or not? Is it reasonable? Does it fit the other evidence in the case? If you find yourself saying, what if, or a fellow juror saying, what if, without evidence to support whatever it is that comes after the what if, that's speculation. Remind your fellow jurors to get back on track. And that cannot be a reasonable doubt if it's speculation. My burden is to prove the elements of the listed offenses. Nothing more. If you have a question that I have failed to prove the answer to, but it's not one of these elements of the crime that the judge has given you, that is not a reasonable doubt. I'm concerned that you'll get back there and think, well, he didn't pull the trigger, so let's just do conspiracy and solicitation. You guys have worked too hard to render a compromised verdict at this point.
What?
I trust that each of you
You've
will
worked too
follow law
hard.
and your oath to render a wise and legal verdict in this case. This defendant is guilty of first-degree murder under the principal theory, if ever anyone has been. So the efforts to distract you from this case and what it's really about, including these clear links in this conspiracy and all the evidence that establishes them, the text, the calls, the records, the testimony of Rivera, the testimony of Magbanua, all those things together. The wiretap, the phone calls, the iCloud messages, and the absence of any other reasonable explanation should all lead you to one conclusion. This is the puzzle. This is the puzzle. The image is clear. When I confronted Rivera with the defense theory that he and Garcia acted alone to kill Markel and then extorted money out of the dentist through Magbanua, he found it laughable. I wrote down his quote, "Ha, that's a good one." It came out in this trial that in Garcia's trial, Rivera was portrayed as the sole killer, the bad guy. He conspired directly with Charlie Adelson, according to Garcia, to commit the murder through WhatsApp or some kind of way. Garcia's lawyers said this was all done without the knowledge and participation of Garcia. Then we learned in Magbanua's trial, Garcia supposedly conspired directly.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh. Oh. Things are happening. Objection. Oh. What's this all about? What is this all about? I missed that last bit. Who can tell me what that objection's about? I don't want to rewind because I don't want to miss it. Yes, that woke everyone up. Well, I don't really want to rewind, Mads, because the second I rewind, we're going to miss something. I feel like it's going to come back really fast. I wish we could see the bench.
You're to rely
Oh,
on your
okay,
memories
Nick.
of what
Thank
took
you.
place during the testimony and evidence. You may continue with your argument.
Thank you, Nick. Previous trial should be mentioned, right? It's all good. We're back.
Now, here we are in the trial of Charlie Adelson, and the truth has been revealed. Once again, the state got this almost right. That's what you heard in the opening from Mr. Rashbaum. We understandably thought we understandably thought that his client, Mr. Adelson, was the hirer of this murder, but there's a twist. Nothing is as it appears to be. The defendant is really the second victim in all of this. Per his theory, the killers drove to Miami twice to kill someone they'd never met and had no motive to kill, in hopes that Charlie Adelson would, 1, not report them for murder, and 2, would instead agree to give them large amounts of cash at that time and on a payment plan over the next, years. Other than failing the smell test, there are a few specific problems with the defense theory. 1, how would the killers have known where to go to kill Markel? How would they know who to kill? How could the killers have known that Dan Markel was scheduled to leave town the day after the murder? 3, possibly the biggest problem, the theory itself makes no sense. Were they just hoping that this would work? We're going to go all the way up there and kill somebody, and maybe they'll give us some money. If they were going to confess to doing the murder to Charlie Adelson in order to try to get money, why not just put a gun to his head?
The look on the defense attorney's face.
Why not just rob and or extort him with the threat of death by Latin King? That would save you the trip and the murder rap. Their jigsaw puzzle theory is just a pile of pieces that don't fit together. Each explanation is carefully designed to explain one piece of evidence. But how many different explanations can you string together before it's no longer reasonable? How many coincidences can there be before it's no longer a coincidence? This defendant is not a victim. He's a criminal. He's wealthy, he's smart, and he's successful. But he's a wealthy, smart, successful murderer. My work is almost done here, and yours is just beginning. I trust that each of you will do your best to render a wise and legal verdict in this case. A verdict that speaks the truth. A just verdict. And that is a verdict of guilty as charged. Thank you.
There you go.
Fair to do its closing.
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe you just have a couple moments to set up. Might be
Okay. You may set up.
Guys,
Please.
Right while they're setting up, the bailiff will escort you back into the jury room.
fix it now. Fix which one? The prosecutor? What'd she say? Did you say something, Missy? Did she accidentally say biased verdict instead of unbiased, or was that my ears? I'm sure she didn't. Well, obviously it would be an accident. I think she said unbiased. How long was that? God, I don't know. I mean, I've been streaming for 3.25 hours.
Go ahead.
What's this? And it started on time. It started at 8:45 a.m., I believe. That was 45 minutes after I started streaming. So let's think about that. So even if we allowed sort of 15 minutes for messing about, I was at 93 minutes when we started. When she started, was I, Sean? Okay. So I'm terrible at maths. I'm a graphic designer. I see colors and shapes. So 3 hours 20 minus 93 minutes. Help me out. And we have the Great Seal of the state of Florida. Arp, arp. You guys have seals in Florida? Wouldn't think so. Unless, you know, they're beach seals. That's why at the time I asked if defense already went. No, absolutely not. So we've still got defense and then rebuttal. So yeah, it was Chris Mullen. It was 84 years. Exactly. And that's why, like, there was a point in time there where she was saying some really good stuff, but it had just been years that she'd been going on for. So it was like, well, the jury, I'm pretty sure, has switched off by now. Like, my mind was very foggy, and it's not because it's the middle of the night. For me, like, what's this? Sal fixes women. Yeah, I know. Well, he tries to. Almost 2 hours. Almost 2 hours. Look, here's the thing. I mean, I was saying beforehand in chat, like, David, making it more simple, David says that a good closing argument shouldn't need to be more than half an hour. And yeah, okay. I think in this case, this is complex. Like, I've watched a lot of trials, and this one is one that it takes a fair bit to get your head around. You can't just sort of jump into this one and understand who all the players are and what they how they fit into the overall plot. And I think, I mean, the jury's sitting there and they've got a lot to understand. There's a lot of backstory to it as well. And then for the prosecutor to stand there and try and get it all down to like a short little snippet, like half an hour or so, I think is probably asking a fair bit, but they do have rebuttal yet. So I think half an hour is too little to ask, but she did go on a lot. So what was it, 1 hour and 50 minutes approximately? That's a lot, a long time just for anyone to hold their attention. I mean, I know the jury's very invested in it. I mean, everyone, that's the problem with you, what's it say? But that's the problem with you. The state have settled on a way too complex story. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to try and be really fair-minded here. Do they have any choice but to settle on a complex story? Have they settled on a way too complex story, or is that just the story? There are a lot of people involved. There just are. But I agree, though, that she talked a lot about the family. She talked a lot about them, and it's like, well, are they on trial? Because if you want to charge them, then come on. What's this? She clearly has no idea what her mouth is for. Oh, Ashton. What's this? I think as Charlie was last witness, that maybe she thought jurors needed a refresher. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Because, yeah, he got to speak last. So, but they get to speak last too. And that's always the case in these situations, isn't it? Most of what the prosecutor said is true, though. The text did it for you. Which particular text, Nikki? I'm interested to see which particular text you're talking about, because there were a few there. The state could have said Charlie did it because the matriarch told him to, or just Charlie wanted to be the problem solver. Oh, Charlie. Oh, Charlie. Yeah, the mum is, she doesn't seem to be much of a, well, I mean, you could say a lot of people sort of party to this, couldn't you? Really? I mean, but they've decided to really go after him. I think there was a point at some point in the trial where he was asked whether he was angry that, or like Wendy, for example, wasn't charged. And he's like, I'm just mad that I'm charged. Like, oh, okay. What does it say here? I think Wendy made some sort of deal with the state in exchange for her testimony. You think? I suppose that's not definitely true, but I tend to agree with you, Chris. Tend to agree with you. I think that's more than likely true. So I've been having a look, and I don't think that I can do a poll because I'm not quite monetized yet. Hang on a minute. Oh no. Has my thing crashed? And now would be a really good time for it to crash whilst we are in the middle of a break. You can hear me, but can you see me? Can you see me move? Can you see me move? Not? Let me just check. Might be my court feed that is messing up my screen. Yeah, I've got a spinning wheel of death. I am still here. Yeah, I know. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, I'm back.
Ah,
I love how like things like that happen at really excellent times, like when there's a break.
I can barely hear you, but I think that's on my end.
All right. Yeah, that's awesome. Hi, good to see you.
Yeah, I have a few minutes to spare, and I
Fantastic.
listened to. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I listened to parts of the prosecution's closing, and for me, this is just warm up. They need to have every point that they want in and what they think the defense will bring up and try to refute in their closing argument.
Yeah.
That way, in their rebuttal, they can highlight the more important parts, because even though she was thorough, she didn't mention all of it. Hello?
We're back on.
Okay. Yeah.
Just make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now they probably already know the basis of the defense closing, which will be a lot about reasonable doubt and try to pinpoint 3 or 5 points. This cannot be refuted according to the defense.
Yes.
This is actually reasonable according to the defense.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so that is what I believe will be going on.
She really spent a lot of time setting up the background, and it was at times making it a bit blurry, but there were some really important parts. I think she buried a little bit of it though. Like there were times when it was just like, this is really important stuff that you're getting in, but can we stop just going on about the family so much and get straight to how Charlie is implicated? But you're right, like it's a warm-up.
Yeah, because they haven't played any recordings yet.
No, true.
They will in rebuttal.
True. Okay.
You mentioned stuff, they haven't played anything yet. So that will be the last thing this jury will hear. I think they got about, if they got 2.5 hours per person or 3 hours per person, I don't know. But so she saved at least an hour for rebuttal.
An hour? Is she the only one who's going to speak, do you think?
It's not always that way. Yes. That it's the same for just the closing that does the rebuttal. We saw it in the Murdoch case.
Oh, you see
we saw it in we see it in a lot of cases that you have one who is the technical and one who is the emotional. And so whoever will hammer it in will play the recordings with pictures of Dan, pictures of the kids maybe. This is what the defendant robbed, blah, 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 blah. At least that's what I suspect the prosecution will do.
Yeah.
And
start to pull the heartstrings a bit too.
Oh, yeah. More heartstrings and especially recordings. They saved all the recordings where he actually says everything. I will take care of it. There is 2 ways to handle it and all of that stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
I have to get back, but
thank you so much for popping in.
Yeah, subscribe to Hella and give her all the thumbs up and all the things. She needs the hours. So
I need the hours. It's really lovely.
If you don't, I will send jingles after you.
Everyone's been lovely and supportive. It's been great. Thank you so much.
No worries, but I have to run now. Thank you all for being here, all of you, and bring friends. Share the links on social media. Yeah, you know all of this. Yeah, I have to go. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. See you. Yes, Dennis, Sunny was here earlier, and she was in my chat just before. So, yeah. Maybe that was just a really, really short break, so not sure if we would have it is her, isn't it, Sunny? Make sure I get that right. I thought so. I was I just second guessed myself. Yeah, it was a short break, so I'm not sure if we'd hear from Sunny. Yes, good. Phew, Sunny's a her. Good. Like the stream of the Latin Kangs will come after you. They're a good band. Some of you might know I do Latin dance, and Latin Kings reminds me of, are they called Latin Kings? Pretty sure they were. That did some of the early Lambada songs. Oh, now I have to look it up. Gypsy Kings, Ashton, thank you, Gypsy Kings. Yes, they're one of the original Lambada bands. And yes, I do dance the Lambada. It is still around. In fact, it's stronger than ever. Yes, Chris, that was close. And we're on. It is time for the defense closing arguments. Let's go. Boom, boom. Demonstrate for us, or I call you a liar, EU. Ashton, I can't demonstrate with just this part of the screen going. However, go to my Twitter and pin to the top. You'll see 45 seconds of me dancing. What is the more contemporary version of Lambada, which is called Brazilian Zouk? So yes, I'm not a liar. I dance it. On X, it's written underneath here. It's I couldn't get excited utterance. I got EX. Hang on, I have to have a look closer now. It's EXTD _ utterance. I'll type it. That's it. Oh, they're having little talks back and forth. You know I'm not a liar. No, 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 no. I have other videos, but they're on my private link. The reason why is because like my channel already has enough different things going on. So there's this court kind of commentary, and also I'm a graphic designer. So if you have a look at my channel, I have design tutorials. So you'll see there's Photoshop tutorials and Canva tutorials and things like that. And YouTube gets kind of confused if you have too many different topics going on. It doesn't know where to send people or why it's sending people to your channel. Okay, what's this? Hey, Sardanisms. I'm doing 3 things at once. Is this a break? Yes. It's kind of a break. It's not like a proper, like, 15-20 minute break. We're kind of just waiting for the defense to get all set up for their closing argument. So did state finish their close? Yes. And break before defense? Yeah. But they kind of went outside, and the seal came up, and then the seal went away, and now we're back in the courtroom. Thank you, Ashton. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's my dance partner of 5 years or so. However, it's a social dance, so you can sort of do the same movements with everybody. Oh, yes, I am supposed to do your pick one day. And you know what? It's funny, Nikki. I actually just had a client message me and say, can you please get my work done? I'm a little bit busy streaming trials right now. So I do actual graphic design work for events usually. In fact, that was the one who messaged me was from a dance congress. So really similar to Ashton, what you saw me dancing at. So I do like the branding and things for congresses, festivals and things. So yeah. And yeah, this lady's like, do you reckon you could do all like the all the social media and ads and things? Kind of asked you for it a week or two ago. Yeah, I know. Naughty EU. Yeah, I know. Okay, so guys, we're almost back to this, the closing arguments coming back. What do you think? What's this guy got to do to get his client off? Oh, he doesn't look well. What does he have to say? What's he got to do? Give me your best shot. If you were him, what would you say? This whole extortion thing. Do you reckon he's got a hope? We all know what he has to do to get his client off. What? Who does this defense lawyer remind you of? He looks like a famous actor, and I can't. Like, I'm not great with American actors. Or any actors actually. I'm not like much into movies and things, but he does look like someone quite famous. The defense lawyer. Guys, help me out. Sam Bankman. No. Not the defendant. Oh, his slightly challenged brother. Okay, I'll have to look that up because you had me look up Sam Bankman-Fried earlier, Nick. That's in regard to the defendant, Michael Scott. Who's Michael Scott? Okay, I'll have a look at that. Liam Neeson? Am I allowed to say his name? I don't know. I don't know if I have time to show you this or not, but I found something. We'll see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I'll keep an eye on court. Look at that, guys. So, yeah, the other day in chat, we were talking about Perfect Strangers, remember? So this guy was, he doesn't look as much like, oh, hang on, we have to go back. Doesn't look as much like him as we remember, I don't think. He looks a bit like him, but not as much as I recall. Hey, before I go, how's it going? We can have another look back at it later when there's a break. It's got Balky and everyone.
Can be seated. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may give the defense's closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel. Good morning. Good morning.
He looks better with a beard, man.
As discussed in jury selection,
Yeah.
Charles Adelson is presumed to be innocent. To overcome that presumption of innocence, the state has the heavy burden
of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Charlie committed the crime that they say he committed. We did not have to present any evidence whatsoever. That's how our system works. We did not need to prove his innocence. As you go through the trial, you were told that you needed to evaluate the evidence through a lens of innocence, a presumption of innocence. Now, I think we did prove his innocence in this trial, but that isn't the standard. That's not what you go back there and deliberate. What you see in this trial is a mountain of reasonable doubt that arises from the evidence itself, from the conflict in the evidence, and from the lack of evidence. The state's first question to Mr. Adelson when he was on the stand was something called Occam's razor. Their first question was referring to their belief that the simple answer is the preferred answer. You might recall them asking that question, the very first question they asked Mr. Charlie. Occam's razor, that proposition that the simple answer is the preferred answer, is the exact opposite of what our criminal justice system is about. See, Occam's razor is a guess. We don't guess in this country. We don't assume people to be guilty. We presume them to be innocent. And sometimes the simple answer is the wrong answer. Sometimes things aren't so simple. And that's what we have in this case. I talked to you in opening about puzzle pieces. I talked to you in opening about how puzzle pieces wouldn't fit. And that's exactly what you saw repeatedly in this case. Just one of those puzzle pieces is enough for reasonable doubt. But here we have a mountain of them. And let's talk about them briefly. Government Exhibit 59. This is their conspiracy chart.
Conspiracy chart. Oh no, we have puzzle pieces.
The first puzzle piece that doesn't fit is motive.
Really?
See, Charlie Adelson didn't have a motive to upend his life. Charlie Adelson had a good life. His business was booming. He was supportive of his sister, but he didn't wake up in the morning thinking about Professor Markel. He didn't go to bed at night thinking about the problems his sister was having. He was living his life. Now, was it a bitter divorce? Absolutely. But through all of those crazy emails, are there any examples of any violence? None. Those emails, we spent about 10 minutes hearing about them this morning. Not Charlie's ideas. By the way, those emails weren't even done. You heard from Wendy Adelson. She never offered any of those things to Professor Markel. She never threatened him with any of those things. Crazy ideas? Yes. An upset mother? Yes. Pushing each other's buttons? Yes. But ladies and gentlemen, even the $1 million offer you heard, lawyers were consulted to make sure it was legal. A far cry from a murder. Their relocation motive. Relocation was denied a year before the murder. And by the way, Wendy Adelson and her 2 boys moving to South Florida would have no impact on Charlie Adelson. Would he be happy that they were there? Sure. Would it change his life? No. Now, you may wonder, why did we spend so much time on cross proving Wendy Adelson's innocence? The reason being is because on their exhibit, take a look who is in their conspiracy. They circled her for you in their opening cross. See, they were guessing about Wendy just like they're guessing about Charlie. What the evidence showed is that Wendy wanted to leave South Florida. But when it was denied in the summer of 2013, she made a life here in Tallahassee. What the evidence showed, and remember, I tried to get an email after email after email, and they fought me on it. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself what they were afraid for you to see. You saw that she made appointments after the time of the murder. She made them before. You saw she made plane tickets from Tallahassee to other places in the fall and winter. You saw that she got a new divorce lawyer. You saw that she was making play dates. And significantly, you saw that the entire family was making plans to come up here and see her celebrated for her book at FSU with incoming students. Why is that significant? Because their theory, their simple theory, is that she was part of a murder. It's a puzzle piece that does not fit. And we're going to talk about her trip down Trescott on the 18th, because that's a puzzle piece that they keep on trying to pound and doesn't fit, but we'll do that a little later.
What? Pounding a puzzle piece? What?
The next puzzle piece that doesn't fit. Who had the kids? See, one thing that the state and the defense can agree on is that the Adelsons love these 2 boys. But they would have you believe that they hired hitmen twice. And both times, who had custody of the kids? They would take a risk that these boys would be injured, killed. Does that make any sense? The June attempt. Remember, Wendy and Danny shared the kids 50-50. The June attempt, we learned from their witness, Luis Rivera, Danny had custody of the kids. And we learned that he wouldn't do the murder because the kids were there. The July attempt, they show you a text message about Professor Markell being in town. And they show you a text message where Wendy's asking for the boys on the 16th. The murder's done on the 18th. Who has custody of the kids? Professor Markell. It doesn't make sense. There is no chance if these people were behind the murder, they would take any risk that those boys would be in the crosshairs. Use your common sense. It's a puzzle piece that they cannot explain. And you know what else doesn't make sense? is their alibi argument. So they make a big argument about this Best Buy repairman coming that morning, how it was set up for an alibi.
Right.
The argument, by the way, makes absolutely no sense, because then they argue that Wendy purposefully went down the street of where she was supposed to get an alibi from. But let me ask you this question. Again, use your common sense. If the Adelsons and Charlie wanted to set up an alibi for not only Wendy, but themselves, why not do the murder on July 5th when each and every one of them is at a birthday party for their father in South Florida? Wouldn't that have been a better alibi? They didn't do that because they're not behind the murder. They didn't know it was going to happen. They have nothing to do with it. It's a puzzle piece that doesn't make sense. It's reasonable doubt.
Stop with the puzzle pieces, dude. Like, come up with something else.
Sigfredo threatened Charlie. Now, the state has them as co-conspirators. The testimony is clear. Sigfredo Garcia hated Charlie Adelson. The testimony is clear from their own witnesses that Sigfredo Garcia wanted to kill Charlie Adelson. In fact, you hear that on March 11th, 2014, just 8.5 weeks before the first attempt, you hear that from Luis Rivera, that Sigfredo was stalking Charlie and he wanted to run him over with his car. He wanted to kill him. He's going to do that 8 weeks before he does a murder for him? Makes no sense. But it gets worse. You heard testimony in this courtroom from repeated witnesses, both law enforcement and otherwise, that on July 1st, just 17 days before the murder, Sigfredo Garcia tried to run Charlie off the road, threatened him, left a threatening voicemail that he was going to kill him, left it with his dad, but thought he was leaving it for Charlie. It's just 17 days before the state wants you to believe he went and did a hit for him. It doesn't make any sense. It's a puzzle piece that doesn't fit.
Oh, that's the
Now they'll
correct
come up
use of
here
the metaphor.
in rebuttal, and they'll probably say something like, Sigfredo didn't know what he was doing, Katie was siloing him of information. Ask yourselves if that makes any sense. Ask yourself if after the first attempt, he doesn't know exactly who he's killing.
Yeah, I feel better now.
It's reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. It's a puzzle piece that they cannot
He
explain.
needs to say that. Oh, no, it's not a puzzle piece you can't explain. It just doesn't fit. If it's a puzzle piece, it doesn't fit.
The hitman joke.
Oh, for God's sake. And
We
he must have
learned
quit.
in this trial that Charlie repeatedly made this off-color joke. And let me say something aside. You don't have to like Charlie Adelson. There are plenty of reasons not to like him.
No.
That doesn't make him a murderer.
Being an asshole
Now,
is not a crime.
this hitman joke, we learned that Charlie made it with people he hardly knew. That he made it repeatedly. We learned from their own witness that at a March 11th dinner, this is Jeff Lacoste, when he first met Charlie, Charlie made the joke. Ask yourselves, does it make any sense for a guy who is about to do a hit, about to murder someone, to go around town and advertise it?
Good point,
fit.
Aaron.
Reasonable doubt. Ask yourselves, does it make more sense for Catherine Magbanua, a professional liar and con artist, to hear the joke, to hear the $1 million offer, and start to get ideas? They want to call it coincidences. It's not a coincidence.
A quinky dink.
Criminals do not advertise what they are about to do. That makes no sense. Reasonable doubt. Puzzle pieces that don't fit. Payment evidence. Ms. Kappelman mocked in her cross of Charlie that this was a murder by layaway, meaning that doesn't make any sense. We agree with her. It doesn't make any sense. Murders for hire are not done by layaway. But you know what is done by layaway? Extortions. See, we learned in this trial that Catherine Magbanua got paid every month. She denied it. Their own witnesses proved it. We learned that she got paid $3,000 a month, $2,000 in cash and $1,000 in checks from the Adelson Institute. By the way, if Charlie's part of a murder, they're telling you how smart he is. Does it make any sense that he would create a paper trail of checks from his business to pay for the murder? It makes no sense. But aside from that, you heard from Special Agent Sanford. He has done around a dozen murder for hires. Never a payment over time. He's seen extortions like that, but never someone getting paid over time. The money drop was the next day. You heard about that. Ask yourself, if this was a murder for hire, why was payment not made before? See, the state gave you examples of days before the first attempt and days before the murder, where Charlie Adelson was with Catherine Magbanua. If it's a murder for hire, why didn't he pay her before? You heard on the night of the murder and the night of the extortion, she had to go run around town to find a babysitter for her kids. If it was planned, if Charlie was behind it, why would she not have it planned out that way? Why would he have not paid her before? See, because he had no idea it was going to happen. That's the only thing that makes sense. By the way, why would she need a babysitter at all if it was a murder for hire? If it's a murder for hire, how much time does it take to go pick up money? Go to the house, get the bag of money, and leave. See, the thing is, she didn't know how much time it was going to take. And you know why she didn't know how much time it was going to take? Because she didn't know how he was going to react. It wasn't just a pickup of the money on July 18th. It was a setup of an extortion. Now, we're going to get more into the extortion, but it's amazing to me that the state still doesn't understand what happened. And I wonder if they don't understand or they're trying to confuse you. So let me make this crystal clear now, and we'll get back to it later. On the night of the 18th, Charlie Adelson had no idea about anything about the Latin Kings. He had no knowledge of the Latin Kings. He doesn't find out anything about the Latin Kings until he's in the car with Catherine Magbanua moments before he goes into Dolce Vita. On the night of the 18th, what he's told is that Catherine Magbanua said she spoke too much and that a friend of hers had done this. Nothing about any Latin Kings. The payment structure makes no sense. The whole purpose of a murder for hire is to hire someone who you are not associated with, who you are not tied to. But yet, they would have you believe that Charlie would give them checks, would continue to text message with them, would continue to give them gifts because he was tied to a murder for hire. It shows just the opposite. It shows it's an extortion. Reasonable doubt. Katie's lies. Let me first start by apologizing. If any of you were offended by the tone of my voice during my cross of Catherine Magbanua.
Oh, oops. Okay.
See, the thing is, I think you all know me pretty well by now. I'm passionate.
Oh, sorry for being
And I believe in
passionate.
the system. And the one thing I hate is when someone comes in this courtroom and lies.
Oh.
I hate even more when a murderer comes in this courtroom and lies. What we know is that the state called Catherine Magbanua. Talk about desperation in trying to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Spicy.
They called a woman who lied under oath in her first trial. They called a woman who lied under oath in her second trial. They called a woman who tried to get Sigfredo Garcia to lie for her in her second trial. But worse, they called a woman who just a year ago lied during her proffers. She denied it. And by the way, they didn't question her on it. But you heard from their own witnesses, including Special Agent Sanford, that he walked out of the room. And he walked out of the room not the first 10 minutes. He walked out of the room over 3 hours after she started speaking. Because how he put it, what she was saying made no sense. And they're going to have you base this man's freedom on her words?
He's like, yeah.
And why did she lie? Because it's her only way out. But her lying didn't stop there. She lied to you. We caught her in lies. She said she didn't get paid overtime. We know she got paid overtime. She said she didn't know when the murder happened, when the plan changed to a murder, and that the plan was to murder Professor Markel. You've heard the wires. We see her lying to her co-conspirator, according to them, Charlie Adelson, on the wires themselves. We see her saying repeatedly to him that she has called the number hundreds of times.
It's true. She's not getting out.
That it's a non-working number, that the number just rings, that they left a voicemail. All of those are lies. By the way, you know who she doesn't lie to? Sigfredo Garcia. You know who else she lied to? Luis Rivera. We heard that. She lied to him about the purpose of the trip. She lied to him about the lady being on the street. She told Luis that Wendy was on the street the day before the murder with her kids. And you may remember the judge read a stipulation in, which both sides agree on, that shows that Wendy could not be on the street with the kids. Luis Rivera didn't lie. She lied to him. She lied to him about the amount of money they got. She told him it was $100,000 when it was $138,000. And she never told him that she was getting paid every month. Remember, Rivera wanted to do a robbery. Ms. Kappelman comes up here in her closing, and she says, why did they just do a robbery? Wouldn't that have been easier? Remember, Rivera brought up that very point. And what is he told by Sigfredo Garcia? It can't be a robbery. Katie says we have to do it this way. Ask yourself why. The bottom line is, Charlie Adelson was conned. On the night of the 18th, he was scared. He didn't think she was part of it. He thought she was protecting him. That's why he thought the money didn't go up every month. That's why he thought he wasn't getting visited by any bad guys. And that made him closer to her over time. Reasonable doubt, a puzzle piece that doesn't fit. Immunity. She was offered a get out of jail free card, and she didn't take it. She was offered it before her first trial.
Yeah.
Now, she had an explanation for that. I didn't want to turn on my husband. But what about after he was convicted and his appeals were over? Remember, her first trial was in 19. Her second trial was in 2022. See, she couldn't take the immunity offer because when you take the immunity offer, you have to tell the truth. And if you're caught telling a lie, you not only lose immunity, but you've now confessed. You now have no defense. She knew she extorted Charlie. She knew she tricked him. She knew he wasn't part of the murder, and that's why she never took the immunity deal. Reasonable doubt. Puzzle pieces that no matter how hard you try to hammer them in, don't fit.
Well, good. Well done. You got it right.
Let me ask you a question. Ask yourself why, when the state called her as a witness, they didn't ask her one question about the wires. Go back and look at your notes. Not one question about what was said and meant at Dolce Vita. Not one question of what they talked about in the car before Dolce Vita. And then Charlie Adelson takes the stand. And they have an opportunity to rebut him. They have an opportunity to call her back to the stand and say, you're not going to believe this crazy, unreasonable story that Charlie just wove. They don't call her back to the stand. They don't ask her any of those questions because they don't trust her. Because they know that she can't answer those questions. Because the truth is, they have doubt. You heard it. They have doubt. That's why it took them 6 years after her arrest to even charge Charlie Adelson. Ask yourselves, why were they so afraid to ask her any of those questions? Security cameras. Now, let me be clear. In closing, Ms. Kappelman said that no one testified that Charlie's demeanor changed in 2014. No one was asked about that. He doesn't meet June and Chinda until 2015. But what we do know is his behavior did change. What we know from evidence in the record is that he started sleeping with a gun. What we know from evidence in the record is that he invested in camera equipment for his house and for the office. Now, the state comes up here and they say, well, there's this email or text message from months earlier where he's talking about putting in camera equipment. True? Guess what he didn't do months earlier? He didn't put in camera equipment. But guess what he does just weeks after he's extorted? Just weeks after Professor Markel is brutally murdered in broad daylight in his driveway. He puts in camera equipment. If he's a co-conspirator, who's he afraid of? According to them, he's the guy behind it. The camera equipment is to protect himself against himself? Reasonable doubt. The wires support what happened on the night of the 18th. They support that he was extorted. Now, I'll first talk about State's Exhibit 130. You'll remember this when I talk about it. It's 21 months after the murder and the extortion. It's before the bump. It's one of these calls about Dave. And it's very interesting and scary what happened in this trial on this call. State plays 18 minutes of the call, and then they cut it off. They ask the witness how important the call is because it's before the bump. meaning there's no reason whatsoever that anyone is thinking that they're being listened to. 21 months after the murder, 21 months after the extortion. And at 20 minutes and 40 seconds in the call, 2 minutes after they cut it off, you hear what Charlie Adelson thought about Professor Markell. You hear him describe what happened to him as a tragedy. His own words, in real time. You hear him say to his mom that Professor Markell is not replaceable. They didn't want you to hear that. I want to go back briefly to the security cameras. Ms. Kappelman comes in here today and she talks about the times that Charlie went to the police. And she brings up examples of filing a lawsuit. She brings up an example of a dispute with a girlfriend. Those are very different than being told you have 48 hours to pay or you and your family are going to get killed. Especially taken in the context that just 9 hours earlier, Professor Markell was shot in broad daylight, executed. Reasonable doubt, a puzzle piece that just doesn't fit. Let's talk more about these wires. States Exhibit 108, that's all the wires together. There's subparts of it. Now I want to draw your attention to A, B, and C. These are the first 3 calls with Donna Adelson after the bump. What you see on these calls is that initially, for at least the first call and a half, Charlie Adelson has no idea whatsoever what she's talking about. None. Now ask yourself, if you did a murder with someone, wouldn't that be the first thing on your mind? He has no clue what she is saying. He's talking about Yelp. He's talking about the IRS. He's talking about being sued. He has no clue. She says it's about the 2 of us. We've already done this. We beat a horse to death on this. It's about the 2 of us. You were extorted, and now I'm being extorted. It doesn't even make sense under their theory of murder. By the way, on those first calls, she wants to meet with them when Wendy and Harvey are not around. I'm confused. I thought they're co-conspirators, according to the state. A puzzle piece that makes no sense. By the way, he starts to figure out what it is when she brings up blackmail.
Bye, Chris.
And when she brings up, and you can listen to it, you'll see the hesitation in his voice that he needs to bring cash when they meet the next day for lunch. He starts to figure it out. And what does he immediately shift his attention to? Don't take my word for it. You can listen to the wires. Was the guy white or Hispanic? Was the guy wearing a disguise? Was the guy threatening? Did he give you 48 hours? He's trying to figure out if it's the same people. Now, they talk about why would he call Katie? His mom doesn't say anything about Katie, and he has other ex-girlfriends. Well, he has only one ex-girlfriend that on July 18th came to him and said, you have to pay money. I'm not part of this. Because if you don't pay money, they're going to kill you. And see, they ignore D 1392, part of the same exhibit. He slips. 3 minutes and 34 seconds into this recording, Charlie slips. See, he's got to be careful on these calls when he's talking to Katie, because he doesn't want her to think that he's setting her up and setting up her friend, whoever that might be. He doesn't know at this point. He has a guess, but he doesn't know. And the reason why he has to do that is because he needs her help. She's the one who is most equipped to help him figure out, is this a bad guy? Because if it's a bad guy, he's worried they're going to get killed. She says his first instinct isn't to pay. We're going to get to that. His absolute first instinct in Dolce Vita is to pay. You can listen to it. So he has to be careful in how he talks to her, but 3 minutes and 34 seconds into D 1392, he says the following. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. And she responds, what would I do with your mom? And he says, just checking. What could that possibly mean if he's not referring to the extortion? How could that possibly be talking about a murder for hire? It cannot be. 3 minutes and 34 seconds in, give or take. D 1392. Don't take my word for it. Listen to it. On the wires, Charlie Adelson's way of calming down his mom, and what he is hoping for is that it is the police. How does that make any sense if he did a murder? He did a murder, but he's hoping that the police are onto him? It makes no sense. See, he's hoping it's the police because he didn't do a murder. And if it's the police, no one's going to get killed.
Question outline. I thought he was going to play them.
They went through Dolce Vita with you, and I'll probably go through it a little bit more with you later. But let me say this. Listen to it for yourselves. Think about the parts that they left out in their closing. How about the 9 times that he says something to the effect of, we have nothing to hide. We didn't do anything. How about the 36 times he says that on the wires? How about when he says in Dolce Vita, these people only know part of the story, or they think they know part of the story? What could he possibly be talking about if he did a murder for hire? What he's saying is, they think we did a murder for hire. They don't understand I was extorted. They think they know the whole story, but they only know part of the story. And that's why I hope it's the police. In Matsuri, he says twice, the funny thing is. Listen to it in the context. What's funny is they don't realize that the sting they put together is close to the truth. PP 2325. 7 minutes in. They opened on it. But they didn't want to play it for you. They skipped over it. It's in evidence. You can hear it. There's talk about it being someone not from the first layer, but probably the second layer. Talking about extortion. The first layer is when he was extorted on the evening of July 18th and his payments for the 21 months. The second layer is the bump. He's trying to figure out, is it the police? Is it a copycat? Or is it the same guys? On the wires, who are the only people that call and speak with the undercover? They call from their cell phones. Don't make a big deal about star 67. They call from their cell phones. They don't get burner phones. The only two people that speak with the undercover, Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson. Ask yourself why. Reasonable doubt, a puzzle piece doesn't fit. Look at the text messages. Now, I fought to get in these text messages. Ask yourself why I had to fight so hard.
Judge, I'm going to object to Connor's rulings and
Sustain.
legal objection.
Whoa, we have an
Look at
objection.
the text messages that are in evidence. Nothing out of the ordinary. Everything explained. He didn't hide or flee. Not like Catherine McBanoa. Another lie she told you all. She said she didn't know it was the police outside. She didn't hide. You heard she hid. You heard she got a burner phone. II 1393. 1 minute and 47 seconds in. A call between Catherine McBanoa and Sigfredo Garcia. 1 minute and 47 seconds in, Katie tells Sigfredo that she's worried, in essence, that Charlie's parents, Donna and Harvey, are going to go to the police. If they're co-conspirators in a murder for hire, why would she be worried that they're going to go to the police? It doesn't make any sense. Simply put, these puzzle pieces and others do not fit the state's theory. Why? Because while they want to make this a simple explanation, while they use words in closing 13 times could, 6 times maybe, 2 times maybe not, 3 times suspicious, 6 times coincidence, that is not beyond a reasonable doubt. That is not what we do in this courtroom. We presume innocence. We don't guess. We don't ignore things that don't fit into the theory. Now, I want to turn to the testimony at trial, and I will try not to be repetitive. The first group of witnesses, we asked very few questions. We don't disagree that the murder of Professor Markell was horrific. They showed you those pictures today. I can't look at them.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Outline.
These people that killed him were animals.
Oh, I just remember that number later, and I have
We
no
agree
notes to
that
take.
The police
So
work was phenomenal. That's why they caught the 3 people who did this.
just note that down in my head.
You also remember, check your notes, that none of those original
Oh, they can take notes, can they?
witnesses
Sorry, I'm mixed up.
said a word about Charlie Adelson. Now, the first witness of substance was Agent Sanford. He came twice, so we're going to deal with him each time. The first time he came on the stand, let me say this. He's an honest and truthful guy. He's exactly what you want from a witness. Compare him to Catherine McBanwell. Compare him to Ryan Fitzpatrick. We'll get to that. They put in emails to him, and they showed that there was distress in the family, that there was anger over the relocation issue and divorce. They also showed that the relocation issue was denied in 2013, the summer of 2013, a year before the murder. We saw that there were very few emails from Charlie Adelson, although he was aware of some of the crazy emails. And he would say things like, good idea. We learned about the $1 million offer and how Charlie was going to pay a third of the $1 million with the hopes of getting paid back. And we learned through Agent Sanford that there were emails that showed that this $1 million offer, the Adelsons consulted a lawyer on it to make sure they were doing things legal. We learned that in his experience, murders for hire aren't paid this way. We've already talked about that. And we learned that there is ongoing discussions about where the kids were going to go to school in the fall of 2014. Ask yourselves, why do you need those discussions if you know you're about to kill a guy and relocate? And then we heard from Wendy Adelson. And again, we spent a lot of time crossing Wendy Adelson because we wanted to show you that their theory on her was absolutely wrong. And one of the things I didn't mention earlier, in addition to the plane tickets and the hiring of a divorce lawyer and the scheduled meetings and the custody arrangements in August, you see in Defense Exhibit 6 that she's trying to buy a house. Now, they talk about a house on Halloween Halloween of 2013 that Charlie convinced her not to get. What about when she's looking for a house just a month or so before the murder? No evidence that anyone's trying to stop her then. She testified that she was not worried about disbarment. By the way, we called her lawyer to the stand to buttress her testimony because the same motion was made against her. And she testified she wasn't worried about disbarment either. She testified that she never made the $1 million offer or the Christianity email threats. We showed through emails, and they're on the wires, to support her testimony that after the murder, she was scared and sick. You don't have to take Charlie's word for it, and you don't have to take my word for it. It's on the wires. On the wires themselves, it talks about how Wendy is finally getting over this. We showed through stipulation that there's no way she and the kids could have been on the road the day of the 17th. And we showed that through her that Professor Martell posted in a lot of places about his travel. Now, we have no idea how Catherine McBanwell and Sigfredo Garcia knew where Danny lived and knew when he was going to be out of town. We don't know because it has nothing to do with us. but we showed you possibilities of where the information could have been found. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the definition of reasonable doubt. As opposed to some crazy explanation, and we'll get to it, that just 3 weeks after dating, he put some letter in her bag that she doesn't know what the letter is about and what it says, but it must have been that. Does that make any sense? And we showed that on the day of the murder, Wendy Adelson voluntarily was interviewed for hours without a lawyer. She gave her phone. She let them search her car. She let them search her computer. And she named everyone who could have done this. Everyone that came to mind, the first person she named was herself. And yes, she mentioned the hitman joke. And then she said, but he wouldn't do it. By the way, talk about a puzzle piece that doesn't fit. His co-conspirator goes to an interview with law enforcement on the day of the murder and tells law enforcement about the hitman joke. Does that make any sense?
Don't mention that.
It does if they're not co-conspirators. It does if they had nothing to do with the murder. Reasonable doubt. She talked about her problems in the relationship with Jeff Lacoste, how he was stalking her and jealous. She was adamant that Charlie never actually looked into hiring a hitman, that was a lie. And was adamant that the dinner they had weeks later, no one called it a celebration dinner. Her testimony, a state witness, did just the opposite of proving their case. It gave more reasonable doubt, and I would submit proved innocence. The next witness was Officer Brannon. His testimony was short, but indicative of the state's case. He testified that Wendy drove down Trescott. Again, she explained why. But more importantly, the state tried repeatedly to pound this evidence in to show that Catherine Magbanawa made a phone call, got a phone call at 12:30 and said, I know it's already been done. Remember that testimony? And the state was desperate to say that that phone call somehow came from Wendy Adelson. But look at their own exhibit. The phone call is at 12:30. They showed it to you today. Look where Wendy Adelson is at 12:30. She's nowhere near the residence. According to the state's theory, she must have mind-reading ability. But yet they continue to try to pound that puzzle piece into place.
Oh, they're pounding it. Ugh. It's just too much.
They double down on it. Ask yourself why.
I was actually thinking the same thing, Sean.
Jeffrey Lacoste. The jury instructions will tell you to evaluate bias in witnesses in determining their truthfulness. It is not up for dispute that Mr. Lacoste was a jilted lover who was stalking Wendy Adelson. You heard that from Hale, Officer Hale, the later witness. More importantly, though, Jeffrey Lacoste thought that the Adelsons and Wendy had tried to frame him. He was upset about that. They thought he tried to frame them. He thought they tried to frame him for this murder.
And so his testimony was shaped by that anger. The truth is, he had a nice time at dinner with Charlie on March 11th at Yardbirds. There's a text message in real time, unsolicited, confirming that. Charlie didn't send him a text, he sent Charlie a text. The truth is, when he talks about Charlie having associations with the Cuban element, whatever he testified to, by the way, no one in this case is Cuban. Tell you a secret, Sigfredo Garcia is not Cuban. Luis Rivera is not Cuban. Made up. He admitted that even though he supposedly thought Wendy was part of a murder, he would have gotten back together with her. Does that make any sense? He says that Wendy told him that Charlie really looked into hiring a hitman. He says she told him this when they were breaking up. Does that make any sense? He says that after they broke up, she told him it was a celebration dinner. Meaning she's telling him, I did a murder with Charlie. Does that make any sense? And then you hear about these notes. You hear it from Officer Hale and others, how there's a bunch of notes. He took a bunch of notes. I never saw the notes. You know why? He destroyed them. Ask yourself why. His testimony makes no sense, is biased, and should be discounted as nonsense. As someone who is angry because he thinks they tried to frame him. Stephen Webster. Honest. Nice. This was Professor Markel's divorce lawyer. But notice something. He's not a divorce lawyer. He's a criminal lawyer. Never litigated anything in the case. But yet they call him to try to bolster some sort of motive that Wendy Adelson was so fearful and the family was so fearful that she was going to be disbarred, that these motions were going to be successful. When I asked him, did you know that the judge was frustrated with Professor Markel? He had no idea because he wasn't the lawyer at the time. Junum Chindo. She testified that Charlie sleeps with a gun. Why would he sleep with a gun if he was part of the murder? She testified that during the bump, she wasn't actually clear, but I'll give him this. During the bump and after that, he was upset. He was acting weird. Of course he was. He didn't know whether his family was about to get killed. He didn't know who was extorting them the second time. She also testified how Charlie flew out of the country and always returned. Ryan Fitzpatrick. To me, this witness sums up the state's case. And it's scary. He had no firsthand knowledge of anything. And you learn only through cross-examination that years after the murder, when he was about to be sued by Charlie, he threatened him to go to the FBI and say things bad about him. You learn that just days before coming in this courtroom, he's on a blog taking bets about whether he can cause him to serve the rest of his life in prison. Disgusting. Luis Rivera. The state still doesn't get it. I'm not going to discredit his testimony, just the opposite. To me, Luis Rivera's testimony was in some ways the most significant.
Yep.
He's an animal, but he was truthful. He said what he knew. It proved firsthand why you must find Charlie Adelson not guilty of all 3 counts. It proved firsthand reasonable doubt. It was an aha moment. Let me remind you of it. He admitted that Katie was the mastermind of the killing. He said that everything had to be cleared through Katie. He said that everything he and Sigfredo knew came through Katie. He said he wanted to do a robbery, but Katie said he couldn't do a robbery, that it had to be done this way. We went through all the lies that Katie told him through Sigfredo, the lady being on Trescott, the purpose of the trips, the amount of money. He now understood why he got $37,000 instead of $35,000. We went through the fact that he knew nothing about the payments over time or the gifts to Katie. And here was the punchline. When asked, could this have been an extortion and not a murder for hire? Could they have lied about that to you too? His answer was yes. One of the 2 shooters admitted to you that knowing what he knows now, this could have been an extortion. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the definition of reasonable doubt. Am I going to discredit him? No. I'd never talked to him before. The first time I met him was in this courtroom. Their witness says it could have been an extortion. Catherine McVanua. Now, we've talked a lot about her already, and I don't want to talk about her much more. But ask yourself about all her lies. This Halloween nonsense. Go take a look at Defense Exhibit 34. Charlie Adelson knew nothing about Sigfredo Garcia on Halloween. You see it in text message on November 27th. They'll try to spin the text message. Read it for yourselves. Defense Exhibit 34. Her testimony alone should give you a mountain of reasonable doubt. Clarissa Libiedo and Erica Johnston. The state called them to prove something we already admitted in opening. Katie didn't work at the Adelson Institute. Mary Hall, truthful witness. She confirmed that Katie got paid overtime. She couldn't give you exact numbers, but when you look at the numbers, you see it corresponds to around $3,000 a month. She confirmed that the Adelson checks created a paper trail, something that Charlie had no issue with because he was not part of a murder. She confirmed the gifts, the payments for the car repairs. By the way, she confirmed that he put many of those on his credit card, creating a paper trail as well. Now let's talk about those gifts, because I want to make sure everyone understands it. Over time, Charlie became more and more convinced that Katie was not part of the extortion. But he needed her help. See, because as long as she was helping him, he knew he wasn't going to be paid a visit. As long as she was helping him, he knew the money wouldn't go up. And so he tried to keep her happy. Now, they want you to believe he tried to keep her happy because he was worried that she would go to the police and report a murder that they both did together. Does that make any sense? No, he tried to keep her happy because he wanted her to know he was appreciative that she was helping him. Investigator Corbett, a thorough witness, straightforward guy, honest. This is the phone analyst investigator. He looks at patterns. He doesn't know what's said on the phone. It's guesswork. He sees the frequency in the amount of calls. And he looks for patterns. Now, when asked, could these calls be because it's a boyfriend and a girlfriend, a mother and a son, husband and a wife? He says, of course. He also confirmed that there's an absence in records. That by the time they arrest Charlie Adelson in 2022, we can no longer get phone records before when they got him originally. We can no longer get SunPass records. SunPass records would show that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson never were at Charlie Adelson's house that night. He confirms that. And he also confirmed that there were a lot of calls that are consistent with when Charlie is driving to work and coming home from work. Now, I want to talk about this landline issue because it is crazy. It may be the craziest thing in this case. And it's done to incite you. When you think about it, you're going to see it means absolutely nothing. So they have a chart. She showed it in closing of a frequency in using the landline, calling the landline. And you see that Charlie hardly ever calls his parents' landline. Okay? And they want to show you that on a particular day or days, he calls the landline. So that must mean something. What does it mean? He's using his cell phone. He's calling his parents' number that has been the same number since the year he was born. Grasping at straws. That's what that is.
Grasping at straws.
Then they confuse a wired call with those calls. What they're confusing is there's a call after Charlie. You'll see it in, go look at it. There's a call after Charlie learns about the text message that they sent to his mom at like 2 a.m. You'll recall that he and his parents meet at the pool at their apartment. And you'll recall that Charlie then goes and he goes to a friend's office and he gets a call or calls Katie. And then he says, I'll call you from a landline. And that's because he doesn't get good service in that office. It has nothing to do with his parents' apartment. This landline, it doesn't mean anything. It's like magic. It's like they're putting on a magic show. Use your common sense. Corbett also confirmed that Charlie's house was a stone's throw away from the turnpike, and that the most direct route to Tallahassee for Donna and Harvey was to take the turnpike, which passes right outside his house. And he confirmed that Charlie didn't leave his house for more than 24 hours after the night he was extorted. They show you that Jim text. Corbett, their own witness, confirms he didn't leave the house. We're almost there.
Oh, we're almost there, are we?
Special Agent Jimenez. No real substance. He pretends to be a Latin King gang member.
Does he? Does he wear like a sparkly shirt? Tight
It's going to be
pants?
critical that you hear that and understand that. He pretends to be a brother of Tato. And he testified up here that the reason why he did that is because he wanted the Adelsons to know that it was gang related. Up until this point in time, we're now in 2016, April 19th. There's nothing about Latin Kings. No matter how many times Ms. Kappelman wants to ask Charlie about Latin Kings in 2014 or talk to you about Latin Kings in 2014, they're nowhere near this case in Charlie's mind until 2016, and more precisely until April 20th of 2016. And we'll get there in a moment. But Jimenez testifies that he inserts this into the bump. Then we heard from Agent Bronstein and Keith McElvey. And we learned from them that only part of Dolce Vita is recorded. You saw it's difficult to hear. You can't hear almost anything Catherine McBandle was saying. And we learned that there's numerous recordings. By the way, you have two of the recordings. I submit to you that the recordings are the exact same. You can listen to them for yourselves. But it's interesting where they started the recording that they played for you. And we know what he meant when he said that because he never fled. You heard from Special Agent Sanford. He went to places far away. Extradition's tough. And he always came back. Investigator Kendall Matsuri. Probably my favorite question in the case that you didn't understand until later when I asked him whether he didn't like sushi.
Sushi? They're hungry. Don't talk about food.
But he testified that when he arrested Charlie in 2022, there was barbed wire and cameras all over his house. Ask yourself why. He confirmed that that arrest was 6 years after the arrest of Sigfredo and Katie. Ask yourself why. Now they put on evidence through Special Agent Sanford a second time, and they were called. They called him to put in all the wires, but he couldn't really talk about what the wires meant because he wasn't part of those conversations. Only two people could really talk about what they were meant. And frankly, I thought maybe we'd have a he said, she said case in this case. They didn't call Catherine McDaniel. You only have one version, the truth of what was said on those wires. And we'll get to that. Sanford the second time confirmed that Katie was hiding when the police came knocking on her door. She lied to you about that. He confirmed that Katie lied during her proffers, that you had to walk out. She lied to you about that. He confirmed that there was no evidence of any calls between Katie and Charlie after Sigfredo's arrest in the spring of 2016. He testified to the numerous lies that Katie told on the wires to Charlie and how she didn't lie to her co-conspirator, Sigfredo. That was their case in chief. We had no obligation to put on a case. When you're evaluating the presumption of innocence and whether they met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt, stop right there. They didn't come close.
Does someone just go?
But we put on a case. We talked a little bit about lawyer Adelson. We can move on from her. I think you get the point of what her purpose was. But Charlie Adelson testified. And when he testified, you saw him explain on direct what happened on the 18th. How he was extorted. How he was fearful for himself and his family. You heard why he didn't go to the police. Now, listen, some of us might go to the police, some of us might not. You heard why he didn't go to the police. Reasonable. He had just seen what had happened to Professor Markel. He knew the danger of these people.
No.
And she wants you to think that he would negotiate with Katie that night.
Kinda.
He was stunned. What was there to negotiate? And again, there's no counter narrative because they didn't call Katie McBanawa and ask her about it. You heard why he thought Katie wasn't part of it and was protecting him. And you may remember Miss Kappelman trying to trick him. And he was clear. In 2014, he had no idea she was behind it. No matter how many ways she tried to ask the question. You saw him explain all the wires. I'm not going to do it here. I won't do that to you all.
Oh, the liars.
You saw him explain every word on Dolce Vita. You saw him explain what Dolce Vita was about. See, what you learn is that he met with his mom. And at first he thought this might be the same original extorter because he knew that Catherine and Sigfredo were having issues. And that made him nervous. But he also saw how different this was. And I apologize. I went over so many wires where it's the same thing over and over and over as to him trying to compare the two events. I did it for a reason. It wasn't to bore you. It was to show you in real time what was on his mind. When he met with his mom, because of the differences, he was pretty certain it was the police. And he had no clue who Tato was. But then he meets with Catherine McBanawa in that car, and he freaked out. And you know why he freaked out? Because he learns that there is a Tato. He learns that he is not only in the Latin Kings, but is the head of the Latin Kings. He learns that he has brothers. Remember the bump? My brother is incarcerated, and he learns that Tato is incarcerated. And he thinks to himself, oh my God. And by the way, he also learns, which we now know is a lie, because again, Katie was trying to protect Sigfredo. He learns that Tato was the killer. He wasn't the killer. Sigfredo was the killer, Tutto. But in the car, he learns about the Latin kings, he learns about Tato, and he learns that that is the guy that she told him killed Professor Markel. And you wonder why he's talking the way he's talking at Dolce Vita.
An anti-gravity tie.
He's freaking out. He thinks his mom, if they don't pay, is going to get killed.
No worries, Mo.
And if she doesn't get killed, someone else is. And so when they walk into Dolce Vita,
hey, Pixie.
That's what the debate is about. So
Happy
you have to
World Cup Day, I
understand the
believe.
context of the conversation. When they're talking about rental cars, it's because he's just learned about the rental car. When they're talking about dead gang members, it's because he's just learned about a gang member, Tato. And the debate is he wants her to pay. And she's telling him it's not them. It's not him. And the reason why she's telling him it's not him is because she knows who Tato is. You saw Tato. He'd be a little bit more threatening than the guy we saw in the video. And his associates would be a little bit more threatening than Mr. Jimenez. And through Dolce Vita, what you see is a couple things. And you can listen to it. Don't take my word for it. You see him trying to act tough. But then you see him quickly say, but I don't know anything. I'll keep my mouth shut. So he's acting tough. I'm carrying a gun. I'll shoot the gang member in my driveway, but I don't know anything. I'm keeping my end of the bargain from July 18th. I'm not going to say a word. This discussion about information and details. It's clear on Dolce Vita and on the liars what they're talking about. The details aren't details about a murder. The details are details about the payments. By the way, that's what they talked about when Jimenez came and did the bump. We know you've been helping. The payments. They leave out the fact that repeatedly he says, I don't care if it's the police because I've got nothing to hide. It's said in Dolce Vita. Discussions about the importance of the characteristics of the guy who approached them. He's not using, he's using a real phone number. He's not wearing a disguise. He's not giving 48 hours. He's not being threatening. Again, we talked about it. They only know part of the story. Discussions about who he hopes it is. Hopes it's the police. And you see that contrary to what Ms. Kappelman said in closing, his absolute first instinct is to pay. He wants her to pay. She doesn't want to pay. See, she knows it's not Tato. She knows it's not Sigfredo. And she's trying to convince him it's the police. And you'll see in the video, she goes to the bathroom. And by the way, he's been talking like this. He doesn't stop. She goes to the bathroom and he finally listens. And when she comes back, you see his conversation changes again. He says, okay, I see what you say. Here's the number. Call the number.
I'm thinking about it, David.
But he starts talking about how it's different. And then he calls his mom and he talks to his mom about how it's the police. And Matsuri is the same thing. Now, why they're talking in code, listen, I think this is semantics. There is no code.
Okay, dear.
But we can agree on this.
See
They
you
are
when you get
talking
home.
carefully. And the reason he is talking carefully depends on who he is speaking to.
Here.
When he's speaking to Catherine Magbanua, he is speaking carefully
Right.
because he needs her help. And he does not want to spook her.
I can't see anything.
When his mom and him are speaking carefully, it's because he does not want anyone to know, including the police, about the first extortion. Because if they know about the first extortion, they're going to come talk to him, and he believes that he and his family will be in danger. And by the way, he doesn't go to the police because it's clear the police wouldn't believe him. Just like they don't believe him right now.
Oh, there she is. Hey, how's it going,
Now,
baby?
during Miss Kappelman's cross of Charlie Adelson, you saw it. I'm not going to go into it in detail.
Hey, lovely.
But one thing is clear, is that he knew the wires cold. He knew dates. He knew what he said on particular wires. And you might ask yourself, why? His life is dependent on those wires. For the last year and a half, he's been in prison, jail. He's reviewed those wires because he knows they show what really happened. The wires show his innocence. And they certainly don't show proof beyond a reasonable doubt of his guilt. You know, like the landline, I want you to think about the bullet bourbon. Agent Maltese was told to take a picture of that bullet bourbon. Done to incite. Thank God Andy Adelson kept the invitation to the party. Not the simplest explanation, but the truth. The state's case is like that. The case against Charlie Adelson is a case of guesses and of assumptions. It was not brought until just weeks before Catherine Magbanua's second trial. 8 years after the murder, 6 years after the arrest of Sigfredo, and later Catherine Magbanua. The evidence wasn't there then, and it isn't there today to meet their high burden. The puzzle pieces do not fit. He did not participate in the murder of Professor Markel.
God.
He didn't do it. He didn't conspire to do it. He didn't solicit it. By the way, speculation can be reasonable doubt. You can go back there and speculate. You can use your common sense and figure out.
Your Honor, a statement of the law.
What? Speculate. They can hang on. What? You can go back there and speculate. Is that what that's about? I suppose that's all that's about. You can go back and speculate. You can use your common sense. That was the last thing he said, right? He's wrapping up, but he should have brought in the tapes. Good objection by the prosecution. Yeah. The jury must be absolutely just itching in their seat. They must be like, come on, finish this up, mate. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. That's surely it doesn't take very long to argue about this objection.
Regard the last comment concerning speculation. You may continue with your argument.
You may continue with your
You're
argument.
allowed to use your common sense.
Common sense, yes.
That's what you're allowed to do. That's what you're told to do.
Yes, Wookiee
You don't have
sound.
to check that in the door out there. The presumption of innocence means that we presume the
know
best
what
about
one.
people. We presume them to be blameless. That means when you're listening to these wires, if there are two possible explanations, you go with the one that is favorable to Charlie Adelson. That's what is consistent with the presumption of innocence. The state wants you to assume guilt. They want you to listen to these wires and they want you to hear them in a certain way through dirty lenses. They want you to look at them through the lens of everything being wrong and sinister. That is not what the law says you should do. If you presume this man innocent, which the law says you must do, which is what each and every one of you gave your word you would do during jury selection, then you look at these wires and you listen to them, assuming the best about Charlie Adelson. And when you have two explanations, both of them reasonable, you go with the one that presumes his innocence. That's how our system works. Reasonable doubt, the judge has instructed you on. And he's told you that reasonable doubt is if you vacillate, if you go back and forth, that either explanation could be right. If you waver at all, that is living, breathing proof of reasonable doubt. And when you find yourself doing that, you must find Charlie Adelson not guilty, because that is reasonable doubt and shows that the state did not meet its burden. Each and every one of you promised us during jury selection that you would have the courage, the fortitude, that the prosecution didn't meet its burden, something they have not come close to doing in this case, that you would have the courage to say the words "not guilty." And that's what we're asking you to do, because simply put, the evidence isn't there. The evidence is actually consistent with innocence. Now, because of the state's high burden of proof, they get another closing. And I don't get to speak again. So I need each and every one of you, when they're speaking, to think in your minds, what would Rashbaum say? What would the evidence say? Remember, in our system, they don't get the last word. You do. I know you will take your jobs as jurors seriously. I know you will follow the law, the presumption of innocence, and the high burden of proof. If you do that, there is only one just verdict in this case.
Oh, really? Are you getting there?
Count 1, not guilty. Count 2, not guilty. Count 3, not guilty. End this nightmare. Send him home. Thank you, Your Honor.
State prepared to give its rebuttal closing.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
What? Where's lunch? Are these people robots? What? Are they on drip?
The defense has encouraged you to speculate in this case. The law does not allow that. I want to draw your attention to page 4 of your jury instructions. You'll have to pick them up. Page 4, middle of the page. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used,
Why aren't they
you
getting a
must
break?
consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. Could it be? Not good enough. A speculative doubt.
Wow.
Speculation. We don't have that in the courtroom. We don't have that in the jury deliberation room. Imaginary or forced doubt. Not reasonable. Such a doubt must not influence you
Right, I'm
to
hungry for
return
them.
a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt.
Oh, the judge's face says it all.
When you're back there and you're thinking about what Mr. Rashbaum would have said, he would have said puzzle pieces. First puzzle piece, the motive doesn't fit because he had a great life and he wouldn't have wanted to ruin his life. The problem with that argument is arrogance. This was not an issue for him because he wasn't going to get caught, because he was untouchable. They said relocation had no impact on Charlie Adelson, and that they proved Wendy's innocence in their questioning of her. Why are they working so hard to convince you Wendy is innocent? Does it matter? Y'all aren't being asked to decide anything about Wendy Adelson. There's nothing on that verdict form about Wendy Adelson. Did she corroborate the defense theory in this case? Wendy Adelson testified she didn't know anything about this supposed extortion of her brother, even though she moved there the day this happened. She didn't know in 14, she didn't know in 15, and she didn't know until it was announced in opening statements in this courtroom. I asked her about it, and she said, quote, well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not. I don't know whether it's true or not. Even his own sister doesn't believe this load he's trying to sell y'all. Garcia wanted to kill the defendant so he wouldn't have done a hit on his behalf. And for that, they refer to the jet ski incident. They couldn't be in a conspiracy together because they hated each other. Well, that was part of the purpose of the walling off. The whole theory of this defense is that this defendant was so fearful of Sigfredo Garcia that he couldn't do the normal thing. He couldn't report this. But he continued to date Catherine Magdanois, Garcia's baby mama, after all this. After July 1, when they had this incident in the roadway. After the extortion. And even after that, he continues to send love notes to Sigfredo Garcia's woman. Even after the two of them get back together, he's still sending those notes because he's so arrogant. Defense has told you that the defendant made the joke about the TV being cheaper than Hitman to people he hardly knew. Who are those people? The only person that testified in this courtroom that they had heard that joke was Wendy Adelson. Lacasse was asked. The lawyer said they said it, but and you guys have to refer to your notes and your own memories about what the evidence showed. But Lacasse was asked, did he say the joke at the dinner that y'all went to with Wendy and Garcia and Catherine Magdanois? I'm sorry, Wendy and Charlie and Catherine Magdanois. And he says, no. He does not recall that joke being made, and he thinks he would have recalled it had it been made. So there is no evidence in this trial that the defendant told that joke to people he hardly knew. If this was a murder for hire, it should have been paid in advance. Murder for hires always get paid in advance. That's what Pat Sanford said. That's not what he said. What Pat Sanford said is the arrests have been made close in time after the other murder for hire cases have worked. So there's no payment over time, gifts and stuff like that. Here, the investigation took years for the defendant to have the opportunity to try to keep her happy, to try to provide these gifts. Not only to her, but to Sigfredo Garcia. A gift card for a vacation on your extortion victim. Offered, not asked for, not demanded, offered. Offered to the extortionist. The defense talked about Catherine McVanois. He hates when people lie, and she's a liar, and she lied to you. Well, Mr. Rashbaum's opinion about the witnesses, he told you which ones were good, which ones were lying, which ones were truthful, which ones were the best ones, which ones meant nothing. You guys decide that stuff. Okay? What we say is not evidence. Catherine McVanois is a liar, though. I mean, she said other stuff, and now she's saying this. You guys have to consider that. That's a no-brainer. She has played every card she had, and this is the last stop for her. I agree with that. You guys agreed at jury selection that you would keep an open mind to that type of evidence, and that's all I ask you to do. Does it fit with the other evidence in the case? Because her last testimony sure didn't. Nobody has stronger feelings about Catherine McVanois than the ones sitting on this side. Would I ask you to base this defendant's freedom on the word of Catherine McVanois? That's what they said I'm doing. And I would never do that. Never. Does it fit with the other evidence in the case? That's what I'm asking you to consider. I didn't ask her about Dolce Vita. She verified the transcript. She said the words that scrolled when y'all watched it were the words that were said. The state has a doubt. What if we do? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the lawyers think. Doesn't matter. Do you have a doubt? Doesn't matter what I think. Doesn't matter what Mr. Rashbaum thinks. Regarding the defendant's demeanor in 2014, the defense said there was nobody that said anything about his demeanor. We only asked about, was he going crazy after the bump? And the answer was yes. That's not true. Ryan Fitzpatrick, who was his best friend in 2014, they didn't fall out until 2015, reported no change in his behavior. I said, was his behavior weird like that before the bump? No, not weird. That was his quote. He was normal until the bump, and then he was agitated, angry, freaked out, tense, stressed, whatever. Why didn't I play all of the calls? Did y'all get enough of the calls? It's trying to pick the parts that I think are important. They're in evidence. Feel free to listen to them. I do not want you to think I was trying to hide anything from you. Those are in evidence. And you will have an opportunity to review anything you want when you're back there with the recording equipment, headphones, and all that will be provided to you. The defense says in calls A, B, and C, if you did a murder with someone, wouldn't it be the first thing on your mind to report? Well, maybe, but you're probably not like Charlie Adelson. You're probably not untouchable. Charlie Adelson asks the description on the wire, tell me about this guy, what's the timing, what was he wearing a disguise? How do those questions, the defense is offering that as evidence that he was trying to deduce whether this blackmailer was the same as the prior blackmailer, but he never saw the prior blackmailer. He only saw Catherine McVanois. So how does asking if the guy that approached his mother was wearing a disguise tend to prove his innocence or tend to prove his extortion theory? guy that extorted him wasn't wearing a floppy hat and an Abe Lincoln beard. It was Sigfredo Garcia. It was Catherine McVanois. Sigfredo Garcia, the first extortionist, didn't give him 48 hours to pay. He put him on a payment plan. He paid over years. The defendant, hoping it's the police, and saying, quote, these people only know part of the story, or they think they know part of the story. The defense picks that out and says, oh, there he is talking about the first extortion. Or is he saying, why did they go to my mom instead of me? I'm the one that has a connection to you. I'm the one that, I think what he says is, I'm the one that has a relationship to you. Why didn't they come to the one that's involved? I mean, I'm not involved. That's what he says. Why didn't they come to the one that was involved in this? That's what he's trying to figure out about why they went to his mom and not him. Can't even read my own writing here. Oh, the PowerPoint with Wendy. Okay, the dots on the cell phone PowerPoints do not indicate where the person was. They indicate the cell tower that was servicing the person's phone at that time. So they're going to be somewhere around there. And the testimony was that Wendy's dot at 12:30 could be consistent. He can't say where she was. Could be consistent with her being at Trescott. And we know she went to Trescott because Officer Glynn observed her there. So I'm not desperately trying to pound a puzzle piece into y'all that Wendy made the call to say it's done. I don't know that. I can't prove that. If that information was conveyed, I don't know how it got conveyed. All right, Lacoste. They really need y'all to discount the testimony of Jeffrey Lacoste, right? Because of that statement that Wendy made to him just before the murder, that all kidding aside, her brother really had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markell. And the defense says, you can't believe him, he's a jilted lover. And the evidence definitely showed that he was heartbroken over Wendy Adelson. But unfortunately for the defense, his brain was working just fine. And he testified about Charlie Adelson bragging in the hot tub about connections to a Cuban criminal element. The defense says, oh, they're not Cuban, that's not in evidence. They're of Hispanic descent, and he reported that to law enforcement that that's what Charlie said. Lacoste doesn't know if they're Cuban or something else. Lacoste said he bragged in the hot tub about having connections to a Cuban criminal element, and when Lacoste reported that information, the killers had not been identified, so he had no way of knowing if they were Cuban or of Hispanic descent. That's the importance of that. Lacoste says Wendy reported the celebration dinner, same thing. He comes in and tells the cops, look, she reported a celebration dinner to me where she vomited on the table. An inspection of the records proves there was a dinner and she did vomit. But they want you to believe that Lacoste is just lying about the celebration part. The Halloween text. They've asked you to look at their piece of evidence that talks about when Garcia learned about the existence of Charlie. That doesn't shed any light on what we're saying occurred on Halloween. On Halloween, Charlie, this defendant, approached Catherine McVanois about, do you know anyone that can rough him up? Okay, we're not alleging that she called Garcia that day and said, hey, can you come kill somebody? That was just the first inquiry into a plan that developed over time between Charles Adelson and Catherine McVanois. All right, the defense mentioned Erica and all this stuff. Erica Johnson and her testimony, that didn't mean anything. Why did they call them? What about that recorded call between the defendant and Erica? Why does he tell her not to talk to the police? What about June and Chinda? Why does he tell her not to talk to the police? They don't know about the first layer of extortion. They can't reveal the first layer of extortion that will reveal the second layer of extortion that will expose him to the Latin Kings. Why is he telling them not to talk to the cops? Defendant's testimony. They say it's reasonable that he didn't go to the police with the truth because he had just seen what these people were capable of. They killed Dan Markell. He was in fear. Okay. Is that consistent with what you know about him? I refer you back to the wires and everything you know about him. But also, why then not come forward with this story when the bad guys were arrested and the danger was eliminated? Why not come forward when Catherine McVanoa was arrested and he believed her to be innocent? For 3 years, she awaited trial while this man thought she had nothing to do with it, according to him. Yet, he did not come forward with this story. Why not come forward after her conviction? All the bad guys have been arrested and convicted. Danger eliminated. Come tell the truth. He doesn't do it. What about after his own arrest? He doesn't come forward then. We learn it in this courtroom in opening statement. Defense says the defendant freaked out in the car before Dolce Vita. Right? You have to watch Dolce again and see if you think he was freaking out or if he was in control of that situation. He was the one giving orders in that situation. I'll go back to the players in this case being smart. I mean, the defendant is smart. And they had over a year to carefully plan this murder with the goal of not getting caught. And he's had 7 years to think about his defense in this case since the case first broke. And he does think he's untouchable. Don't guess. Don't assume. Look at the evidence. It will tell you everything you need to know. But don't let the way the defendant thought he would get away with this be the reason he gets away with it. As long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder. Well, fortunately for us, the defendant didn't take his own advice. He did take the witness stand. He did offer statements, and you are able to assess his credibility as part of your determination of this case. Only one of us is putting on a magic show. It's up to y'all to figure out which one it is, right? We just hope and trust that you all have the common sense and the courage to see this case for what it is, to cut through all the stuff that the lawyers say and get to the meat of it and render a verdict that does justice for Dan Markell. And that is a verdict of guilty as charged. Thank you.
In just a few minutes, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back into the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instructions I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave your devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in any note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The audio, cell phone, summary, disc, jump drives, photographic, and video exhibits will be sent into
guys. Yeah.
the jury room with you
There we go.
when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it's important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules we all share. Before the bailiff takes you back to the jury room, I'm going to have the clerk announce our alternates, and they will be dismissed at this point. I did want to say, though, to our alternates, I thank you for your diligent service throughout this trial. This is certainly a circumstance where 2-week trials are not
Imagine
normal,
sitting
but
through
thank you
that
nonetheless for your service in this matter.
and then leaving.
Madam Clerk?
Oh, hello. Now what? Has she not got a speaker or no?
Your belongings. If you wish to know
Mm.
the outcome of the trial, you may contact my office and we will respond. For the rest of the jurors, you may take your notepads with you. Please leave the copies of the jury instructions, but you may take your notepads and I believe your audio recording lists as well.
Thank you, Sean Bird. That's a great idea.
This would be the point where everyone rises for the jury. They're coming out.
All right. All right. All right. Are we voting for what we think it should be or what we think is actually going to happen? Because
everyone can be seated.
I'm always like torn
The
between
attorneys can leave their phone numbers with
predicting
the
what I think is going to actually
clerk. From
happen.
here, we will be in recess unless there is a note.
There's
or
always
we have
2
a
votes
verdict
for me.
itself.
Hung juries are pretty rare. Matt's correct.
Please leave your phone numbers with the clerk. We're in recess.
What it will actually be? Guilty. Guilty. Juries love guilty. They love it. They love it. Sorry, I don't have very much faith in juries. It's been a rough year, hasn't it? Yeah. After seeing what juries can do on little to no evidence, how quick they are to judge people guilty. And I'm not saying that that's the case here. Like, I'm not saying that there's not enough evidence here. Like I said earlier, I haven't seen the entirety of this trial. And it's a complex one, this one. This is not one that you can just, well, for myself, I don't feel that I know enough about this one, even having like gone back and like rewatched Crew, gone back and watched a lot of the testimony, done some research. I still don't feel, yeah, it's complicated. I don't feel like I know enough to really grasp all of the storylines involved in this, and say for sure that the state has proved beyond reasonable doubt, and so therefore it's not guilty for me. Absolutely, it's not guilty for me. But the jury did sit there the entire time. Still, I'm I'm tainted. Yeah, tainted by the things I've seen, I suppose. The things I've seen, far less. Far less. I've seen juries say that, yes, like, yeah, Nick, a jury found Zach guilty on literally zero evidence, literally zero. Yeah. And yet there's people who are like, no, but there was DNA in the van, there was blood in the van. Of course he's guilty. And he burned up the bloody clothes. And his daughter said that he pulled a gun on her. All these things, people will say that till they're blue in the face about Zach, like that evidence was actually presented, which it wasn't. So yeah, I mean, we can talk for hours about Zach's case, and whilst we're at it, why don't we pop up some Zach links? We have a little bit of time to spare. Okay, so let's have a look at what some people have to say. I'm mods in chat. It'd be really awesome if you could pop up Zach's Gives and Go. And he has a brand new merch store, which is really pretty as well. All right, so Atheist and 3, that's hung jury, right? Mads 3 also hung jury. Yep. Sean 2 is not guilty. Okay. 3 hung jury, lots of hung juries. No, hung jury. Wow, okay. Also hung jury for Pixie. Wow. Maths. 1 for guilty for Dennis. Oh, Sal. Okay, I'll take that as hung 3 for Sal. I'll just see if there's any others here. 1, but should be a 2. Yep, okay. And what else have we got here? 69 from Davon. Of course, Davon. And a slug. Okay, so we got 3 from Crime Spies. Okay, so we've got a lot of people thinking it's going to be a hung jury. Very interesting. Is everyone hearing music? No, I can't hear music. No, good. Share. Hit the thumbs up. That would be wonderful. Okay, so actually that really interests me that you guys are saying that, because you know what though, I remember back when Murdoch trial was happening, there was quite a few people saying potentially a hung jury for that one. But you know what, if Egg Lady had been actually on the jury, I suppose it would have been a hung jury, wouldn't it? There you go. But that wasn't to be. The egg cracked. Okay, so I have some options for you. I was thinking that what we might do, it depends if you are Charlie Adelson out or not, but I have some spicy testimony from throughout the trial that we could watch for a bit. So Verdict Watch has started. It is all on. Let's get the banner going. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. We are live. We're in Verdict Watch. I want it to be, yeah, that. Anyway, so yeah, we're in Verdict Watch. So I wanted to show you, hang on, let's go. Let's see what the options are. I have a playlist. Oh, hang on. Before we do this, let me just type in guilty or something. Hey, you can see that. So let's see what Lauren Krim is saying. Go back. Guilty, 78%. Not guilty, 12%. Hung jury, 10%. Any surprises there? No? I would let him walk for them to arrest Donna today. I hate Wendy. TV repairman going to pay Charlie a visit in prison. We could just sit here and listen to read these out. Okay, so what I was going to show you instead was I have a playlist set up. Where is it? I'll just get it going in the background, and then I'll bring it up for you. I have a playlist set up of some spicy testimony from the trial, and we started earlier before the trial started today, before court started today, with the stuff from Katie. But then I've got more. I thought it might be nice to revisit some. So how about Wendy Adelson's ex reveals he thought he was being set up for the gruesome murder of Dan Markell. That's a stupid poll on LNC. There's 3 charges. That is true. There are 3 charges. There are 3 charges, crimes-wise. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So I might share this tab instead. Hang on a sec.
The homicide that we're here about. Did you see Wendy Adelson that evening at her residence here in Tallahassee?
Yes, after we returned
Okay,
from
so
dinner and moved
hello. No, they're not still going, David. In fact, I'm just going to put another
the
thing
relocation
up.
battle that was going on back in the summer of
And
2013
just for
come
people
up.
coming in so they know what's
And is
going
that
on.
the issue we've already touched on, which has to
And
do
I
with
just need to
her
change
wanting
it so it
to
doesn't
move to
say when
South
court
Florida with the
starts.
children and filing a petition
While
to
we
do
wait,
so in the courts?
while we
That's
are
right. And
on
by
verdict
extension,
watch.
the issue of being stuck in Tallahassee.
Okay. And while discussing that issue, did Ms. Adelson make some statements to you about her brother Charlie?
She did.
And what were those statements?
She asked to speak to me confidentially in a very serious tone of voice, told me that Charlie had investigated all possible options to take care of the problem of Danny Markell, including hiring a hitman, which would cost about $15,000. And I later revised that and thought maybe it was $50,000, but the dollar amount was the only thing in question. She definitely said that Charles Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Danny Markell.
And when did she say Mr. Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman?
When the relocation was denied the previous summer.
Okay.
Do you think?
All right. And the dollar amount, so she either said 15 or 50, you're not sure which?
That's correct.
He does look a bit like
And
the decedent, doesn't
when
he?
she said this, what was her demeanor like?
She has
She's
a
very
type.
serious.
All right, so definitely not the to be confused with the TV joke.
No, I'd heard that joke repeatedly. I knew that joke. This was something very different. This was chilling, a little scary, made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing. The joke was said in a lighthearted manner, and this was not said in that way. This was serious and said confidentially.
All right, thank you. And I want to, well, okay, I think we should go from there to the next day, which is going to be July 14th, 2014, the Monday before the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Wendy Adelson on that day?
Yeah, I can't remember if I contacted her, if she contacted me, but she was excited to see me. And I wasn't so sure about that because the night before we'd had an awkward conversation at the conclusion of that night. And I had told her that she didn't want to do this anymore, that she could just send me a text and I wouldn't, take any offense. We would just, break up. So I didn't get that text. Instead, I talked to Wendy Adelson and she was excited to see me.
All right, so what did you do?
Well, then she needed to call me back, and it went from her enthusiasm about seeing me to let's just meet at yoga tonight, go in separate cars. So there was a real shift in about 30 minutes.
Did you go to yoga?
We did. We went to yoga.
No, Kat, don't go
And
there.
after yoga, was there a discussion about your relationship and the status of
Kat's
your
about to pull out the cord to my
A
monitor.
very brief one. I mean, yoga is not a great place to talk, obviously. So while we were sitting there, she seemed very cold, and I kind of got the the feeling that it was over, that this was it. So as we walked to the car, I tried to talk to her about the relationship, and that didn't go well. And so I just kind of put up my hands
Caught him.
and walked away, feeling sad that this was it.
All right. And as you walked away, was that the end, or was there more conversation after you began to walk
No,
away?
she called out to me, and I walked back towards her. And she was deeply curious. Well, during that, let me back up slightly. During that conversation, she didn't have any interest in spending any time with me. For the rest of
Okay,
the
why am I
week.
not full
So kind of
screen
confirmed,
anymore?
you know, this
That
is
happened
over.
when I was rescuing the cat.
But then when she called me back, she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on
Oops, sorry.
danger. I didn't know Hitman had already visited Tallahassee. I didn't realize there was an act.
Guys, I apologize. Where were we at?
Now,
Oops.
the word I recall is he had connections, and
I'm so sorry. Were we near the end?
she was reporting. I did not sense there was a present danger. I didn't know Hitman had already visited Tallahassee.
Yeah, we'd seen that, hey. Maybe I hadn't. Maybe I didn't skip forward.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
No, we weren't there. Yeah, I
So
know. I was trying to rescue the
Should you
cat,
have gone to
Sean.
the police with this
Jeez.
Yes.
Give me a break.
1 minute, please. Nothing else, Your Honor.
Nah, all right, never mind.
Maybe go side.
Oh, we'll go to the next one. We've got shocking wiretap recordings between Charlie and Mother revealed in the murder trial. Boomering 101 with you. Well,
You still have the number?
I'm 6 hours in. It's 5 a.m. I have a cat that just tried to pull the wires out.
I'm just asking you to find out who the fuck is.
It's like you get that number that's off of the thing, off of the number, off of the freaking.
You're all being so nice, though. You're all lovely.
At the office?
Meow. Aren't they lovely? Yes.
Obviously. Because this is like a fucking bullshit game.
Well, they're not coming out on foot, they're not writing letters.
No, I don't. Not at all, Matt.
Because they have nothing better to do.
Well, I don't know what to tell you because I called that number myself.
Okay, well, let's call that number again and find out what the fuck's going on.
And nobody picks up. And you just try another number and left a message.
Okay, well,
I'm trying to get whoever's threatening your family and helping you guys out and trying to help you guys out, but it's like if they don't pick up, then what the fuck? Like it's a fucking joke.
I understand, but they fucking called this morning and they're waiting for the phone call. That's what I'm telling you. And since it's 3 times.
Number or whatever that is that's calling you or your
The
family,
305.
whatever it is.
6570. You have the number.
Exactly. That number, it obviously, it's like a non-working number.
Okay, can you find out?
Okay, and then it's like, what else? I don't know what to describe. It's either somebody's pulling your phone, somebody is just harassing you, or somebody's trying to get something out of you.
Find out who the fuck it is, because the other phone calls would be the FBI. I'm telling you. And
This cat is the biggest sook in the world.
They're going to be asking you lots of questions about whose case is.
We already spoke about this. It's like not even like a fucking joke anymore. Because
No.
obviously it's like somebody's fucking harassing you guys, or somebody's harassing and you, and it's like.
Okay.
Tell you something. I'll pause it for a second. Not only do we not have cameras, we don't even have access to documents. I can't get anything, right? Like not even after the fact. It's really, it's so difficult. You can get some access to if like companies sue one another and things like that, there's some sorts of things like that. But or if there's like so the Australian Consumer Competition Commission, so the ACCC. So if, for example, there is a complaint made about a company doing wrong by customers, so there are some public proceedings that we can see, but no, not criminal proceedings or anything like that. There's no court cameras, and like I've tried to get access to court documents, and no, I can't even get access to court documents. So I was actually asking a friend of mine who works in he works as a public defender at the moment, but he was a public prosecutor, if I can get access to some documents that are from a case that's completely wrapped up. And he said, oh, maybe you can do a freedom of information request. I'm not sure. They probably ask you why you're interested. I'm like, well, what if it's for press use? And he's like, but you're not press. And I'm like, what's press? He said, but you're not press. Like, okay, well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into it a lot more. But yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely not anything like what you guys have in the US. Nicholas, yes, few courts outside the US have cameras in court. Yeah, I think it's a very US centric thing. Interesting. It's very frustrating for me. Very.
Who the fuck it is? That's all I'm asking.
No, my frustrated on my fucking cell phone because it's fucking bullshit. It's fucking somebody trying to fucking pinpoint some bullshit.
And nice to meet you,
It's getting aggravating.
Yeah, it is. All I'm saying is find out who the fuck it is and tell them to stop playing her games. I don't know who you have to talk to, but it needs to be nipped in the butt.
No, man, I'm gonna handle this shit myself, bro. This is some fucking bullshit. I'm gonna handle it my motherfucking self. Well, shit, my motherfucking number. They fucking if Eric
Swear jar.
I said, oh, is this the right number? Okay, I have your fucking whatever fucking taken care of. Okay, because it's fucking bullshit. That's correct, bro. I'm about to go to that fucking FBI.
What year was OJ? Because
The FBI fucking playing games or fucking whatever it is.
I don't think it was OJ because Betty Broderick was 1989. I'm pretty sure Betty Broderick was the first. One of the first, if not Dharma.
Alright, go find out. I'll say it.
Maybe you didn't see it. You gave a fucking wrong number. Get the number to fucking call because I'm gonna call them.
Okay.
And fucking try to me. Are you fucking give a shit about all these fucking codes?
Right, 95. Yep.
I'm pissed the fuck off. Like, I'm gonna fucking go to the cops right now.
Okay, well, either you go to the cops or we go to the cops.
Exactly.
We'll find out.
We're both gonna fucking go to the cops because this is fucking bullshit.
We'll find out who the fuck this is.
She's just charming.
Evidently knows you and knows your family.
Yeah,
They know me and they know my family. So.
You don't think they're not fucking scared of me? Like somebody's fucking saying my name out loud or whatever?
Should I turn closed captions on?
Someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. Someone's messing with me, they're messing with you.
Or would you rather read on the screen?
So what I'm saying is, find out who the fuck.
That number doesn't fucking work. If you can get a hold in both different offices, call the motherfucking number. See if the fucking number works. Bottom line. Because I tried myself and that shit does not work.
Dave, call them, find out who the fuck it is now. Trust me on this. Find out who the fuck it is.
Get the number, listen to me, and get the number. It's something wrong with this game because there were
I already did.
people. I'm not your parents. You don't fucking FBI. Where else fucking doing this thing? And fucking go and fucking report whoever's around me. That's it.
Dave, I gotta get back to it. You have the number I gave you the other day.
I have the fucking number. I have
Okay,
told
good.
you.
Call
Listen, I called the number. This is not a working number.
Good.
Get the number that calls your fucking office. Listen to me for once.
I will. You want me to call Eric?
Fucking A, bro.
God.
Fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
I'm going to call my mom and have my mom.
I'm gonna call my mom.
Because
Which number?
Mom, help. She's being mean to me.
Somebody's having into some shit, and somebody's just trying to fucking aggravate somebody.
Okay, let me.
And I'm aggravated.
Do you want me to have Erica go on the caller ID and look to see what number that was that called?
Yes. God. Are any of these people normal at all?
Try that number I gave you the other day, and I'm gonna call my mom and tell her to call Erica and ask her to look it up on the caller ID.
I hate to say it, but he
Okay.
sounds like one of the most stable people.
All right. Tension's rising a little bit.
A little bit.
Okay, let's go to CC, please.
Wish you guys could see this cat right now. He's like completely bent over like this,
Hey,
like
Mom, do me a favor.
in a cocoon shape.
Does Erica have caller ID in the
Gotcha.
office? Yeah.
You are
There is no
such a
caller
sook.
ID. Yeah. Is there a way of looking up what number it was that called? I thought we always had that caller ID thing in the office up front.
We did, and it stopped working, so they just dumped it. Was not working properly.
Okay, because that number was a non-working number. I'm gonna have someone try to call it again and find out maybe it's working now, okay?
Yeah.
All right, I'll call you as soon as I hear something.
Thank you, Sean.
I'll call you within an hour, okay?
Okay.
All right, DD, please.
Yeah.
Okay, there is no caller ID at the office. Call the fucking number that I gave you the other day. I know it was not working the other day when you called. Call it again.
If it's very important, then that's will be a working number, okay?
Exactly. So
Exactly.
call it again.
So somebody
and-
gave you a fucking wrong number, because it's like,
Hey.
you have an email fucking number. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, I'm in the fucking office, and I'm standing outside the fucking street, okay?
Call that number.
Whatever it is, it's either somebody's fucking with your family, fucking with my family, fucking setting somebody up.
Okay.
And I don't believe that fucking day. And you know what? You're thinking, you're not thinking. You're not thinking.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
You want to call my fucking phone?
What's that?
You want to call for my fucking phone?
I can care less from where you call from. I'm just saying.
Exactly. Oh my God, bro.
All I'm saying is, I don't give a
And the
fuck.
number's been called a bunch of times. You
Okay,
gotta wait
call
for
it.
number. If you go ahead. No. You go ahead and you fucking find a fucking phone and you call. And find out what the fuck is going on. If they pick up. Because they're obviously it's not a working number. You find another phone and you go call. Whoever set up this bullshit is somebody's like trying to fix for fucking some shit and just fucking throwing out names or whatever. Or for all
Okay.
you know, somebody's already fucking listening to everything.
Okay, well, there's nothing that they can listen to whatever conversation they want. I'll call from the office and then from there, I'll call you.
Exactly. All right, let me know then.
Okay, the only,
It's a bit of a Fruit Loop. Hey, Crime Spice.
Okay, does somebody call the undercover next? All right, who calls the undercover?
Charlie Adelson does.
All right,
Oopsie.
that's called FF. Could we publish that one, please?
Hello? Hola, diga. Hello, diga. Who's this? Someone's been calling my family and trying to figure out who this is. So, in reference to what, man? Someone by the name of Sandy called? Yeah, that's me, man. All right, what's going on? Well, what's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to the dentist doctor. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady. I don't know Tato. You know Tato? No. You know Katie and Tuco? They've been taken care of since family problem was taken care of up north. I don't know. I was You don't? Well, this is going away, my friend. Because let me tell you something. I was at Broward with Tato, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody was taking care of him. Nobody was taking care of his family. His family was taking care of Katie and Tuco, and nothing was taking care of the Tato. So we know what's going on. The Tato needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing. The lady over here has the paperwork. She knows what I'm talking about. We know Katie, we know Tuco, we know who's taking care of it. All right, let me look at no more fucking around, man. No more fucking around. This ain't going away. That's what you guys need to do the right thing for Tato. That's my brother, man. That's my brother, and he needs to be taken care of. His family needs to be taken care of, just like Katie and Tuco have been taken care of. I've never met these people, but let me call you back, okay? That's bullshit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what the fuck is going on. Just take all the way. Take care of Taco just like you take care of Katie and Tuco, man.
Are you able to tell the jury whether the defendant hit star 67? I guess you can hit that before dialing the number to camouflage your own number.
Yes, I believe he did.
Okay, and that was somehow reflected on the wire?
On the wire, yes, it has dialed digits.
All right, and after this call was made, do we have 3 unanswered calls from the defendant to Catherine Magbanua?
That sounds right.
All right, and is he the first, is she the first person he calls after he hangs up with the undercover?
Yes.
All right, at what point does she call back?
Yes, she does.
Okay, publishing called GG.
Huh? Give me 2 minutes. Hang on a second. I called him before. The lady like 30 times, and then somebody picked up. And it sounded like it was, gorgeous. And I said, I'm returning the call. He said, what is this in reference to? So the guy that called my office this morning, must be Simon. Someone by the name of Simon was the call this morning. And I go, what's this about? He's like, who are you? I go, that's not important. What do you need? You there? Yeah. So I said, it's not important who I am. I said, what can I do to help you out? That's what you need. And he put this and that. He's like, Tuco, whatever the fuck his name is. He's like, someone did a really big favor for you and was there for you. And and I'm Tuco's brother. And I was with him in Broward. So I don't know if this guy's from Broward or whatever. He's like, I was with him down in Broward, and he hasn't been taken care of. His family hasn't been taken care of. He's like, it's fucking bullshit. He's like, and he as he's, I'm letting him talk, as he's talking, I'm hearing a little bit of a New York accent. You know, as he's trying to, you know, when he phone, he didn't sound like a tough guy when he picked up the phone, but it was like, as he was talking to me, like, the tough guy routine sounded like it was coming out. So he's like, listen, he's like, I know you guys took care of and taking care of, GD and Trudeau, and you're taking care of their family. Now he needs to be taken care of. And I was with him in Broward, and he's done a big favor for me, and I go, sir, you know, I don't, you know, he goes, I know you've been giving money to Katie and Tudo and taking care of their family. I go, no money's been given. I said, I don't even know who these people are, and I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, who are you? I'm like, listen, it's not important. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. No one's paying anybody. And he's like, well, listen, man, this shit's not fucking going away. You better fucking do the right thing. It's not going away.
Okay, so anything bad words?
What's that?
Bad words?
He made it about it. He may have cursed, but he was he left it with people. He made it like this shit or whatever it is. This shit's not going away, and you need to help contribute to those family, whatever his name is, family out the way you're helping out Katie and Tuco. And go, nobody, I don't know who you're talking about, and I don't know what I can do for you. I said, because you know, he says, well, it's not going away. And he says, do the right thing. You gotta help him out. Which, when I first did,
like, who are you? Number one.
He told me he's his brother. Obviously, he's not going to get there. It's a real thing. And I was being really polite to him. Like, hold on a second. You got it. Okay, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right there. I was being really polite.
Okay, he said he's a brother from Broward?
No, he said I know him from Broward. Or I saw him down in Broward. So I don't know if, like, this guy was incarcerated in Broward, or held in Broward, or whatever. The guy A referenced Broward. B referenced Katie and Tuco.
So the same name again.
Yeah, so your name and some other guy's name, I don't even fucking know. You know, some of these things we were talking about Tuco, which I don't fucking know who that is. So that's two people I don't know. And talking about your family, saying your family's being helped out, which I don't fucking know. I mean, other than the hours I give you to go up on the office on the weekend and take care of you.
Right, exactly.
But that's, I do, that can help you out. You probably put the money on the weekend and you go up.
And this is the 300 house?
Yep. And he left it where.
And you bring a long time?
I want to say it was like on the 7th or 8th or in that day off. And he left it.
A long time.
Yeah, no, I was almost
Phone
like,
calls.
I was almost, and he was asking me, like, you know, who is it? He was, listen, I gave that paper to some lady. He goes, who are you? I said, don't worry about it. And you know, trying to find out what's going on. So, you know, this person is on the assumption that I'm helping.
Is there a friend in Broward, or is there a brother from Broward?
He said
in Broward, or is it a brother from Broward?
He said he was this guy, this guy who's evidently going on incarcerated, his brother. And he's saying that he has not been paid and his family has not been taken care of, and this is not going away. And I'm like, I mean, I don't help, I just give charity out. Like, you come in my office.
Yeah, like you could be like,
You work.
like 13 people threatening you and mentioning
No.
names and, you know what I
And
mean?
he sounded, honestly, he didn't sound Latin, and he sounded like just, you know, there's a little bit of New York accent that is tough.
Mm-hmm. But like,
So,
well, full thing.
yeah, it didn't threaten me at all. It did not threaten me at all. He just let me know this is not going away. And he's like, you need to take care of it, you need to do the right thing. He was there for you. And I'm like,
Right,
I go, I don't know. He goes, I don't know who this person is. I said, let me call you back later. That's how I left it with him. I said, sir, I said, I don't know who this guy is you're even talking about, but let me give you a call back later, okay? He's like, okay, do the right thing. Which, do the right thing. Do the right thing. You sound like a fucking cop that's fishing, that's where an investigator or someone's playing games. But I don't, you're coming up with a lot of fucking details, and I don't know the details. I don't know who the people's names are talking about. I mean, you may be in the wrong case, and that's even more like a problem.
Exactly. Just one, a little quick recap, basically, I want to say, you know, like how did like the conversation start?
Rang, he goes, who is it? He goes, hello? I go, hi. He goes, who is this? And I go, I'm returning a phone call. He goes, what is this in reference to? So I
That's the
said,
exact word.
yeah, he goes, what is this in reference to?
Reference. Wow, you very some educated word.
No, you both spoken when I'm on that. They said, what is this in reference to? So I said, I'm returning a call that Simon, I'm returning a message that Simon left this morning.
That was your name, Simon?
That was his name when we called up my office and spoke to Adelson and said, listen, I gave a piece of paper, Mrs. Adelson last week with a number on it, tell her to call me, and this is signed.
Okay.
So I said, okay. I said, I'm returning a message from Simon. So then he knew that it was a reference to this fucking nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, you know, what I told him. I said, you know, I go with you as well. I know that your family, the family,
Yeah.
money. He kept referencing that, like, we're giving all this money to a fucking family, like, and referencing, you know, there's two names, Tudo and Tuco or whatever, that told me I'm giving money to you and some other dude and your family. I don't know these people, never met them. So,
And
really
he's
interesting.
his brother is the person that he's saying that's incarcerated?
Yeah, he's saying he's his brother is incarcerated.
And he's saying from Broward.
He said he referenced something with him in Broward. So I don't know if this guy incarcerated in Broward County, is he from Broward?
What do you want about
I don't know who these people are. But I don't like the reference and your family and who, I don't know who the dude is that you're with, or if they're just making up names. I hear we should just go to the FBI and say, you know what, let's play phone tag.
Exactly.
So I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't
It
want
should have been like, while you're doing all this, like, number one, I don't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Well, he never said he was in a hurry, and he was, you know, I just wanted him to keep talking. That's why I wanted
Because to get a feeling of who the person is.
Yeah, because he wasn't like, you know, he was wanting to know who I was, and I was at some point. And but when he left, he was going, I gave him money, he has not been paid, his family hasn't been paid, it's fucking wrong, and they're like, it's wrong, and he goes, because this ain't going away. He's like, do the right thing, take care of it, and he helps people out. I'm like, I don't know him. I don't know him. So my family. I think, but you get a lot of
patient. You run across so many people every day.
Listen, in 2 seconds, you read something in the newspaper, you read Google last name, and in 3 minutes, almost means today has technology to know where you live, where you work.
Right, but if there's now there's only me, and I was in the end, okay, let me find out, not for anything other, but I will call that number.
They're picking it up, whether you want to call it or if you have a friend that you could instance, tell someone like, stop the shit.
305-712-5570, correct?
55, yeah, 357-5570.
Okay.
They need to know that I'm not, it's fucking stupid what they're doing. I'm not paying anything to that.
Yeah, no.
The only thing I want to do is collect my reward from the FBI.
Of course, no, I want these people to
Just collect my reward from the FBI.
Dude, you know what kind of vacation I could get with that money?
Exactly.
I need my vacation.
I need a vacation.
All right, I'll talk to you. Call me later.
All right.
That's the weirdest conversation. Okay. All right. Next one. Bombshell video evidence shown in Hitman conspiracy trial.
Where does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the icon back across the street.
And are those Wendy and Dan Markell's children?
Yes, they are.
So they're in school just literally less than a block over?
Right across the street from where she lives.
Okay. And when the undercover bumps Mrs. Adelson, do we know if she had a cell phone on her person?
We don't know that.
Okay, but she didn't take one out and make a phone call.
She did not.
At this time, Your Honor, I will ask to publish what's marked as call A on the, have I introduced this? Let's introduce the wire calls themselves. And those are.
What? Really online?
108, Your Honor.
108, I believe, has already been admitted over objection.
Crazy.
They're already in. So this will be call A from 108 that we'd like to publish at this time.
Okay, well, my entire goal in life is to have Law Talk with Mike have YouTube chuck people from Law Talk with Mike over into my stream. Now, that may be a couple of months off. Weeks, months, but it shall happen. I am a determined woman.
Or some other time in the very near future, I need to meet with people.
Okay.
Okay.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I can have to figure out something. You can tell it that we, wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oval Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys will finish their piano lesson around 4-ish, and I have the track of it, and I may take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's IRS?
You know, those IRS people, they're kind of obvious sometimes, but, fortunately not now. So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm gonna drive up that way.
Alright.
Okay? And,
Does Juanita that? Is it involved
no.
Juanita?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and,
What is it? Is there this health okay?
Yeah.
Alright. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
Alright.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take the boys up there?
Well, then he doesn't come home. Maybe he can get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So it's order you talk to me today.
Today or tomorrow.
Hey!
How are you? I'll be up at Mitch Pine's office. You wanna come up?
Pretty pleased to see you. Tell you what. Hello, co-host.
Tired?
A little. I'm doing all right. Everyone's been keeping me company. Nikki, you're like, I can't believe I'm still on. Well, I mean, Nick does it every day, doesn't he?
Yeah. True.
He's very good at it. It's true. Dolly, how's
Yes.
your day at work been?
Good.
Tell us a
Usual.
little bit about things. Have you been watching this a little bit?
Oh yeah, it's been on in the background.
Yeah.
So yeah, I heard it.
What do you think of it?
Prosecution was really bland. I thought defense did a very good job. I don't know if it'll be enough to save them, but
Yeah. We've got a lot of people in here thinking it's going to be a hung jury. So,
yeah.
but I don't know. I
Eugene.
tend to feel like, law and crime polls. I know everyone thinks that they're silly, but they tend to be right. Like they tend to be what the juries do.
I think it's the opposite by far. Trust me. Yeah, like Curtis
They
Reeves.
always get it right.
No, they're always say he's guilty.
Okay, when was Curtis Reeves?
February of 22.
Yeah, Steve, that was a long time ago.
True.
This year, how many have Law and Crime got right?
Well, they always say guilty, so.
Yeah, well, they said not guilty for Travis Rudolph.
Okay, fair.
And they said not guilty for Scott Peterson. Yeah. For everyone else, pretty much, that we've been watching, they said guilty. And for everyone else, pretty much, they got guilty.
Fair.
The only thing they got wrong was the directed verdict.
Yeah.
Everyone got that wrong. No one saw that one coming. No one saw that one coming. I mean, guys in chat, tell me if I'm wrong, but I mean, I love to be wrong. I wish I was wrong.
A woman who said she wishes she was wrong.
I do. I mean, I don't mind being wrong. I have no problem with being wrong. I really wish everyone agreed on Travis Rudolph.
Yeah. Well, that's fair.
Oh,
Sean.
Sean.
Yeah. No, if he was white, he'd been screwed.
I actually think if he weren't a sports player as well, like being a sports player had something to do with it.
Very true.
As well. But
and
no matter Travis Rudolph brought everyone together from all sides, like all the wine moms and everybody, and everyone like from our community as well, like people who are more defense minded. Everyone was like, everyone agreed that he should not be not guilty, and it was a little bit boring actually.
Yeah.
A little bit. There was no arguments to be had.
Yeah.
Arguments are fun. But yeah, it was a little bit like that.
Yeah.
There was one hung jury. They already had in this series.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For the woman, I think. This girl.
Yeah, for Katie.
Yeah, Katie.
Yeah. Don't know if that makes any more or less likely for it to happen again. Don't know. But yeah, they're rare. The hung juries, quite rare. Usually someone folds.
Yeah.
Usually someone folds. Anyway, we'll keep this going so people can keep watching. But yeah, thank you so much for joining, Sally. I appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
Can I ask you a question? Who's the paperwork from?
I see them, that's great. I was something that came hand to me as I exited the program today.
Did you use it rank? Was it anonymous or?
Oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it. Oh, it's fine.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you. Trust me.
Yeah, no. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have to have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually starts later tomorrow. You know, if he goes in at 1 o'clock, we both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS. But
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are.
All right.
Okay. So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12.
Guys, I'm going to unplug my headphones. I'm just going to pause it for a second.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Love you. Bye.
Hey, crime
All
spies.
right, so
Yeah, I can hear.
we've got, seems like we're picking up mid-stride there a little bit, like we might have missed the first couple words. Can you explain if that's true and why that is?
Yeah, it could have been a couple reasons. Technology missed it, or it could have been that the officer and picked it up and hit the record button a little bit late, just after a few seconds.
All right, and in this call, does Donna Adelson, the thing she was handed is State's Exhibit 78, right?
That's correct.
Does she ever mention to the defendant even the name Dan Markel?
No, she does not.
Or Danny?
No.
Jibbers?
No.
All right, we've established that the undercover did say the name Katie to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Does Donna Adelson say the name Katie to the defendant?
No, she doesn't.
What does she say?
She says a girlfriend.
Who does she say this matter involves? Not Wendy, right?
Right, not Wendy. The
Who
two
does
of them.
she say?
The two of them.
The two of us?
Two of us.
Meaning herself and Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Is there another call where the defendant calls Mrs. Adelson back shortly after this?
Yes,
And is that the next call on the wire?
it is.
How long after the first call is this call that we're about to hear, call B?
From my memory, a few minutes. I mean, I could look.
You
further in the
can
notes.
look on the
Okay.
wire call summary in front of you.
2:09. It was 5 minutes. The call we just listened to was 5 minutes long, a little over 5 minutes. This call's at 2:35.
Okay, so less than half an hour.
Correct.
All right, publish B, please.
You may.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the Sun Pass?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No.
Okay, because I'm gonna just stick with the same company.
You
Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into a lower bracket.
Oh, okay, so it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay, so you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she's handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And
I'll do that now.
then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, those reviews come in, sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So, yeah.
But I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress about too much.
Okay. Okay. It's probably enough.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. If someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So.
No, sure.
But anyway, I will. I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly because I have the day off.
Okay. You know, so I'll make you take me out to dinner. So make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay.
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah. If you take me out to dinner, then I can. That's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this? I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah. I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I have here. Okay.
Was it? Can I ask you? Is someone blackmailing you?
No, it's always a good possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe. Could be.
No. That's crazy. Is there? I don't know what blackmail for, but is there any way I could see you? You can't come up here at all.
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher doesn't leave till about 4:15, and even if I came up there and got there a little after, it would be 5:15. It was going to be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for you to pick them up.
Was this? Can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that.
No.
Who is the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Did it have a? Do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But let's talk later. Either I would like to. I'd like to try to get to see you today. I will definitely. I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for when we might want to run somewhere else.
Is it so? Whoever sent you the letter sent you an anonymous letter?
No, it's not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered thing.
So someone showed up. Was it like by a process server?
That's what I thought it was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building and I make a right and I go past both driveways at the icon.
Right.
And I'm on the sidewalk and I'm about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the boy this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, sweetie, so you stay right here then, okay? You stay out here. I'll look on the computer when Ben finishes, okay? So, yeah, it's amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and handed you, was it a young guy, old guy?
I'd say probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
Yeah. So, I mean, I can make the attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and, you know, when we say, where are you? And I don't think it's a place for the place to say, you're not going to. You know?
All right.
I think why I'm getting driven in the middle of the day, unless I needed to come to a check for it, I think that sometimes it's happening.
Well, I mean, you have to get into this stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Maybe we better just keep it on, you know, tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You know, you never know how to interpret these things. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. Let's meet tomorrow afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I don't want to do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, it was just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
How long was the letter?
Yeah, it was just a copy of an article. It's what was written on the letter that was written on the copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
You know, I don't think we should.
All right. I mean, it's kind of thing. If there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, I don't mean it's people threaten you, gotta go to the police. But let me talk. Let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first.
Okay.
Well, it won't be the first time I've been threatened.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I'd like you to just see what you think.
yeah,
Any
no.
pictures? I got a picture, honey. Right here, right up here, honey. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay?
Okay. You got it.
Listen down. You'll play with the boys a little bit, okay?
All right. Yeah. No. Come down. I'll see you. I'll play with the boys.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right. If it's something serious, I'm going to recommend going to the police. So.
Oh no, I know. That's what I'm supposed to do.
So. All right. Sounds good.
We'll talk tomorrow. Okay?
All right. You got it. Love you.
Love you.
Does Mrs. Adelson mention Dan Martell in this call?
No, she doesn't.
There's mention of going to the police. If there was a threat, we're going to go to the police. Did anybody go to the police?
No.
And again, does Mrs. Adelson in this call ever mention the name Katie or Catherine Magbanua?
No, she doesn't.
Who is the first person that, oh, I'm sorry. We've got one more call between, does the defendant call Donna back one more time?
He does.
All right. And is this the same date?
It is.
Okay. What time does this third call happen?
It happens about 3 o'clock, about 15 minutes after the last call.
All right. Publish C, please.
You may proceed.
Hey, Hey, John.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was gonna tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. I could describe him to a T.
What's that?
You could describe him to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like to go to the police, but I'll be.
I may have to, but I'd rather talk to you first and then.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So
that's why, I just want you to see, because I don't want, your father upset. So.
Don't say anything to Dad and Dad take a look at it, because Dad flies off.
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's why I suggested, after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
But it's clear. It's clear what's wanted.
Can I just ask you, what do they ask for?
I don't know. This TV is probably about $5,000.
They asked you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, come on in. Good, how are you? Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go from there.
Lincoln, your turn. Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Let me take a look and then I'll go.
If you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we'll go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon and I'll take a look at whatever someone said.
We'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's going to be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Love you too, honey. Bye-bye. Yes.
In this call, does the defendant tell his mother, obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place?
He does.
What is the significance to your investigation of the reference to a TV? This TV is probably about 5.
He had made statements. I believe Wendy Adelson made the statement that he had offered to have a hitman hired early on, but thought it would be cheaper to have a TV, to buy her a TV as a divorce present.
All right. And what about the use of the word 5? This TV is probably about 5.
And the 5,000 is what was written on the paper that the undercover had provided.
All right. In this call, was an ex-girlfriend mentioned? Or the term ex-girlfriend?
Yes, the term ex-girlfriend.
Okay. Was it ever said up to this point, whose ex-girlfriend?
No.
The name Katie or Catherine McBanois at all?
No.
And does the defendant, in this case, has evidence revealed he has a lot of ex-girlfriends?
That's correct.
Who is the next person that he calls after these? We've got 3 calls with his mother.
Catherine McBanois.
Publish D, please.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, are you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
Just talking right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't get this place loud, like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I'm hearing it's something to get outside. All right, let me run it off. All right. Somebody, hang on, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
but my mom walked the kids. Evidently, I only heard part of the story,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate,
Uh-huh.
but she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And she really wouldn't go into detail. And listen, I have no idea what this is in reference to.
Uh-huh.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So I said, I'm like, first when she was saying, I thought it was like something involved in the IRS or a patient
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine and must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her, they called her by name,
Uh-huh.
they handed her an envelope.
Uh-huh.
She said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend, which I don't know what that's about.
Yeah.
And that they explained that they needed to be paid some money.
For what?
I already know his mom didn't want to talk to me on the phone. Like, well,
But like was she like, you should have like.
oh yeah,
asked her something.
That's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly, right,
Threaten
right, you like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see it in person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
So somebody's like stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
This is what I do with my mom.
Okay, just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel
who knows?
for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
Random
know.
person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involves your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids and was like, listen, just as soon as I have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What does that mean? You have like
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything. So I just assume that.
Exactly.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But if it
I
does
would feel bad
have
for your mom. Like, who the hell? Like, if that was me, would have like called me right away? Be like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing a hat, glasses? Mom was like, no, I could take the person out of line in a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in his 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s came up there and knew who she was and addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other act. But anyway.
Yeah. Did you have any fight with any of your others or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm gonna feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always find by over there. Doesn't matter.
All right, what time do you finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time do you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
It is. Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna come to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there, so.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries, kiddo.
All right.
All right. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Yes, sir.
In this call, we hear Charlie Adelson say that the undercover mentioned something about her son, meaning that the undercover mentioned something about him. Did the undercover mention anything about Charlie Adelson?
No,
Anything about Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend?
no, not in those words.
That
No.
he did say the name Katie
Correct.
Tuto, correct?
Correct.
But didn't specify your son's ex-girlfriend, anything like that.
That's correct.
The sun. The crack of dawn.
In this call, we hear the defendant stating that Catherine Magbanua was his last ex-girlfriend, and that's why he's calling her. Is it true, based on the evidence that was collected in this case, that Catherine Magbanua was in fact his last ex-girlfriend?
No.
Okay, so he had other girlfriends in between Catherine Magbanua and the bump,
That's correct.
including who?
Whitney Kick.
Okay. Did he call Whitney Kick at all on the wire?
No.
Whitney Kick.
Did he ever call any other ex-girlfriends other than Catherine Magbanua about this matter?
What about Whitney Sharp? Whitney Slap.
We meet again. Good afternoon.
Okay, so chat. I have a proposition for you. Are you awake, chat? I hope you're awake because it's your daytime. It's my crack of dawn. So I'm going to, hang on, Dali and I have a proposition for you. It's A or B, money or the box. Ready, Dali?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Excited's opportunity or is Dali's opportunity? Excited's opportunity is this, that you get to start watching something new. Or Dali's opportunity is you get to.
By the way, there you go. Continue watching this.
Yes, that's Dali's opportunity. Oh, the cat is back at the door. God's sake. All right, you can wait, Sarah. All right, you can wait. Good, I'm glad you're all still awake. Excellent. All right, so you're kind of still awake? Kind of. Good. You just never know. The jury might just go, stuff you all. Not guilty.
We can keep an eye on it.
Oh, we are keeping an eye on it. I've got an eye on it. See ya.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got an eye on it. Don't worry. It's my job.
Okay, Corinne.
It's my job.
Because I think it'll be interesting. It's another
Something
trial
new.
that we skipped over or didn't know about when it
Oh,
happened.
some people might know about. Oh, look, he's just not giving up. Hang on. Scratch it. Dali. Hang on. I'll tell you what the new thing is after I let the cat in. All right, come in. For goodness sake. Why not? Oh, dear me. Goodness me. So much whining, so much sun. Okay. All right, dear. Okay. Gotcha. Did you hear him meowing then?
Yeah.
All right. So the new thing is, who watched the Richard Merritt trial? Who saw it? It was only 5 months ago.
Yeah.
I've been asking a few people in the last day who saw this, and no one's saying yes.
Hmm.
It was Georgia? Yeah?
Yeah, I do not remember it.
No. She's either small or that cat is huge. I'm quite small and the cat is big. I'm pretty small. I'm like in pounds, I'm under 100 pounds. I'm like 45 kilos or something. I'm really little. Anyway, yeah, but the cat is massive. So a bit of both. Richard Merritt. He's apparently a lawyer who unalived his mother. And the reason I wanted to, I thought it would be a good segue is because he also testified. And in quite a, I don't like the word narcissistic, just very full of himself kind of way. Quite an entertaining testimony from what I can tell. Yeah, crime spies. So also I have, it seems to be quite a short, I don't know whether it's an abridged version of the opening statements or whether the prosecution only did an opening statement and the defense just went, oh, hey, you need to find, you know, it's on the state to find the burden of proof and goodbye, see you, have a good day. Because I was researching quite quickly for you guys to find something for you to watch. And I was more interested in the defendant's testimony, finding that interesting. But I thought, okay, if we have a little bit of time to kill, it'd be nice to see if there's some opening statements just to set the scene. And I found a half-hour clip. So I figure we've got a few hours till the end of the day, and I would really like to keep the stream going just in case, on the off chance that a verdict comes in. So it actually works out pretty well for time if we were to watch the half-hour opening statements, and so we get our head around it, and then watch the defendant's testimony. What do you think about that, guys? Are we good with it?
I think so.
Crime Spies, yes, that's correct. I have my sub side near my watch hours. That'd be awesome. Sure, go for it. I'm cleaning. That says Crime Spies. Yay. Richard Merritt, MERRIT, I think. Let me see. Let's just give it a shot and see what we think of it. Hey, my channel, especially if you haven't been to my channel before, it's a democracy. All right. So if everyone says hate this, want to go back to the other thing, if I get like a bunch of people saying that at once, we go back to the other thing. If it's too loud, we turn it down. Right. If I've got it on double speed and it's too, I wouldn't put it on double speed, but if I have it on 1.5 and it's too fast, we put it down to 1.25. Right. So I listen to chat. Right, Darlie?
Yeah.
Yep. Definitely listen to the people. The voice of the people. Okay, let's see. Right, so we'll do opening statements, shall we? And don't you worry, I have the court feed open, and all the people are in the chat of Law and Cream, and they're all saying guilty, 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 as they would. So I'll share this tab instead. State versus Richard Merritt, MERRIT. That's how it goes. And I will add this to stage. Go. So yeah, it was this year.
On February 1st.
If anyone knows anything about this trial, if you watched it or anything, give us some insight. That'd be great. Oh, I'm going to turn it up. just for a minute. Yeah, this is one of these lawyers that doesn't like microphones, so I'm going to have to volume boost this. Just a sec.
Yes, Daniel. We are a constitutional republic. You gotta turn it up.
I have just boosted it by 600%.
Okay.
Can you hear it? She doesn't like microphones.
No. Oh wait.
Whoa.
Shirley Merritt, the victim, was 77 years old at the time of her death. She was the defendant's very own mother. Now, if Shirley Merritt were alive today, she would have just celebrated her 50th Mother's Day as the defendant.
Aww.
And during the course of this trial, you are going to learn a lot about Shirley. And I think that the theme that you will see is that she was somebody who was always giving of herself.
Yeah, she even gave her life.
Could have retired years before, but because she loved her job in patients and family services at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, she continued to work there until the day of her death. She was the kind of person that if you were her friend and if it was your birthday, she would have made you one of her famous updates. She loved cooking meals for her family. She loved going to her grandson Jack's games and band concerts. But the person that she probably gave the most to was her youngest son, Richard. Now, the defendant had been an attorney here in the Atlanta area, and it was Shirley who gave him the funds to set up his own practice. On the outside, everything looked fine for the defendant. He was married to his wife, Janine, who was a veterinarian here in town. He had 2 kids, both of whom were in private school, and he had his own law practice. He was in court in Cobb County all the time. But it was discovered that he had violated the trusts of his mother, of his wife, of his kids, and of many of his clients. Starting sometime in 2014-15, several of his clients started coming out of the woodwork, reporting that he was stealing from them. Cobb County investigated the charges and found that he had, in fact, stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars and defrauded many of his clients, most of whom were elderly. They charged him with a 34-count indictment with several counts of theft by taking, various degrees of forgery and exploitation of elderly victims. Finally, the defendant was arrested by Cobb County, and it was his mother, Shirley, who put up the money to bail him out of jail. Janine, having learned of this ongoing deception, asked for a divorce, and it was Shirley who opened the door to her home in Stone Mountain for the defendant to have a place to live. Now, as you learned during the course of this trial, Shirley was truly disappointed in her son. She was not pleased with his actions, but still, she was his mother, and she wasn't about to let him sit in jail or live on the street. Finally, on January 18th of 2019, exactly 2 weeks before the day of the murder, the defendant faced a Superior Court judge in Cobb County and entered a guilty plea to all 34 counts on the Cobb County indictment. The judge sentenced him to 15 years to serve. And for some reason, the judge decided to give him 2 weeks before he had to turn himself into the jail. He gave him 2 weeks to get his affairs in order before spending 15 years in the Department Department of Corrections custody. However, there were some caveats to that. First of all, the defendant had to wear an ankle monitor so that the court system could keep tabs on his whereabouts to prevent him from running. The defendant continued to live in Shirley's house during this period of time. And I'm going to tell you, Shirley was an emotional person, and she was distraught over the fact that her son had been convicted of these charges, and over the fact that her son was going to go away for some time. But still, she wasn't going to let him live on the streets for these 2 weeks. Shirley confided in a close family member who's going to testify. He's going to be the first witness the state calls today. His name is Mike Jeffcoat. Mike is a cousin of Shirley's husband. And even though Shirley's husband died several years before the murder, Shirley remained in close contact with him. They were exactly 10 years apart in age, and they just had a really good relationship. Mike Jeffcoat and his wife, Joan, lived in Birmingham. They still do. And Shirley would call him and text him, and you're going to see some of the distress in the text messages that she sent him during this 2-week period. Well, knowing that Shirley was going to likely be too emotional to drive her son to the jail, Jeffcoat suggested that he and Joan drive from Birmingham to Stone Mountain the morning of February 1st, which was the returning date, and that Mike would drive the defendant to Cobb County Jail, which is about 45 minutes away to an hour away, while Joan remained at home to keep Shirley company. They were even planning on spending the night because they didn't want Shirley to be alone. None of that ever happened. On the morning of February 1st, Mike Jeffcoat got what he considered to be a very uncharacteristic text message from Shirley. It said, "Mike, I wish you wouldn't come. Please come another weekend. Things are bad here." Mike was worried, but he knew that Shirley was somebody who was emotional, and he wanted to give Shirley and the defendant their privacy on that day. So he and Joan decided not to drive into Atlanta. Well, that text message was the last Mike Jeffcoat or anyone ever heard from Shirley.
No.
The next time Mike saw her was the next morning when he drove into Atlanta, went into her house, and found her dead at the bottom of the basement stairs. The defendant, in the meantime, never turned himself in to the Cobb County Jail at 5 o'clock, by 5 o'clock on February 1st. And by this time, he was gone. In the wind.
In the wind.
Not to be found until a nationwide manhunt uncovered him in Nashville, Tennessee, 8 months later. And we're going to talk about what he did during that period of time, during the course of the trial, and I'm going to get back to that in a few minutes. But let's go back to what happened to Shirley. The medical examiner found that she had been stabbed 4 times in the back, 1 time in the side. She had been stabbed under the right clavicle in the neck, which severed her jugular and caused her to bleed out. She was stabbed several times in the face, and the force was so strong, ladies and gentlemen, that the blade of that 9-inch knife lodged into the bones in her skull, and her hands broke off. But that wasn't enough, because laying next to her, crime scene investigators found a 35-pound dumbbell with blood and examiner found that the right side of her head had basically been bludgeoned. It had been bashed in to the point where the basal bones in her skull were shattered. Investigators arrived on the scene, and it was very clear to them that this had not been a case where an intruder came into the house and killed Shirley Merritt. There were no open or broken windows. All the doors were closed. There was no sign of forced entry or any tampering at all. All the furniture was upright. There were valuables that had not been stolen. In fact, Shirley Merritt's purse was still on the scene, and it had blank checks in it. What's more, the two weapons that were used weren't something that somebody had brought in. They came from inside the house. The knife with a 9-inch blade was a kitchen knife that came right out of Shirley Merritt's own knife block on her kitchen counter. The dumbbell was in storage, waiting in her basement, and you're going to actually see the mark on the carpet where it had been resting prior to the defendant picking it up and killing his mother with it. What's more, you know what Shirley had been doing when she was attacked and killed? She was cooking the defendant his last meal before he had to turn himself in to the jail that afternoon. Investigators found spaghetti and Shirley's famous bolognese sauce, hot and cooking on the stove, along with a salad that she is about to toss and a loaf of garlic bread that she had just gotten out of the oven.
Well, that's all right.
That he used to kill her. Where was the defendant all this time? Well, he went into hiding, but he wasn't hiding under a rock. He drove off out that day, and he went, we don't know where he went, but we know where he ended up. He went to Nashville, Tennessee, and he started a whole new life. He met people out there. He got a job at a bar. He started online dating, and in fact, met a woman who he started a relationship with. But just like his clients, and just like his wife and his kids and his mother, he lied to her as well. Because he lived under an alias the entire time he was out in Tennessee. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you now, it's a ridiculous alias. So ridiculous that I'm not even gonna tell you what it is. You'll hear it when the witnesses testify, and you're gonna see the fake driver's license that he made with that name on it. He was arrested 8 months later, on September 30th of 2019 by Gerard Hunt and his team with the U.S. Marshals Office after a nationwide manhunt. You know how they found him? He was driving Shirley Merritt Lexus that he had stolen from her garage after he killed her.
How dare he?
A few things I want to go over. First of all, something that's really important in this case is the timeline. And investigators were able to put together a very precise timeline. In fact, we know where the defendant was almost every minute of February 1st of 2019 because we have something that we don't have in a lot of homicide cases. As I told you, when the judge in Cobb County gave the defendant 2 weeks to turn himself in, he ordered him to wear an ankle monitor. So we're able to put tabs on the defendant's whereabouts almost the entire day until he cut his monitor off. That morning, the defendant woke up at his mother's house on Planters Row. Excuse me. He left the home at 8 a.m. His daughter, who is disabled, had an appointment with a neurologist, and the defendant agreed to go. It was kind of his last goodbye to his daughter, Mia, and he met his then wife, now ex-wife, Janine, there. It was a doctor's appointment in Sandy Springs. He returned to the house on Planters Row at 9:38 that morning. Just 1 minute later, Mike Jeffcoat got, again, what he considered to be a suspicious, uncharacteristic text from Shirley Merritt saying, things are real bad here. Don't come. Now, you're going to see the text messages. They are a screenshot. The time on the text message actually says 8:39 a.m., but remember, that was...
Now what?
So he's going to explain to you that he actually did receive that at 8:39 a.m. Birmingham time, but it was actually 9:39 a.m., what would be considered Atlanta time. The defendant leaves the residence, according to the ankle monitor records, at 2:30 p.m. So we know that sometime between 9:38 and 2:30, Shirley started making lunch. She set the table for two, put the pot of bolognese sauce on the stove, cooked the spaghetti, but that meal was never touched.
Right.
Because between those times, between 9:38 and 2:30, the defendant was at the house, and sometime during those hours, he killed Shirley Merritt. The defendant leaves the residence at 2:30, and he travels north up to Norcross. He stops at...
Sorry, I'm going to say it. Surely you can't be serious. Darling.
Yeah.
You've got to say it back.
Oh, wait.
Surely you can't be serious.
Oh, yeah. Surely you can't be serious.
I am, but don't call me Shirley.
Kroger's for a couple of minutes, probably gas up on the way, and he
You're not really fast today, are you?
No. Sorry, I was looking at something else.
arrives at a QT station in Norcross at 2:52 p.m. Detectives pulled the surveillance camera from that QT station, and you're going to have a chance to watch it during the course of that trial. And you know what's really interesting about that is that the defendant isn't in his own car, which had been left at the scene. And you'll see in the photograph, he's driving Shirley Merritt Lexus.
Oh,
It's
hush.
kind of a dark gray color, kind of crossover SUV. It will be the second vehicle that you see pull into the QT entryway. You're going to see the defendant get out of the car. He is wearing a green shirt. It has a design on it that says Ecuador. He walks into the service station. He buys a couple of waters, a candy bar, pays cash, and then he leaves. He then travels west on I-285, and he travels north on I-75. At 4:12, the defendant exits I-75 onto the Cass White Road exit.
Oh, hush.
And at 4:14, the ankle monitor company gets the alert that he has cut off his ankle monitor. Steve Queen, who worked with CSRP, which is the security company that was monitoring the ankle monitor at that time, he received the alert immediately.
Helena Hunt.
He happened to be up in the Cartersville area. He
Helen
lived
Hunt.
up there, so he called the police. They
Helen
rushed
or Helena,
to
I can't remember.
that pilot truck stop where the GPS was pinging, but they were 14 minutes to
Steve McQueen.
They found the ankle monitor. They did not find Richard Merritt. He had cut the ankle monitor with some kind of knife or instrument.
Yeah, maybe.
Thrown it out in a
Let's hope it was
garbage can
boobies.
underneath the box at a pilot truck stop. At 5 o'clock, the defendant had been ordered to turn himself into the Cobb County Jail, but he never did. He was long gone by then. Well, by this time,
Thanks,
Mike
French fries.
Jeffcoat and some other family members had tried to communicate with Shirley. After 5, they got a call from the Cobb County Sheriff's Department learning that the defendant never.
Look, crime spice. Sal did not pick up on Shirley. You can't be serious. So no, I ain't taking a nap.
Himself in, and realizing that they had not heard from Shirley, they got really concerned. So they started calling 911 here in Cobb County. Officers, Sergeant John O'Bester and Officer Ashley Nelson from the Cobb County Police Department went out to Shirley's house, and you know what they found? They didn't find any signs of forced entry. They found
Don't call me
that all
Shirley.
the windows were intact. There had been no signs of tampering. The garage door was closed, and let me tell you, they tried to get into that house. They arrived there at 5:39 p.m. and were there for actually a couple of hours. They looked into the windows. They didn't see any kind of signs of struggle, but what they did see is Shirley Merritt's purse just sitting there, which they found to be very strange. They also saw the defendant's car. It was a black Honda. It was a car that Shirley had bought for him after she posted bond for him, and it was out in the driveway.
Is he?
Well, at this
You're
point,
delayed, Sal.
everyone was concerned and really worried for Shirley. Mike Jeffcoat made the decision the next morning to wake up.
No, I'm not
early,
delayed.
drive from Birmingham
See,
to
I'm delayed.
he was able to get a key from the defendant's ex-wife for Shirley's
I'm on the other side of the planet, so I've got an excuse.
He called 911 on February.
I got a great excuse.
At 9:28 a.m.
Brain ping
No,
at
you don't have
500
an
meg-
excuse.
I have a fucking great excuse.
A couple of things.
No, you don't.
That I do want to go over about this case.
No, you
First of all,
don't.
we sent
No, you
some
don't.
items to the crime lab. We sent 3
Your face is
items
delayed.
to the crime lab. One was a handle that had come off the knife that was used to kill Shirley. One was.
Oh wait, this isn't the
dumbbell
Adelson trial
that
anymore.
had been used to bludgeon her in the head. We sent them off
Kidding.
for fingerprints and for DNA testing.
Kim.
The results didn't show that the defendant.
It went so well that we're into another trial.
Which is kind of what.
No, we're in
was
deliberations
expected
now.
Because of the
Yeah.
materials that these items were made out of. They weren't like fabric.
Hi, Queen.
Which would be
Hi,
something that
Queen.
would
How's it
collect
going?
onto DNA cells. So
How you
they just
doing?
weren't able to get enough DNA cells off that dumbbell to sufficiently test. And it wasn't like
Oh.
the knife was made out of glass, which is
Oh,
something
ha,
that
ha.
would be able
Sneaky.
to kind of maintain fingerprints. They just weren't able to get.
Queen, so long as you
off.
subscribe
Yeah,
again,
but
that's
not-
cool.
Explain this to you, they're gonna say, listen, this doesn't mean that the defendant hadn't held these items. You're also going to hear that when Shirley Merritt's autopsy was performed, she had a clump of hair in her right hand. We sent those off to the lab as well. They were both microanalyzed and.
Kim, were you here for the floating
DNA
tie?
Was compared, all of the hairs that could be compared to Shirley Merritt's known hair were her known hair. And it makes sense because, as you will see, when she was found, she was crumpled up at the bottom of the stairs with her hands at her head, having been stabbed in the face. Another thing, you'll see a lot of exhibits here, the testimony of several witnesses. I'm just gonna tell you now.
Bobby,
The exhibit numbers.
tell Kim about the floating tie.
And I am not going to publish every exhibit.
Yeah, I said floating tie.
And that is for privacy.
I did say floating tie. I said it a few times.
And families, some of whom are sitting in court today. However, when you go out into deliberations, you will have the chance to see them. Finally, I know you all are probably sitting here wondering, what is it that I said that made them put me on this jury? And I'm going to tell you right now, it's not a secret. It's not some one thing that you said. You all are here.
The very same time.
I questioned you yesterday. You seem like the kind of folks who think using common sense. And that is your greatest asset as a juror. As you listen to the testimony, as you view the exhibit, I am going to ask them that you view them through the lens of common sense, which is what the law is going to ask you to do. And when you do, it's going to be very clear to you that the defendant is guilty of all these crimes. Because the facts of this case are very straightforward. I'm not saying that this is going to be an easy trial. We're going to hear a lot of testimony and a lot of exhibits at you. And you're going to be here listening to several witnesses during the course of the next few days. You're going to hear some heartbreaking things. And you're going to see some ugly little photographs.
They all float down here. They all float down here.
It's a floater.
Because if you do, I am confident that after reviewing all of the evidence in this case, you
So pretty, Junior.
with a verdict of guilty to malice murder, a verdict of guilty to both counts of felony murder, a verdict of guilty to both counts of aggravated assault, and finally, a verdict of guilty to possession of a knife from the commission of crime.
It was so disturbing.
Is that a trans lawyer? Oh no.
I don't know.
Shirley Merrick is a tragedy. Everyone here
Oh no, she has longer hair. Just on the side.
that we were not here today. Everyone here, including Mr. Merrick, wishes that Shirley Merrick was with us. Everyone here wishes that she did not have her life taken and her fate taken from her. It is a tragedy. You are here with us today to decide the case of the state versus Mr. Merrick. You are here to decide Mr. Merrick's fate, the son of Shirley Merrick. You are going to be presented with evidence and witnesses in this case. You will listen, you will learn, and you will scrutinize all of those things. And I ask that you do so. And I ask that when Mr. Queen gets up here in a few days, stands before you, and asks that you find Mr. Merrick not guilty, that you do so. And that show you. And that is what the truth demands. Now, I expect over the next few days that the state will come before you just
I know, they're her fast turn, like
and focus your attention on the things that they want you to see. It will funnel you to the facts that they want to present.
It's like a tennis match.
On the narrow time frame, at the end of January 2019, and the beginning of
jeez,
early
they give her Adderall beforehand?
we will do so to try to deflect from the weeks and
I
months.
mean, I know it's on 1.25, but still.
It will narrow your attention to the mistakes that Mr. Merrick
It's on normal speed.
but not.
Oh, is it
the
really?
picture surrounding
Yeah.
them.
Oh,
And they will present you as they did today.
Oh,
It's her
jeez.
normally. She's like a squirrel.
It will narrow you into the numbers to try
Did
to
she
deflect from the science
get into one of her
and the
defendants
facts that they do not
coke stash?
They will focus you on those few days at the end of January and the beginning of February. Those days in which Mr. Merritt was to turn himself in on a sentence. February 1st. Days January 30th and January 31st, when Mr. Jeffcoat, Miss Shirley Merritt's husband's cousin, was making communications with Mr. Merritt and Mrs. Merritt about the accommodations for them. It will focus you in on those days and not the bigger picture and days leading up to that. They will focus you in on those days and the mistakes of Mr.
I
Merritt.
think it might have been a clip-on or something, right?
Let's talk a little bit about the case and the
Freak
sentence
Snowden.
of February 2nd.
It's along the
We'll hear
bottom.
the
Sorry, I'm
trigger
giggling too much at the moment.
during his time as an attorney, mistakes that he is not avoiding, mistakes that he admitted
What's
to.
that, Daniel?
During his time, he took money from his client.
Inflatable Barney.
The state will try to
Oh.
distract you from those individuals.
It was harassing
That
women.
case involved a number of families and people who had money taken from them. It involved individuals who were upset, understandably. They were angry. They had their lives altered, their dreams taken from them.
I've never heard of a clip-on tie before, except maybe a bow tie.
They were vocal about it.
I didn't know you could clip on
You will hear evidence.
for
I expect
long
that they went
times.
beyond words.
That's really lame of him, if he did that.
When it's fear-inducing and stalking,
Like, what's wrong with him? He's a lawyer. He should be able to tie a goddamn tie without it looking like it's protruding from his neck.
they will try to do so by, again, redirecting your attention to Mr. Merritt's mistakes. Mistakes that Mr. Merritt admitted to. Mr. Merritt came before a court and voluntarily pled guilty. He admitted his wrongs, all of them. And he lost his bar license, and he signed up for a lengthy prison sentence. We are not trying to deflect on that. He admitted to that.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you for everything. Really appreciate it.
Draw your attention to that, and not the individuals
You're
and
a
the
legend.
circumstances and the
Love ya.
atmosphere
Mwah.
that Mr. Merritt and his family were going through from that case. They will then try to narrow your attention.
It really had a life of its own. It's like a
They
sculpture.
will present you with times,
Just,
times of text messages,
bye, honey.
times of leaving the house or going to appointments. They will present you with coordinates, location coordinates for where people were, or addresses of Mrs. Merritt, addresses of Janine Minicozy, his ex-wife, and their family, addresses where Mr. Merritt was residing when he was trying to survive and when he was trying to stay under the radar. They will present you with these numbers and narrow you in on these numbers because they are trying to distract from the science and the facts that they do not have. Some of you may be familiar with fairy tale, The Emperor's New Clothes. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that this case is similar to that fairy tale, and it is not far from it. Now,
It's a
fairy
fairy
tale,
tale.
there are weavers who are going to make clothes for an emperor. And if you know this fairy tale well, you will know they do not make clothes. They are attempting to
No,
weave
he goes out naked.
clothes out of nothing. I submit to you that what you will see in this case is that the state is trying to weave a story to you out of nothing. What is this nothing? What will you not have that you need to see? You will have no forensic evidence.
A direction.
There will be no fingerprints on the knife hand that the state presents to you that match Mr. Merritt. There will be no fingerprints of Mr. Merritt on the dumbbell you are presented with. There will be no DNA evidence of Mr. Merritt on either of those items. There will be no DNA evidence of Mr. Merritt on Ms. Shirley Merritt. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt.
When do you have to make? I'll have to put a warning on it.
Blood of Mr. Merritt
Dennis.
on his mother. There will be no blood of Mr. Merritt around
There'll be
the scene.
There'll be tie
You will
picks.
also hear that Mr. Merritt voluntarily gave his
Unsolicited
DNA
tie
to be
pics.
considered in this case. But that was not the amount.
Is it a D
You will
large?
have no forensic evidence implicating Mr. Merritt in this murder. You will be presented with no electronic evidence in this case. I expect that you will hear testimony that a number of electronics were collected. Desktops, laptops, cell phones, iPads. There will be no information on any of those tied back to Mr. Merritt in this case. There'll be no incriminating search history, no searches to try to destroy evidence. None of that will be presented to you because it's not there.
What? Because there's no evidence.
You will not be presented with any information that Mr. Merritt and his mother
Oh, right. Sorry, she's the defense.
fights, arguments, or any kind of ill
I
will.
got confused.
You will hear from a number of family members, but you will not hear that there was an argument between them in the days coming up or the times that they were living together for months.
Nah, he just killed her.
Most importantly, you will not hear any testimony that Mr. Merritt was violent. I anticipate that you're going to hear from his ex-wife.
Nah, he was lovely.
That he was violent towards her. You will not hear that he was ever violent towards his children.
He's a sweetheart.
This day he told you that you will hear from a girlfriend of Mr. Merritt. You will not hear any testimony from her that he was violent.
He was lovely to his wife and his girlfriend.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will not hear any testimony that he was ever violent with his mother.
Until he decided to snuff her out.
In this case. Because it doesn't exist.
No.
Over the next several days, I ask and urge you to not only look at what is there, but what is not there. What is not.
That's a good idea. That's a novel thing for the jurors to actually consider. Oh, what happened? Hello? Oh, there we go. Hello? Keep going, YouTube. You can do it. You can do it.
That Mr. Merritt.
There we go. You done? Oh, you're done. That's cool. All right, now. Isn't that speculative? Crimes by / Queen? What? That they consider what's not there? Well, I don't know if that's exactly what you're asking. However, the tie's name is Tyrone. It's a good name for a pornographic tie. Well, not really, because if you think about it, like in the case of, let's say Koberger, for example, if they were to put forth exactly what we know of at the moment, the jury would be really silly to not consider the fact that there's no DNA of Koberger at the crime scene. So therefore, what's missing is important. So it's not really speculation. It's just what's not there. So what is not presented is as important as what is presented. What is being presented is a minuscule piece of touched DNA on a knife sheath. So yeah, that is what you're asking. Yeah. So they should consider what's not being presented, and that is any sign of him at the premises whatsoever, which there would be. There'd be some sign of him at the crime scene, you would think, if he was to go and get up close and personal with 4 people stabby, you would think. Also, what would exist would be some sign of their DNA in his car, in his house, on his clothes, somewhere, or some sign of him cleaning up. So I suppose that's not really speculation. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Okay, so let's look at him testifying. I know we're skipping around, but you know, we're just having some fun today. Share this tab instead.
So are we going to do his cross?
We're doing his testimony. I think this is everything.
Okay.
You swear, brother.
Come on, go full screen for me.
I do.
Yeah.
What's your state your name?
Hello. Hang on, before I get it to actually start, maybe I can tell it to just behave for a minute.
PMs.
You come here. You go down here. I like to talk to my computer programs. If you've ever watched me do my tutorials, you'll see that I'll be like, you go there, you go there. All right, so not this. I want to share this tab. Why won't you go?
Richard Vinson Merritt,
And Mr. Mayor, where were you born?
Fort Belvoir, Virginia.
And did you grow up?
Hang on. How about I just get rid of that one?
In Virginia?
Well, initially,
Okay, this is playing up. I'm just going to stop sharing for a second. And I'm going to present again. Actually, I might ask Dahlia a favor. Dahlia, would you mind sharing this? That'd be awesome. Legend. Thank you. Cool. Dahlia's going to do a lovely favor for me and share this whilst my computer's being a little bit of a bee.
At the 121 mark?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you everyone for sticking around. Verdict Watch is still on, 2 hours in.
So it's 1 hour, 20 minutes is the correct spot, right? Right? Okay.
John,
all good.
Asking if, because Hines is out of town.
No.
Ugh.
I'm here.
So if you just want to go back to the start, because I think this
Okay.
this is the whole video is all him testifying.
Okay.
Cool.
the
Thank you.
military household. My father.
There we go. Lovely.
What was the names of the family?
Looks like the guy from Sex
It was
and the
just the
City.
four of
Which
us.
guy?
As I just mentioned, we
I never
moved
watched
around
that,
a lot.
to be
That was
honest.
primarily when my brother had already gone up to college. He was in college by the time I was 3rd or 4th grade. So, but the dynamic when he was still around or came to visit was, we had a very traditional conservative Southern military household. My father was, as I said, career military. He went on to be a successful businessman. My mother sold real estate, was very good at it with her personality and natural intelligence. She was a star at it. And, my brother and I, we got along. My father definitely ruled the roost. He was the boss, but my mother certainly had her say too. It was definitely a partnership.
Now, when did you guys move to 1590 Planter Road?
My parents bought that house in the summer of 1993. That would have been the end of my freshman year at the University of Georgia.
Now, is that where you went on your grad?
Yes, I went to UGA.
And did you graduate from UGA?
I did.
What did you major?
I was a double major in English and political science, basically pre-law.
And did you go to law
Oh,
school?
he thinks
I
a
did.
lot of him. I was like, oh, he's
I
pre-law.
went to law school at Mississippi College School of Law in Jackson, Mississippi.
Oh, he's pre-law.
Now,
He's
while
just
you
like
were
us.
in undergrad, did you meet a certain lady?
That makes
I
me
met
feel
a certain
special.
lady. Her name was Janine Minicozy. I met Janine when she was a freshman and I was a junior. I'm about a year and a half, maybe a little bit more than a year and a half older than her. But we met through a, we met through a mutual friend.
And how long did you date before you got married?
Well, early on, we dated off and on as kids do at Georgia, just enjoying the scene there in Athens. But as I proceeded into my senior year, it was, I guess, spring quarter of my senior year, getting ready to graduate, we became more serious and decided we wanted to stay in a committed relationship.
Now, at the time, what year did you get married?
We got married in 1999,
Oh,
about a
my.
week after I graduated law school.
During that time, was she a veterinarian yet?
No, she I believe she started her first year of vet school, either my second or third year of law school, because she was still had a couple years to go when I graduated law school.
Now, by this time, when you got married, was your father still around?
Yes, he was.
What year did he pass?
2000, about a year after we got married.
So during this time,
Yeah, they both did. At the time, it took me 3 attempts to pass the bar. I passed it the third time. I failed the first 2 times. I did thankfully have a job as a project manager with a local internet company, so I didn't have the pressure of needing the license, although it certainly would have been nice to get that under my belt right away. But yeah, there were times when my parents helped us here and there while she was still in school, sure.
after your father passed, what was the relationship between you and your mother?
Well, after my dad died, it was, as you can imagine, just my brother and I and our immediate family. We are close to a lot of extended family, had a lot of close friends. But in terms of our family, it was obviously just my brother, mom, and I, and we were close.
So what year did you and Janine get married?
1999.
And did the two of you have kids?
Yes.
Who are the kids?
The firstborn is our son, Jack, and our secondborn is our daughter, Mia.
Now, Jack, I've heard a little bit about him. Were you involved in his life?
Absolutely. Jack was the kind of son that every father wants to have. He was smart. He was a sensitive kid. He was creative. He was handsome. He was athletic. He was everything you wanted somebody to be.
He's had a job interview or something.
Just a real strong, special child. And he was my pal. I mean, we did everything at an early age. We went fishing. When he got older, we played a lot of golf. We went on trips. Father-son trips. We went on trips with other dads and their sons that we were friends with. I went to all of his school activities, helped coach his baseball team, helped out with football. As I said, it was those big things that brought us closer, but it was the little things as well. Just going to Target or hopping in the truck and going for a drive.
Target.
Things of that nature as well.
Now, Mia, I understand she has a disability. What's her disability?
Yes, Mia has cerebral palsy, and we did not know that she had a disability until she's about a year or so old. She was not reaching her milestones as the pediatrician wanted her to, and upon further testing, they realized that she had a form of cerebral palsy.
So you and your wife have to put her in programs right now?
Yes, I mean, she required special schooling, special therapies. As she got older, she required speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy. She had a walker and a wheelchair at a young age, and obviously as she grew bigger and taller and stronger, she had bigger walkers and bigger wheelchairs. But she's always going to require the aid of one of those devices, and always going to require therapy. She's had a couple surgeries to help her perhaps walk better. She can't walk without the aid of a walker, and her speech is slurred and her development is delayed.
Now, were you involved with her therapies and progress along with your wife?
Yes, as much as I could be. I mean, when I opened my firm in 2002, as you can imagine, is extremely busy. I was running my cases, trying to get new clients, attending court. It was just me to start off with. So those early years, I couldn't be at every single thing. That was the case when I was at a large firm before I opened up my own firm. So I went to everything I reasonably could, but certainly I couldn't be at everything. But the things I couldn't attend, we certainly talked about after the fact because I wanted to be involved in her life.
And you mentioned your practice. What type of law do you practice?
Well, in 2010, I opened up my own law firm. And before that, I had been at a large law firm in Buckhead. But I've always been a litigator, primarily civil litigation, mainly personal injury, wrongful death, medical malpractice, and business litigation. When I opened up my own firm, I also did a little bit of criminal defense. I really didn't do felony work. I did a lot of DUIs, things of that nature.
Now, during this time, around 2010, and as the practice grew, what type of lifestyle were you and Janine leading?
When the firm opened in 2010? Well, we were a very sociable couple. We lived in a very diverse neighborhood in Smyrna with a walking distance to downtown Smyrna where a lot of the restaurants and whatnot were at. The neighborhood was primarily people like us, 2 professionals, small kids. So there were a lot of children the same age as our children's ages. We got together for barbecues. We went to events together. We had each other over at each other's houses. There were a lot of sleepovers for the kids. Kids played baseball together in the local Smyrna Little League. So there's always something going on, whether it was a neighborhood event or going to some sort of lawyer event or an event associated with our veterinary practice. We were out and about.
Now, by this time, your father's passing. Did anyone else live at 1590 Plaintiff Road besides your mother?
No.
And up until her death, did anyone else live there besides you?
No.
Now, during this time, 2010, 2015, what was your relationship with your kids and your wife?
In 2010,
2010, 2015. How was the family dynamic?
the only way to describe my family dynamic in my marriage was it was a dream. We were happy. We were fun loving. We laughed a lot. You know, Janine and I did a fair amount of traveling. We were always doing things with the children. We didn't like to sit around and watch TV. We weren't that type of couple. We weren't sedentary by any means. I was always trying to promote her career and she was promoting mine. A lot of times we'd find out that we had clients in common and didn't even know it. And it was just a very idyllic way to live, to be married and to raise kids, to be in a place that you enjoyed, around people you enjoyed, and to be building something, to be building a future.
Now, in 2018, what happened?
In 2018, I was arrested in Cobb County for multiple counts of theft, forgery, and there were some counts also of elder exploitation because I did steal money from some elderly folks.
Now, your arrest, was that a big deal?
I'm sorry.
Yes, it was a big deal in Cobb County. Just a little bit of background. I was one of the few lawyers in Smyrna, and Smyrna has grown a lot since I started my practice in 2010, but it was right on the little village square across from the courthouse. I was the only firm there. That was part of why I picked that area, because I saw a need. I wanted to be the local lawyer that people went to first for help. And it was a very successful vision. And so the practice grew. And when things went south quickly and I got arrested several years later in 2018, it was a shock to our neighbors, the local community, and to the Cobb County Bar.
Now, you got arrested. How many times were you arrested?
Actually, the first time I got arrested in connection with the Cobb County fraud was in April of 2017. It was shortly after spring break that year. We had just gotten back and I had a letter from the Cobb County Magistrate Court telling me that I needed to appear at a warrant application hearing. And what that basically means is somebody has taken out a warrant for your arrest and the judge has to determine if there's probable cause or not. So this hearing was on a Monday morning and I went to the hearing. It happened to be two of the older ladies who were victims in the main arrest in January of 2018. They had taken out a warrant for one account of theft by conversion, alleging I'd stolen $70,000 of their settlement money. We had the hearing and the judge found that there was probable cause. So the judge said, well, I'm going to set your bond at $2,000 and I will give you until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to appear at the Cobb County Jail. I left court. When I saw Janine that night, I told her, as soon as I saw her after the kids were in bed, I said, I need to tell you something. She said, what? I said, I have a warrant for my arrest. And I explained to her what it was. I said, I don't know the extent of it. I know they're claiming I stole $70,000. Need to figure out more about it. But in the meantime, I need to appear at the Cobb County Jail tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And so the next morning, she went with me early to James Bond Bonding Company, one of the bonding companies up there off of County Services Road. And we filled out the bond paperwork. She was the surety on the bond and paid the $200 some odd down, which is the 10% of the $2,000. And I turned myself into the Cobb County Jail shortly before 9 o'clock and was out by 2 o'clock that afternoon.
So the first time, she bonded you up.
Correct. Janine knew that I'd been accused of a felony theft. She knew that I had booked in and out of the Cobb County Jail. And that was the last we ever discussed it until I was arrested along with everybody else, all the other victims, I should say, in January of 2018.
So the second time, did she provide assistance to get you out of jail?
No, she did not. To say she was less than pleased would be a vast understatement. I was driving to deliver papers to somebody the morning of January 31st, 2018. Several months earlier, I had voluntarily surrendered my bar license. The bar had been investigating this. I knew what was coming. And it was just odd to me that I had never received an invitation from a detective to talk about it or anything like that. They just built their case and then wham, there it was. So that's how they chose to proceed. But I was arrested on January 31st. I was, as I said, going to deliver some papers. A Cobb County Sheriff's Deputy SUV pulled up behind me, blue lighted me. I pulled over in a Taco Bell parking lot and several unmarked Crown Vics appeared as well. I didn't learn until several hours later the scope and extent of what I was being charged with. I reached out to her from the jail. I knew based on my experience as a lawyer that I would not be bonding out in the next few weeks. And sure enough, did not have a formal bond hearing before a Superior Court judge until about 2 weeks later. But Janine was very upset, didn't understand what was going on, which is certainly understandable. I frankly didn't know the extent of what was going on, although I had a pretty good idea. And that was her reaction at the beginning of that whole process.
So that case, how many victims were
There
there?
were 15 victims and 34 felony counts.
And you mentioned, how long did you sit in jail waiting to go to court?
It's about 2 weeks, maybe a little less.
And did you ever have a higher lawyer on that case?
I did.
And who's your lawyer?
David Willingham.
And were you there with families or somebody else?
At that time, funds were extremely tight and limited. I was in the Cobb County Jail. Janine was scrambling to try to make sense of what was going on and take care of the children. So my mother graciously offered to assist with his initial fee payment.
And what was your mother's general belief and feelings at this time?
My mother was upset. She was disappointed. She raised me better than that. And she had every right to be upset with me. It was a disgrace. And there's no excuse for my behavior, but she was upset. But at the same time, I was her son. She truly did believe that one should hear out all sides of a situation before making an opinion. And she gave me the benefit of the doubt. And her goal was to help me get out. And then I would get a very stern talking to once out. But her goal at the time was just to support me and try to help me get up the bond money.
How much was your bond?
The bond was $400,000. The down payment for the bond in order to actually get me out was 10%. So that would have been $40,000.
How was that?
My mother, it took about 2 months, but what she ended up doing was taking out a home equity line of credit, basically a second mortgage on her home, in order to come up with the $40,000.
So hopefully, how much time lapsed between your getting a bond and getting out of jail?
I believe it was about 65 or 66 days.
What were the conditions of the bond?
Well, the bond conditions were as follows. I was to have a curfew of 5 p.m. to 8 a.m., which meant obviously I had to be back at her address. I had to live at her address, first of all. That was the first bond condition. Second condition was I had a curfew of, as I mentioned, 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. So I had to be back by 5 p.m. and I couldn't leave the next morning until, I'm sorry, it was 8 a.m., 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. Obviously, I had to reside at her home in 1590 Planters Road in Stone Mountain, DeKalb County. I wasn't to drink any alcohol, do any drugs without a prescription, not to break any laws of the state of Georgia, pretty standard stuff. They also had me surrender my passport within the first 24 hours of release, which I did, and I was required to wear an ankle monitor.
Now, once you were released, what was the relationship between you and your wife?
It was very contentious. She felt that I had led a double life. She didn't understand why I took money from these people. She was upset. She was shocked. We went from having an idyllic life to having nothing. Despite my urges to try, it was decided that she didn't want to stay in the home. So we let the house go. It was a very nice house that we loved and had lived in and raised our children in and planned to stay in a long time. So the house was gone. She decided to move into a rental home in East Cobb and Marietta, where the public schools are quite good. And my son had attended the Lovett School, which is a private school, but he wasn't going to be able to go there anymore. My daughter went to public school because of her disability. So thankfully she could attend school wherever she wanted, based on having a disability. But it was a major upheaval. I mean, overnight, it was as if a bomb went off in our lives.
And at some point in time, she filed for divorce.
Very quickly, she filed for divorce 4 days into my arrest.
And did that divorce hopefully was completed?
Yes, the divorce was finalized, I believe, third week of June 2018. And I didn't fight her on the divorce. I understood her emotions. I understood the reasons for it. I certainly didn't want her to be accused of having any part of my misdeeds because I truly did act alone. She wasn't involved. I think early on some folks may not have believed that, but it turned out that the divorce not only was what she wanted emotionally, but perhaps helped out in segregating, my behavior from, obviously her not having an involvement.
Now, after your release, what was your relationship with your kids?
My son was 14 and a half at the time. And as I said, we were very close. And he had me up on a pedestal like a lot of boys do their father. And he was upset with me. He yelled at me. He ignored me. He cried. He was hurting.
We've heard from Dr. Mencozy, and she went into detail about the things that the son felt, things the son did, and things the son told her during this time period.
But that doesn't make it relevant. So how is this relevant?
So I'm mom. But your mother, by this time you're living with your mother.
Yes.
And you're out jail.
Correct.
What was your relationship with her?
She wasn't pleased with my behavior. She was embarrassed, but at the same time, she was willing to give me a chance, give me a place to live, help me survive. I mean, I really didn't have much other than my personal effects and an old pickup truck, literally. So she opened up her home to me, and it was strange being back under her roof at, I guess I was 43, 44 years old when all this went down. But, after the first several days and weeks, we got into a routine, and it was fairly normal under the circumstances.
Did your mother argue, fight?
My mother's a very strong-willed person. I believe the term firecracker was used, and that is a very good term. I'll throw another one out there. She's a steel magnolia. My mother is a strong Southern woman, and she had no problem telling me what I thought, what she thought, rather, down to what I wore, to my opinions on certain things. But it was certainly not toxic. We were both opinionated people. We spoke our minds. But we also laughed a lot and spent a lot of time together. So there was nothing abnormal to me or her about it.
Now, as your criminal case made its way through the process, did you start to feel some external pressures?
You mean as we got closer to sentencing? Yes, it was a very odd time. Starting in, I would say, right around the 1st of January 2019, my sentencing hearing had been set way back in September of 2018. I actually wanted to plea earlier and get on with it and get on down the road to prison, but the DA at the time in Cobb County wasn't ready yet. He wanted to make sure there weren't any more victims, which was fine. It certainly is prerogative. So there weren't any more victims. And then the plea date was set for September. I'm sorry. In September, the plea date was set for January 18th, 2019.
This is why I found this guy for you guys.
Right about the 1st of
He's an
January
idiot.
2019, my mother's house kind of sits up on a cul-de-sac. And you can see the whole
Loser.
cul-de-sac. And I saw an abnormal amount of cars pulling slowly through, stopping in front of our home. My mother noticed the same thing. I began receiving hang-ups on my cell phone, numbers I didn't recognize. Some said unknown number, but area codes and numbers I didn't know. My mother was receiving the same thing. She showed me her phone, wanting to know if I knew who these numbers were, and I didn't. And this seemed to go on with some frequency up until January 14th of 2019.
Now, during this time, were you speaking with your wife?
Yes, of course.
And likewise, does she have concerns?
I believe, if I recall correctly, she did. The victims in this case have been characterized, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, I'm just trying to answer truthfully and honestly. The victims have been characterized as...
Objection, Your Honor. What the victims have been characterized as is not relevant.
The victims have been characterized?
You're just coming up with this, but I don't believe that's relevant.
And they're not victims in this case. One victim in this case.
Correct.
So how is this testimony relevant?
All
right, I'll sustain the objection.
Now, were you because of your father?
Yes.
And did you ever feel that maybe somebody about to get you?
Absolutely. No doubt about it.
Now let's talk about, at some point in time, as we've seen, that's in one, a cartoon robbed.
Yes.
And what day is that?
That was January 14th, 2019.
And who received that cartoon?
That cartoon was received at my mother's home at Planters Row in DeKalb County. It was personally delivered in her mailbox and discovered by her.
You discussions with her about it?
Right away. I believe, on my way to work. I was working at a warehouse at the time, and I received a call from her informing me of receipt of this cartoon, and she was upset. And literally, as I hung up with her, I received a call from my ex-wife, Janine, who you've heard from, and she was upset. And what was concerning to me, because it was directed at me as well, not only in the substance of the cartoon, but obviously had to deal with something I was involved in Cobb County. What concerned me was that these are copies of the same cartoon being delivered 40 miles apart, two different counties, a county or two in between these counties. And it was a concerted effort, whoever delivered them.
Now, within a day or so, what happened to your mother?
Well, actually, it started the night that she received the cartoon. I got back and she was upset. She started feeling dizzy, having difficulty breathing, having chest pain. And she just was very concerned about the cartoon, about the effect on Janine and the kids. And I should add that Janine felt as if, she didn't feel, she was quite adamant that she was keeping my son Jack home from school the next day and she wasn't going to go to work. And she had called somebody at the Cobb County DA's office or sheriff's office, and I'm not sure which, to inform them of it. And my mother was concerned that they weren't going to do anything. And in fact, they didn't. So there was definitely concern on both sides. My mother had these symptoms. She decided that she needed to go to the ER. Well, I had the ankle monitor on and the curfew had to move back to midnight because I had started a job at Petco warehouse up in Gwinnett County. And in order to make my hours, I had to be able to get the curfew moved back, which my pretrial officer, basically my probation officer, was happy to do because they want you to have a job. So long story short, I wasn't still going to be able to drive her because my mother really didn't make the decision to go to the hospital until probably 10:30, 11 that night. There's no way I could take her there, drop her off and get back and not be in violation of my monitor. So she was able to drive herself. They admitted her, and I think she was admitted at early morning hours of the 15th, and she was discharged sometimes on the 16th.
Now, after she was discharged, did your mom still have concerns?
It was all we talked about. She got back home that Wednesday when I first encountered her. I remember distinctly sitting at the kitchen table. We were a kitchen table family, so discussions were had at the kitchen table or around the kitchen counter on the island where the sink was. So we talked about it. And back a few days earlier on Monday, I had taken a picture of the cartoon on my phone and sent it to my lawyer, David Willingham, so he was aware. And if I'm not mistaken, he received a copy as well as something else.
That's speculative, you're saying. I know that his personal knowledge of this.
And Mr. Queen, this is turning into a lot of narrative. So You need to either ask some specific questions or instruct your client to confine his answers to the questions that are
Yeah.
asked. So
See?
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah. So, what did your mother do in response to the cartoon as it relates to the attorney's Willingham?
She began to draft a letter to Mr. Willingham.
And to your knowledge, was that letter delivered?
To my knowledge, it was.
But what day was this? What day? What was January 15, 16, 17? What day were we?
I remember her showing me a draft of the letter quite soon after she got home because my mother was the type of person that handles stuff that was fresh on her mind. So she showed me a draft of it. I said, do whatever you want, send it. And I had no reason to think that's not what happened. And then it did in fact happen.
Now, what day was your sentencing?
Friday the 18th.
And how did that go?
It was quite an event. Court that day was to start at 9 a.m. and it lasted all day.
Did you ever plead on that day?
I did.
Did the victim get an opportunity to express their opinion regarding the sentence?
And they certainly did. And the way it worked that day is I showed up and entered my plea, but there had not been an agreement on the precise sentencing. I rejected the state's initial offer. The judge assured us that he would not go more serious than that offer. So the hope was maybe I would end up getting a little less time than what the state's initially recommended. The judge heard testimony from the victims all day. I believe I was the final person to testify. And then the judge pronounced his sentence 4:35 in the afternoon.
Now, you said you testified. Was it a trial?
No, it was not a trial. I pled guilty in the first few minutes of the proceeding. The rest of the day was simply about the judge hearing from victims, hearing from me, and making a decision on what he wanted the sentence to be. There's no question about my guilt at any point.
And what was the sentence?
The sentence was 30 to 15. Plus, I had to pay back $526,000 in restitution.
Now, did you go to jail that day?
No, I did not.
When were you report to jail?
The judge was gracious enough to give me 2 weeks to report, which would be February 1st by 5 p.m. at the Cobb County Jail. And he made it abundantly clear what would happen if I did not show up.
What happened if you showed up?
If I did not show up, he would revoke my sentence and it would be a serve 30 sentence, which could affect parole and all sorts of other things. So the sentence would be much harsher if I did not appear as scheduled and ordered.
So after sentencing, what did you do during this period of time between sentencing and the day before you showed up?
Well, that day, just starting off with how it was handled. I mean, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't upset. I accepted my punishment, and my mother and I got in the car and we left and went back to our house in Stone Mountain. That weekend, we kept the kids. I spent time with my children, like I did a lot of the weekends during my 10 months out on bond. They wanted to see me. I wanted to see them.
So did you have opportunity to spend time with kids while you were on bond, even after you took your plea?
Absolutely. That was an area where Janine and I were thankfully in agreement. She made it clear to me, both in and out of the Cobb County Jail during that 60 days I was trying to make bond. She said, if the kids want to see you, I have no problem with you seeing them. And I saw them above and beyond the former divorce settlement agreement. There are many times that I kept them while she did things with her friends, and there really weren't any issues. We communicated, and if I wanted to see the kids and it worked out, great. If not, then so be it. I'd see them next time.
Now, your wife testified regarding the night before you returned something.
Yes.
And she mentioned that you went to the Starbucks. Did you meet her at the Starbucks?
Yes. My son, Jack, expressly wanted me to pick him up at his school in Buckhead that Wednesday and Thursday to try to get as much time together as we could. And I certainly complied with that and wanted to spend time with him. That Thursday, we went for an early dinner. I took him to the Longhorn Steakhouse in Kennesaw at Barrett Parkway. We finished kind of early. We walked around the REI sporting goods store because we both enjoyed outdoor things together.
Jack, these have become very, very responsive. I just asked that against a question and not go beyond that.
Mr. Mayor, you need to confine your responses to the questions that are asked. If you don't understand the question, ask that it be clarified.
Yes, sir.
So when you met at Starbucks, were you already with Jack?
Yes,
And when your wife arrived, did she have a meal with her?
she did.
Was there any animosity between you?
No.
And we go back for a moment. By this time, you're in the process of divorce.
Yes.
Your wife mentioned about an incident. She says you pushed her down. While you were out on bond, did you ever push your wife down?
Absolutely not.
So let's turn your attention to February 1st.
Okay.
That morning, your daughter's doctor appointment.
I did. Janine had told me about a pediatric neurologist appointment that my daughter had it was early. I think it was 8 a.m., maybe even a little bit before.
And at that point in time, we're still on curfew.
I was.
So what time were you able to leave the house?
I could not leave a second before 8 a.m.
And the doctor's appointment, where was it?
Sandy Springs.
So what's the route you would take to get there from Playground?
Well, really, the only way to go would be to leave the neighborhood, make a left out of the neighborhood, get back to Hugh Howell, get on 78 to 285.
Now, did you get there on time?
It would be impossible to get there on time, but I got there as soon as I could.
And were there any problems between you and your wife when you got there?
No,
Did you get a chance to see them?
I did. They were already seated with the doctor. I walked in, said hello to everybody, gave me a hug, and sat down and listened to what the doctor had to say.
Now turn your attention to Mr. Jeffco. What's your relationship with Mr. Jeffco?
Mike is technically some degree of a cousin, but we come from a large family where, we don't really get into all that. I knew Mike my whole life and we were close.
And was there understanding for Mike to take originally to jail?
Yes, I believe Tuesday or Wednesday that week, my mother and I decided that it would probably be best at that time when we had the discussion that Mike come and take my mother take me to the Cobb County Jail.
Now, is it that your mother didn't know how to get there?
No, my mother had been to the Cobb County Jail planning to visit me and to go arrange the bond.
So what caused things to change with that plan? Mr. Jeffco said.
Right. Thursday night, after I got back from seeing the children, my mother and I were talking, and we just felt like it was a private family matter, an intimate family matter. Even though Michael's family, it was something that she and I wanted to share and handle. That was really all there was to it. We didn't want to inconvenience him.
So did you ask your mother to call Mike off?
We both decided that it wasn't necessary for him to be there.
Why is that?
Because we didn't want to inconvenience Mike, because we actually had a few things we wanted to talk about, and we just frankly didn't need anybody else's help.
So the morning of the first, what time did you get back to the house?
Oh, around 8:30, I think, somewhere in there, 8:30, 8:45.
And that's what happened.
So when I left the doctor's appointment, was driving back, it was the last time that I saw Mia before I knew I had to turn myself in later in the day. Mia was my baby girl. She was my princess. Naturally, I was sad. It was a sad ride home, just like the night before after saying goodbye to Jack. When I walked into the way that you got back into my mother's house is that I would park my car in the driveway. Her car was in the garage. If the garage door wasn't open, I'd open it and walk through the garage door into the kitchen. So I walked into the kitchen. I'm sorry?
Oh, open the garage.
The garage door opener.
Did you have a separate garage door, or was it on a panel on the door?
No, it was in my car. Yeah.
So once you opened the garage door,
I went inside, and it had been obvious that I was upset. I had tears in my eyes, and she just came over and hugged me. She knew why I was sad about saying goodbye to my children.
you know what happened later that day?
Well, shortly thereafter, she sent Mike the text saying that things aren't so good here. And that's exactly what it was about. It was just not a happy day. I mean, I was about to go away to prison for possibly 15 years. So it was a private time. There was no yelling or screaming. And I sent him a similar text, and that was that. So after those texts were sent, I started to go through some of my stuff and sort through some of my personal effects. And my mother and I, oddly enough, I had been so busy spending time with the kids and doing other things. She and I hadn't had a discussion about how to organize my clothes or what maybe to sell or any of that kind of basic housekeeping type of stuff. And those were things we needed to talk about. That's what we mentioned in the text when we said we need to discuss things. That's it.
Now, was there a plan for y'all to have lunch together?
Yes, my mother was a great cook, fantastic cook, and she was going to make spaghetti.
So did she start preparations for lunch?
Yes, she did.
Then what happened?
It was, the plan was we were going to eat around 1 o'clock so that we could be on the road by 2, no later than 2:30. It was, I believe, Super Bowl weekend, Friday afternoon traffic, a bunch of stuff going on in Atlanta. And, obviously we don't want to be late to the jail, given the importance of me being on time. I was walking from the kitchen. I had just left the kitchen from keeping her company while she was making the spaghetti when I heard a very loud knock at the front door. We weren't expecting any visitors. So I went to the front door and I opened it. And there were 2 individuals there, 2 men, and they both were pointing pistols at me. And they told me to let them in.
So what'd you do?
I let them in. I'd never seen these guys before, and they were pointing pistols at me, so I let them in. I let them in. They shut the door. About this time, my mother came to the foyer where I was standing with these 2 individuals, and they said, head to the basement and don't say an effing word.
Okay.
The taller of the individuals, he was older, probably in his 50s, about 6 feet, athletically built, walked past me, put the gun at my mother's lower back, and she started to head towards the stairway to the basement. The fact they said head to the basement led me to think they knew we had a basement in case the house before. The younger of the men, he's probably about 5'8", 5'9", shoulder-length brown hair, pudgy. He put his gun on my back, and we followed them. She opened the door to the basement, flicked on the light. It was a two-step process to get down those stairs. You had 4 or 5 steps that went down. There's a landing, and then you make the turn, and there's the longer flight stairs. They proceeded first. My mother was crying. She was making sounds like she might be wanting to scream or shout. And as they made the turn on the landing and took those first few steps, by this point, I and the guy behind me who had the gun on my back made it to the landing. He told her to shut the F up and pushed her down the stairs.
Pushed her down the stairs.
It was the worst sound I've ever heard in my life. She plunged headlong into the wall. It's a sound I can hear to this day as I'm sitting here. And I could tell that there was a dent or a hole in the wall. She was trying to get up and move around, but from my vantage point, she appeared like she couldn't get her balance. And she certainly appeared to be. And as I
He's a
moved, like I
lawyer.
was going to try to go down the stairs, the guy dug the
Queen,
pistol into my back and grabbed my shoulder.
Spice.
The gentleman who pushed her downstairs put his pistol behind his back into the back part of his jeans. He ran down the stairs, turned the corner, and came back with the 35 pounds weight that has been seen during the course of this trial. Well, the knife came later. This monster took this dumbbell and proceeded to bludgeon my mother right in front of me. And she stopped moving at this point. He then told the man who had his pistol in my back to bring me down to the bottom of the stairs. They shoved me over to the tile where the dumbbell rested. And then the older guy took off up the stairs. He came back a few minutes later with the kitchen knife and proceeded to stab my mother repeatedly in front of me. I cannot believe what I was seeing. I didn't understand what would be the purpose because she wasn't moving. Why is any of this happening? It was a complete and utter nightmare.
Why were you just there?
There's nothing I could do. I had a pistol on my back. I couldn't believe this was happening. I had no clue who these people were, or why they were doing this to us.
What?
So he stabbed her with such force that the handle broke off the knife. I didn't realize at the time that the knife was still stuck in my poor mother's face. He put the handle down on the tile across from the dumbbell. He then turned and looked at me, and he pulled out his cell phone. And he proceeded to show me a picture of my ex-wife dropping Mia off at her school, a picture of Jack being dropped off or picked up at Levitt, a picture of them all getting out of her van at their rental home in Marietta, and a picture of her either coming or going from her clinic in Bindings. And he said, and I'll never forget this as long as I live, if you say a single word, they're next. I had no doubt who they were or what next meant. And then they left.
Oh, this is all
No, I
too
did not call the
perfect.
police. Because I just witnessed an unimaginable act of violence, 2 unimaginable acts of violence. And then a man coldly looked at me after he's standing over the body of my dear mother that he skewered and bludgeoned and shows me pictures of my family. So no, I did not call the police.
How much longer did you stay there?
I stood there numb and incapable of moving for what seemed like minutes. These guys had left. I went upstairs. All I could think about was Janine and the kids and what these monsters could do. And I went and got a small backpack out of my room. I put a few clothes. I didn't pack much, some basic toiletries, and I left.
Some toiletries.
I took my mother's car because it had more gas in it than my car. It had a bigger tank, and I had no idea where I was going or where I was going to end up. And it seemed to me in that state of mind that at least her car would be easier to sleep in. And that's why I took her car.
Some toiletries, not like
When I
a
left
gun
her
or
house,
anything.
I went out of the neighborhood. I
Are
don't
you
know
an
what time of day it was when I
American?
left, but I went out of the neighborhood. I made a right.
Your mother
and
just got
went
killed
up
in
and
front of you.
I
There,
got a 5-4 Strickland right at the DeKalb County.
these
when I got
people
the car.
are threatening
And
your wife and
I made a
stuff,
left.
and you're not bringing a
I'm
gun.
not sure if it was Arcata or Killian Hill, but up by the Kroger there.
An American
I just
are you?
started heading towards 85.
Now, how much time did it take you to get to Nashville? That was just right in Nashville.
No, I didn't go all the way to Nashville in one shot.
It does sound like he's
I
reading something. Hey,
I ended
Cam.
up going to the QT station at Indian Trail in 85. I stopped to get a couple bottles of water, some snacks.
I thought
I only had
Americans
$18
took
cash on
guns
me.
everywhere.
I topped off the tank, I believe, put some gas in it, and then I proceeded towards Cobb County.
Like if
towards
someone
35 and
breathes
then
on them the
ultimately
wrong
75.
way.
Why put your monitor off?
Well, the reason I cut my monitor off is I was concerned by the time I got
Ashton,
north of Cobb County.
It
I
does
was
sound like a
within,
bad
I believe,
American.
an hour or so when I was supposed to report. I had
You're
no
surrounded
idea
by guns and Ashton
if just by
and
routine
ammo right now, Ashton.
the
Yeah.
monitoring people were watching
I
me
would
or not.
expect
So
no less.
that's why I headed towards Cobb County. I didn't want to do anything that would get me involved with the police because I didn't want it to come back to hurt my family if these guys found out and thought I had
Hear a
said something.
squirrel rustling around outside, you'll shoot it.
For that very reason, I had every reason to believe,
Richard
based
Merritt,
on
Queen.
this horrific event, that these individuals had a lot of hate for me, had been following me and or my ex-wife and kids, and perhaps they had our numbers, perhaps they were the ones who had been calling and hanging up. I didn't know. I wanted to have the phones in case they had demands. If they went back to the house, I had to know what was going on. And if Janine called either myself or my mother, I wanted to know what was going on with her, that she was okay, that the kids were okay. So that's why I took both phones.
So how long did it take you to get to Nashville?
Ultimately, I probably got to Nashville. I mean, I think they're an hour behind, but I ended up in Nashville after dark. Of course, it was wintertime, so it gets dark early everywhere, but it was probably 7, 8 o'clock Central Time
Chris
by the time I
Pratt.
actually got there.
Why did you stay in Nashville?
Nashville was a big city. I had no more money to buy gas, and it seemed like a safe
Ashton,
place to pull
explain.
off
Who's Chris
and
Pratt?
park and try to figure out what in the world was going on.
And eventually you get a job in Nashville?
Yes, I got a job at a bar called
I
Betty's Bar
often
and
don't
Grill
know
on
who
the
these
west side of
people
Nashville.
are. I get Dali to interpret.
Well, last week from Kelly Richardson. And how'd you meet Kelly?
I met Kelly
Oh,
online
he's an actor. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, he has a meme kind of thing.
fairly quickly, yes.
Oh, okay.
I'll send it to you.
Yes.
Did she know who you were?
No, she did not.
And why did you tell her?
I did not tell her because, again, in my mind, with how
Guardians of
horrific
the Galaxy. Yeah.
the events of my mother's murder were, how graphic the people
Oh,
were capable
okay.
of such
Yes, all right.
insane violence, I had to believe
Dali
that
just
they would
sent
keep
it
the
to me.
word and
Okay,
pick
I
it
get
out
it.
on my ex-wife and my children if anything was said. So I adopted a new identity, and I made a vow to myself that I would never reveal who I was. And there were many, many times I wanted to, Kelly, but I wanted to tell her that I was accused of a murder I did not commit. But I didn't, because I didn't want to endanger her, and I didn't want to endanger Janine and the kids.
Now, Kelly, did you and Kelly ever have any problems? Anything violent?
No, absolutely not.
She was telling us that around about the date when she got arrested, that she wanted you to move out or stay somewhere else. What was going on?
Kelly, at the time, was a PhD student in chemistry, and she had a lot of work to do, and she needed her space. It wasn't relationship space. It was, hey, just go find somewhere else to be for a day or two so I can get my project done. That's all it was.
Now, by that time, what happened to the car?
I want to say it was a Wednesday or Thursday before I got arrested. I got arrested Monday, September 30th, 2019 in Nashville by the marshals. I want to say Thursday, the 26th, I woke up. I believe Kelly was already in class or at her lab.
You want to say
And
Thursday
the
the
car was gone.
26th?
Kelly lived in an
Really?
attic apartment in an old house on 18th
Not
Avenue.
specific.
Near the university. And I didn't know it, but apparently there were a lot of break-ins, and learned after the fact that the car had been broken into, and during investigation
Hey,
of it
bye,
by the
Ashton.
Vanderbilt police. the
Bring
car
your
got
gun
towed,
with ya.
And that's what ultimately led to my capture. So I woke up, walked out, the car was gone.
So did you have anywhere to stay with the car being gone?
Not right off the bat, no.
Tell us how you ended up being arrested.
Yeah, on that Monday, I was, the weather was starting to change in Nashville. It was getting cool at night. I was walking in West Nashville in an area called Sylvan Park where Betty's was and a few other places that I knew. And there was the old Southern thrift shop, which I bought good cheap clothes before. And I was just looking for a light jacket because I didn't have one. And as I was done browsing through the store, I didn't see one. I started to walk out, and next thing I knew, I was surrounded by 5 or 6 marshals, and my face was in the floor looking up at them. And they told me I was under arrest.
So, Richard, getting back to February 1st.
Yes. Absolutely not. I loved my mother. She stood by me. I'm not a violent person. I really didn't finger anybody.
Cross? Cross? Oh, cross. Let's go. Talk into the mic, woman. The microphone. You put your mouth near it.
We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Don't put your head in front of the camera. Oh, did they? Ah, okay. Are you fast forwarding that, darling?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a legend. What a great co-host you are. I just get to sit back. After how long is it? 8 hours 40 of streaming?
Yeah.
Dali does it for great guy you are. And I sure hope my child is getting ready for school, or she is gonna get her comeuppance. I tell you what.
Sure.
Is the glass up for COVID? This was only 5 months ago.
About?
So it might be a leftover.
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Ms. Shaw. Apparently there is a similar issue going up to the Supreme Court of Georgia. And there's email, I guess, between us and maybe Ms. Johnson asking if, because Hines is out of time, one that I'm here that week, but they're asking to see if that case can take on the calendar while that pending related issue to be resolved in the Supreme Court of Georgia. Pretty much won't run over those. And apparently the case is going up. I can forward you email.
Yes, yes, why don't you do that? And I'll take a look. Okay.
Yeah, that you can't move that, sir. Don't. No, just keep.
What are you doing? Don't touch the equipment.
Why don't you bring out a screwdriver and undo it while you're at it? Weirdo. Oh God, looks even creepier without glasses.
He does. Get out of the way of the camera, you silly biatch.
Y'all may be seated. This pile.
She really doesn't have a clue, does she?
Mr. Merritt, what you said happened in front of your eyes on February 1st, 2019 must have been horrifying for you.
Horrifying.
You said that it shook you up.
Absolutely.
You were afraid for your own life?
Pass that much? I
was so traumatized by what happened to my mother, I really wasn't worried about myself at that point.
Okay, but you were concerned for your wife and your daughter and your son.
Kim knows what I'm talking about.
And you were so scared that you got out of there as fast as you could, right?
I did.
Okay. Made the decision not to turn yourself into the Cobb County Jail, right?
Correct.
And instead, you cut your ankle monitor off. Yes. But before you even did that, you made some stops along the way. You stopped at a Kroger on, you stopped at a Kroger first, correct?
No, I didn't actually stop there.
Okay, but you stopped in the parking lot and you drove around the parking lot in Kroger, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean, Queen.
Okay, because you didn't need
Perfect.
gas at that point, because your mom's car was full enough to get you out there. That's what you testified to, correct?
To get me most of the way there, yes.
Okay, and then you stopped at a QT in Norcross, and we saw the video of that. Do you recall?
I did.
Okay, and you were there for how long? Do you remember?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay, did you feel that you were being chased at that point?
At that point, no, I did not.
Okay, did you feel like your life was in danger at that point?
I didn't know, honestly.
Okay, so you bought waters in a candy bar?
Yes.
Okay, and then you drove around 285 West, and you took the 75 North exit, right?
Correct.
Now, tell me if I'm wrong, but your wife's practice is over in Vinings, kind of on West Paces Ferry and Paces Mill, is that correct? Okay, and so you passed that exit when you got onto 75 North. And you did not stop.
Yes, Bobby.
Tell your wife
You just
that
worked
you had
that
just watched
out.
your mother being killed and her life was in danger, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay, and your son's school, love it, it's just down the street from that. It's on West Paces Ferry, is that right?
The snark is
And
super
you did
strong.
not make any efforts to take that exit, which is the exit before the exit to your wife's veterinarian clinic, to pick up your son from school or alert anyone that his life was in danger.
My son, I believe, was with his grandfather that day. He wasn't at school.
Okay, but you never made any phone calls to your wife?
Darling,
Correct?
No, I did not.
You never
this
called
still
Jack's
1 point
school?
1.25.
No, I did not.
Oh,
You
it
never
is,
called
okay.
me.
Checking.
Do you want me to
I was gonna
slow
say
it?
she is like hammering at him.
Yeah.
Right?
Does that make her sound more
And
snarky?
so that was
or-
Big Sal, that's your
What's going on?
previous father-in-law. Did you ever call Sal Monacosi to let him know that you had seen this horrible event and that he and your entire family were in danger?
I didn't call any of them because the killers told me don't say a word to anyone. So I took them at their word based on what they did.
Okay, but they weren't following you, right?
I don't know if they were following me or not.
Okay.
I know.
All right,
Bobby.
so they could have very well been behind you.
We can't get
It's entirely possible. I have no idea what vehicle they were in.
trials.
Okay, and 3 weeks ago,
Everybody
would have been Cobb County Jail and
Child,
you drove right
child.
past on 75 North. Is that correct?
The instructions were, and I took them at their word based on what they did to my mother. Don't say a word to anyone. The last place to go would be to somewhere like the Cobb County Jail.
And why is that?
Well, you have law enforcement there. If they have people in Cobb County, they know a report, I'm more likely to say something because I'm in the safety of the jail. That made no sense to me whatsoever.
Okay, so you didn't make any calls to anybody to warn them that their lives were in danger, right?
These gentlemen told me, and I use gentlemen very sarcastically, these monsters told me, don't say a word to anyone. After what they did to my mother, I didn't say a word to anyone without qualification.
Okay, so these monsters, do you think that they were the same people who had been casing your house starting at the beginning of January?
Well, they shared
You would say she was being sarcastic.
How many times have people driven off around the cul-de-sac, or driven around the cul-de-sac as you testified earlier?
Suspiciously, at least 20 or 30 times by my count.
20 or 30 times? Did you ever get any of their tag numbers?
It would have been possible to run out there in the dark and get their tag numbers.
Did you ever call the police to say, oh my gosh, he is
Sorry,
following me?
Queen, when
Did
you
ever
said
do that?
Charlie
My mother and I
Adelson,
did
I was
discuss-
like, what? No, it's not on. It's fine. Yeah, you made me jump. I thought that something was happening with the Adelson trial, but it's not.
No.
You discussed it, but you never called the police, and you never made a report of people casing your house or running around the cul-de-sac in their cars, right?
No, we didn't.
Did you ever talk to any of the neighbors about what was going on?
I didn't. I can't say if my mother did or not.
Okay, so you weren't concerned at this point about these people riding around in the cul-de-sac because you obviously didn't do anything to prevent it from happening in the future.
Quite the opposite, ma'am. I told my lawyer immediately when it happened, who did absolutely nothing.
Okay, all right. And you knew he did absolutely nothing.
He told me he was actually going to reach out to his contacts at the DA's office, where he used to work alongside the person who prosecuted me, as well as his contacts with law enforcement in Cobb. They all did absolutely nothing.
Okay, but did you ever call DeKalb County Police? Because that's where your mother's house was located.
No, I didn't call, and neither did my mother, to my knowledge.
Okay, and you understand that DeKalb County Police would have jurisdiction over your mother's house.
Of course they would, ma'am, but the root of the activity was all indications sourced out of Cobb County.
All right. So these two, you called them monsters, right?
Yes.
You've never seen these guys in your life.
Never.
And they were both kind of big. You said one was pudgy. What about the other one?
He was athletic and thin.
Okay, and could you describe what they were wearing?
Yes, I can.
What was that?
The athletic thin one was wearing sort of a black thermal long sleeve top and what looked like Dickie khaki pants.
Okay, and what kind of gun was he holding? Could you see?
I'm not a gun guy, but it was a semi-automatic, sort of like the police have. It was
All right.
not a revolver.
What color was it?
It was black.
All right, and what about the other guy? What did he look like? You said he was pudgy, but how else did he look?
He was pudgy, had shoulder-length brown hair, brown eyes, 5'8", 5'9", and he was wearing a camouflage hoodie.
Okay, well, did he have the hoodie up?
No.
Okay, so you got a knock on the door after being followed or having people suspiciously drive around your neighborhood for several weeks, right?
Yes.
And this was the day that you were supposed to turn yourself into the jail.
Yes, it was.
And you looked out the window, right?
I did.
And you saw that there was a guy all in black, right?
I didn't say it was all in black.
A black shirt and Dickie pants,
He was wearing a black top. That was it.
and a guy wearing a camouflage hoodie, right?
And blue jeans. Yeah.
And you had never seen these guys before, but you decided to answer the door.
I opened the door. We did not have a peephole in the door. It was not uncommon to just open the door. Could have been a neighbor, could have been anybody. I certainly didn't expect that in the middle of the day.
Okay, and they held you up at gunpoint?
Yes, they said, let us in now.
They didn't shoot you?
No, they didn't shoot.
They didn't shoot your mom?
No, they did not.
In fact, is it fair to say that they killed her with the kitchen knife from her own knife block?
I believe they did, yes.
Okay. And you wrote letters while you were in custody for this offense. Is that correct?
Yes.
You wrote many, many letters to your friends and family members, correct?
Mainly family members, yes.
Okay. Specifically, you wrote letters to Janine.
Yes.
And you wrote letters to your brother, Rob.
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that it wouldn't be unlikely that your fingerprints would be on that knife, correct?
From the standpoint that we all use the knives in the kitchen, I lived in the house, it very well could be on there. I don't know.
Did you tell him any fingerprints that may exist are easily explained as the dumbbells were mine? Did you tell him that?
Yes, I did.
And I regularly use the knife in question to prepare food, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you said you worked out 3 to 4 times per month and you were living there for 10 months. So it would not be hard to explain that evidence away if it were to appear.
Correct, because I knew what the murder weapons were, because I saw the gentleman who used them, absolutely.
Okay, but you never told him anything about the 2 guys who came into the house with guns and bludgeoned your mother to death.
You really don't have that kind of capacity to write from being incarcerated. I told him the key facts.
Oh, okay. You told him the key facts that 2 guys broke into your mother's house?
I don't recall if I told him that or not.
Okay, and in fact, what you actually told him is the timing and substance of this disclosure will all make sense.
Yes, because I knew that I didn't do it, and I would have to sit here in my defense one day, absolutely.
But you never said anything to Janine about these two guys who were supposedly out and knew her whereabouts in any of these letters, right?
Janine wasn't reading anything I sent her.
Okay, and what about your brother? You never said, listen, these two guys are out, they've got photographs of our family on the phone, and you need to look into this, you need to do something and keep everyone safe.
I had absolutely no confidence that law enforcement would do anything at that point because they took out the warrant for the murder of my mother the same day they found the body and investigated nobody else.
Okay, and you did take, so you said you took your mother's car, right?
Yes.
And you took your mother's phone as well, right?
Yes, I did.
And that doesn't make really a lot of sense. Can you explain why you took your mother's phone?
I took my phone, of course, and I took her phone because of all the calls we had been getting on both my phone and her phone. I assumed that these were the same folks who had been calling us that had killed her. They might have some sort of demands. Janine might call my phone or my mother's phone if these guys made a move on her or the kids. And I wanted to know exactly what was going on. That's why I took both phones.
You've seen the phone records that the state admitted into evidence, didn't you?
Of course.
Okay, both you and you've had the opportunity to review those phone records, right?
Yes.
And there were phone calls made to both your phone and your mother's phone while you were on the run, right?
If I don't recall anybody calling me while I was on my phone anyway. Okay. She may have received some texts. A lot of those were SMS, not necessarily phone calls.
You never picked up any phone calls to your mother's phone on February 1st, 2019, did you?
No, but if I recall correctly, the calls that came in were people in her contacts, so I had no worries that they were the ones who killed her.
Okay. And you got rid of those phones?
Yes.
You got rid of them before you even cut the ankle monitor off, or around the time that you cut the ankle monitor
Yes,
off?
I don't dispute the data or your expert.
So there was never any intent to turn them over to the police so that they could see whether anyone was after your mom or asking for demands, as you mentioned before?
No, because I took them at their word. Just say nothing or this will happen to your family.
Okay. So whose idea was it to turn Mike Jeffcoat down that morning?
It was actually my mother's suggestion. She says, I don't really need Mike to come today. And I said, okay, as long as you're able to drive and get yourself back.
All right.
That was the extent of the conversation.
All right. And, but both you and she texted Mike. Are you aware of that?
Of course.
Okay. You went to Nashville. Is that the first place you went, or did you stop anywhere else along the way?
I believe I stopped in Chattanooga to use the bathroom at a Walmart.
Okay. And you spent those entire 8 months in Nashville, right?
Yes.
All right. And let's be clear, the name you used was Mick Malvo. Where did that name come from?
The alias that I used was from New Orleans. It was a Cajun sounding name. That's why I picked it.
All right. And you made this driver's license, State's Exhibit 82, yourself, right?
Yeah, I got the template online, yes.
Okay. And you actually had the sleeves that you put driver's licenses in, or at least the kind that you put this in your car when it was collected, right?
I printed it off and believe the business card, plastic laminates, that's what I got.
All right. And even the birth date on this is incorrect.
Yes.
All right. Because it says here that you were born on February 25th of 1980, right?
Correct.
When actually your birthday is February 23rd, 1974.
That's right.
Okay. So you subtracted 6 years on your age because you didn't want to get caught.
I did not want to get found and have my family hurt as a result. I was trying to disappear to protect them.
All right. But you did go onto a dating app and meet women on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't have any concern about putting your information out on a dating app, did you?
What information specifically?
Any of it.
Well, I wasn't putting information out there as Richard Merritt.
Okay. All right. And did you speak with a New Orleans accent to Kelly?
No.
All right. And you were never a marketing executive, right?
No, I was not.
That was just something you made up to create this new persona of Mick Malvo.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you did not go to LSU.
No.
You were a Georgia fan.
I went to Georgia, yes.
And you weren't an LSU fan.
No.
And you were not a Saints fan.
Actually, I have been a Saints fan my whole life.
Okay. But you put those stickers on your mother's car as part of this persona of Mick Malvo.
Yes, I did.
Okay. So that was part of the deception. Is that right?
I would call it protection.
All right. And you also put a stolen license plate on your mom's car.
This is true, I did.
All right. So that was part of the lie as well, because you didn't want to be found by these monsters.
Absolutely right.
Or the cops.
That would lead to the monsters. Absolutely right.
Okay. And you said that you were staying with cousins in Nashville, correct?
I believe that is something I said, yes.
But that's not true either. Is it?
No, it wasn't true.
You didn't have any cousins or family in Nashville?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And so you didn't really have a place to stay in Nashville?
Not at
And
first.
despite
no.
us.
Okay, until you met Kelly.
Correct.
So you were using her for a place to live. Is that right?
I wouldn't go that far, no.
Okay. You told Kelly that you did not have any kids, correct?
That's true.
And you said you had a niece, though, with cerebral palsy.
I did.
And you never said anything about any kind of nephew, right?
No, I did not.
You said that your mom had died of leukemia. Is that a lie that you told?
That's what I told her.
Okay. And you grew your hair and beard out while you were there?
Yes.
And again, that was part of the persona of Mick Malveaux because you didn't want to get caught by these alleged monsters, right?
Yes, that's
And
true.
you didn't want to get arrested either.
Well, that would definitely lead to compromising my family, yes.
All right. Mr. Merritt, when you originally stole money from your clients, you stole what, about $500,000, more or less, right?
Yes, correct.
And most of these clients were elderly.
Not most of them, about a third.
About a third, okay. Are you aware that the average age of the clients who are listed as your victims in the indictment is 61.2 years old?
I wasn't specifically targeting the elderly. I believe the law states that 65 and older is elder exploitation.
Oh, okay, most of your victims were in their 60s and 70s, is that right?
I really don't know the numbers, man.
Okay, and they had been injured in car accidents and other kind of insurance claims. That's kind of the meat of the folks that you were representing and that you stole from. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you would tell them, you would settle their claims with the insurance company and not tell the clients that you had settled, right?
That's what I did.
And so you would take their money from the insurance company and keep it as your own, right?
Well, it would be put back into the firm for the most part, but yes.
Okay. And you also promised to put some money in your escrow account for certain clients, right?
Yes.
And again, you didn't put any of that money in an escrow account.
Led to all this in January of 2018.
Okay. And you did this because the firm was in trouble.
It was, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely in trouble.
So
forgot about that.
is it fair to say, Mr. Merritt, that when you're in trouble, you lie to try to get out of it?
I don't believe that's fair to say at all.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when your firm was in trouble, you deceived many of your clients, at least the 17 listed in the indictment?
That's correct. I pled to that, yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you deceived the people who you worked with and worked for at Betty's Grill as to your name and where you were from and who you were? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
No.
Okay, and is it fair to say that you
This is
made
not a
up an
financial
entire story and
crimes
told a lie
trial.
to Kelly Richardson because that would be a convenient way for you to get what you needed at that time?
I genuinely cared for Kelly. I didn't need her for a place to stay.
Okay, and yet your entire relationship with her was a lie.
Well, he's also got a Kelly, Darlie.
So is it fair to say that you have lied and deceived to get out of trouble in the past?
I don't think that's fair to say.
Did you ask her about her sex partners?
Maybe there's a
How
list.
big was he?
Yeah.
His balls were bigger than your balls?
His balls are bigger than your balls. Is that like pictures? And then
Okay, so the day of February 1st, 2019, these two guys came in, they killed your mother with her kitchen knife and your weight, right? And they didn't steal anything from the house.
I don't know if they did or not.
Okay, and they didn't break in. You said that you let them in yourself.
if you want to know what Darlie and I are talking about,
And they had never tried to
watch
break in prior to
Jensen, rewatch
Can't say who tried to break it at any given point.
2 p.m. Eastern.
Because nobody,
on
as far as
Saturdays
you know, had tried to break into your house prior to that.
I'm not aware of anybody trying to
on
break it.
Darlie Talk.
Okay, but they did not leave a scratch on you.
They roughed me up a little bit going down the stairs, but no, they did.
And you were the person who they were after, right?
I'm quite certain that that was their intent when they came there, yes.
Okay. But they just let you go scot-free.
I believe when my mother started to get loud, that's when the gentleman pushed her and then he finished her off so she wouldn't make any noise. That's what I personally think. And they didn't realize what they got into and they took off. I don't know what their real intentions were. We never got that far.
Okay. They never pulled the triggers of either of those guns.
No, they did not.
Okay. And there was no struggle that caused any furniture to tip over, right?
I don't recall any. No.
Okay. Where did they get that knife from?
I believe they got it from the butcher block in the kitchen.
I don't have anything further.
No, Judge.
Cross?
That was
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room for just a moment, please.
No, recross, I meant.
I'll redirect.
Redirect.
No, I don't think there is any.
No?
No.
Oh, sad. Oh, so sad. Never mind. Oh, well, I suppose we'll go back to Adelson stuff then. It's a bit sad.
Well, I think court's probably done for the day.
Are we sure? Though,
The
I don't
chances
want
of
to. Oh, I don't want to leave it in case something happens. We need to find out. Me. The dude's story is sus. Yeah, I know, Sean. The story is really sus. I'm just gonna run something else for a minute in case. But Dahlia, do you mind actually running it, because I'm going to have to pop out in a second to take little girl to school, which will only take 10 minutes. So I'm just going to pop you a link. And I'm sure court is pretty much finished, but I would just like to get confirmation. Nick is going to be home from work really soon, and he's going to do a wrap up of the day. So we'll be shifting back to him at that point in time. It's 5 p.m. Eastern, so I'd assume that, I'm 5 p.m. Eastern, so I assume the jurors will be going home. Yeah. Thing is, I just don't want to leave it unattended in case. So if I head off to take my little girl to school, I'm fine. I'm all good. Sean, I had a big sleep before I started this. And she's only 5 minutes down the road. So I'm just going to go do that. I'll leave Darlie in charge. And by the time I get back, there'll only be a little bit of time before Nick takes over. So, and
send me the link.
Yep, doing that now.
Okay.
Cool. A second. I don't know. Hey, you guys all holding up in chat, eh? Thank you for being here.
Geez, you've gone 9 hours.
Yeah, I know, right?
I think the longest I've ever done is like 6.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was weird doing a lot of it on my own too. I tell you what.
Yeah.
So nice to have you here. Everyone's been so great. Just trying to find my playlist. Oh God. There we go. Oh, Adelson. Right, cool.
Thanks for hanging out. All of you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your kitty.
Oh, my kitty is just going nuts. Okay. Hang on a minute. There we go. That's what I wanted. 20 minutes worth. That's good. Hang on a minute. Wait. What? Do we have verdict? Oh.
What?
What? No, we don't. Surely.
Do we really?
Huh? We have a verdict.
Seriously?
Crap. Can you get
Oh, shit. Yeah.
How's that possible?
I'm getting it. Or they could just be dismissed for the day.
No.
Okay. I'm going to go back a few seconds. Oh, yeah, you're right. Shit. You got it or me?
And then they'll be dismissed. But
Wait,
again,
pause it.
it's important not to.
Here. Let me do it. Sorry.
What happened?
I got it.
You've got it? Oh,
Yeah.
can you put it on stage? Wonderful.
Yeah, I just did.
You got it. Sweet.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just wasn't sure how far. That's not good for him.
How long did I say?
Verdict is read. If there can please be no expressions, either of shock or anger, please have no reaction at all. We're going to thank the jury for their service, and then they'll be dismissed. But again, it's very important not to either praise them or be negative concerning whatever the outcome of this is going to be. If you don't think you can control yourself, please step outside now so it does not become an issue.
Where's Nick? Where's Nick? I wonder if I can call him.
We're live. I DM'd Nick.
I'm trying to call him.
I was not expecting it today. Ah, there it is.
Add to stage. Go. Hey.
Hey.
Hey, hey, hey. Gotcha.
How are you?
Hey.
In the rain.
In the
Can you
rain.
hear? I can't hear you.
Well, I can hear you.
Okay,
Yay.
I can hear you now.
Did you get me trying to call you?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Hey.
No worries.
Oh,
Jury
phew.
comes in, remain seated.
It's just happening now.
Everyone else, please rise.
Sir, please rise.
Sir.
Sir,
Rise.
rise.
Everyone but the foreperson
Quick
can be
verdicts
seated.
are unsettling, you're right.
Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you please could hand the verdict form to the bailiff.
Whoa. What is going on?
The verdict form is in its proper order. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the Second Judicial Circuit in and for Leon County, Florida, the state of Florida versus Charles Adelson, case number 2016 CF 3036B, verdict. Count one. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Wow.
Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as to count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. So say we all this 6th day of November, 2023.
Does the defense wish for the court to poll the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Moore, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced? Juror Brazos, was your
Yeah, go
verdict
ahead,
and the
dox
verdict
him.
of the jury as a whole just announced?
It was.
Juror Gardner, was your verdict and the
Jesus
verdict
Christ,
of the
just
jury
don't
as a
tell the
whole
name.
just announced?
Yes.
Juror Strong, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Kraft, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Milne, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Hawley, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole
Guilty.
just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Thorne, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Brim, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Williams, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, sir.
Juror Douglas, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror Platt, was your verdict and the verdict of the jury as a whole just announced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you one last brief instruction, and from here, you will be discharged from your service.
Seriously.
On behalf of the parties, the lawyers, and the people of the state of Florida, I want to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I'm also going to advise you of some special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases.
Yeah, but you just said
We
all
have
their
recognized
names.
for hundreds of years that a jury's
Last
deliberations,
name, but yeah.
discussions, and votes should remain a private affair for as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. The lawyers and their representatives are not permitted to initiate any communication with you concerning the trial. However, you may speak to the lawyers or anyone else about the trial if you desire. You also have the right to refuse to speak with anyone. A request may come from those who are simply curious or from those who might seek to find fault with this decision. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. We give you our sincere thanks for the work that you have performed over this 2-week trial. You are discharged. Have a wonderful evening.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
So fast.
Yeah.
Really?
Was it 3 hours?
Barely
Not
3
even
hours.
that.
No, it was
Like
a little over
if you think about lunch, like because they didn't eat.
Oh, that's true.
They didn't eat until like it was 1:30 or something when they went in.
Yeah.
So they had to have time to eat. They would have been starving.
But for once, I can't really fault them because I said this already on day 5 that I believe that the prosecution had me on beyond reasonable doubt, and defense case in chief, which was 2 witnesses, did not really move me away from that. What did move me slightly was the closing arguments. But did it move me away from reasonable doubt? I don't think so. I don't fault you. Anyone who believes there's reasonable doubt, I can only say for me, it was a correct decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a tough one.
Look, I don't know. I mean, I just think it's such a complex case. There's so much to it. And having sat there for 2 weeks listening to all of that, for them to all be so sure in such a quick period of time, I don't know.
Well, it is day 8.
Yeah.
So it's 7 trial days.
Yeah.
But it is... Yeah, it is quite fast. I wouldn't have fault them for waiting until tomorrow because what time is just past 6? So
5.
they more or less voted until
either you come to a decision or you go home for the night.
Yeah.
And sleep on it. And
Yeah. Just sleep on it. It's a guy's life, really.
Yeah.
It's the rest of his life. It's 5:15 p.m. in Florida, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Miami,
5:15.
Tallahassee. So it's still
5:15,
same.
so not
daylight
even
savings time.
not even close to being sent home for the night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that at all.
No. Yeah.
I was expecting to hear that they'd gone home for the night and you would do your wrap up of the day and then you'd be back to verdict watch tomorrow. But whoa.
Yeah. I wouldn't have minded they waited so I could have a recap and everything when I get home.
Yeah.
Now
you can
it's
still
kind
have a
of
recap of the closing arguments, but
yeah, I mean, I can still do a video about how I feel about the case.
Yeah.
When I get home, half an hour, 45 minutes stream or something like that.
absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
yeah.
But that is wow. Okay. Thank you everyone for being with me on my channel overnight for me and through all the day. And Nick, thanks for trusting me, and Dali, thanks for staying with me for the last few hours. Appreciate it so much.
Yeah, pleasure.
I hope you got decent numbers today.
It's been good. Yeah. So many people have hung out for the whole day, even through. What we did was we watched some testimony from the merit trial after we've been watching a fair bit of Adelson, so it was like I actually asked chat, do you want to watch something a bit different? And so we watched a bit of Merritt. Have you seen Georgia versus Richard Merritt?
Nope.
Before? No, it was just stumbled across it in the last couple of days. His testimony is wild. So I thought it's a little bit of a segue onto another defendant who testified, a lawyer who was found guilty of unaliving his mother.
Dave.
Oh.
Yes. Hello, what's Dave got to say?
Dave.
I'm very scared. Oh, you're always late, Dave. Always late. Always late.
Always late.
Always
yes,
late.
Dave, there was a verdict. And if they had waited half an hour, I would have been home in front of my computer
you're so sad,
and everything. But now I'm on my phone, in my car.
Was it raining too? Did I hear rain?
Yeah, it's raining. Yeah, fun times.
I know. All right. Well, I might wrap this up. I actually have to go in 8:20. It's just in time for me to take my little girl to school. Would you believe?
Yeah. Hey.
So there you go.
That worked out.
There you go. Just worked out just in time.
Yeah.
Just in time. Look, it's daylight. It's another day.
Yeah.
not
and
for unfortunately.
Yeah. And when you are done with that, you can make a 15-minute video about the verdict. Have that posted so you get additional views and stuff like that.
I will indeed. Thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. You're a wonderful friend. And Dali, you are just the most incredible co-host ever, And thanks and hi to David over there as well.
Yeah.
And thank you to all of my new friends in chat, new and old. You guys are just wonderful. Thank you so much. And have a wonderful day, night, evening, wherever you are on this round earth.
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth, round Earth. No, it's definitely round because otherwise it'd all be much easier.
Why do they say all corners of the globe if it is a globe?
I know that's silly. Hey, I reckon.
Yeah,
that's true.
More of a triangle where we are at the moment. This is a triangle right now. See you later, guys.
Yep. Bye.